outside of the front row, pole position. Peter Bove slotting in behind him by the looks of it. And then you've got Chris Goff in third. There is the number 39 car going through the shot. That's Matthew Unwin, who started right in the middle of the grid. They head out of Copps even, wrong circuit, down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. And there it's almost side by side for second and third. Peter Bove and Mark Glover, the champions from the previous 2 years. But Andy, on this first lap, it looks like Ed Pither in the PRS is making a bit of a break.
Yeah, it's a grid order for the top 4 or 5, isn't it? But you can see the blue and black number 27 there of Mick Harris trying to make a move and succeeding in doing so, going from 5th possibly into 3rd. Yeah, gets down the inside of both Mark Glover and Chris Goff. Glover fighting back round the outside in the number 2, though. That gives him the inside for Luffield. He moves back into 3rd, runs a bit wide on the cement dust, though. A terrific battle is for 3rd position. It is, though, Ian, all allowing the top 2 to make a break.
Certainly is. And that's Chris Goff there in the number 4 car, and then just behind him, number 27, Mick Harris, the 10-time champion in 750 Formula, but he's been a more infrequent racer in recent seasons. Good to have Mick back out on the grid. We didn't see him in the shortened 2020 season, but there's Mark Glover, and he has had quite a bit of success in the past few years. He won in 2019 and 2018. He was runner-up to Peter Bove in last year's shortened season as well, and those two together on track. But at the moment it's Ed Pither that is up ahead and getting away by about 9/10 of a second, Andy.
Yeah, it's a great camera angle that going into Beckett's, isn't it? Really shows the cars on the limit as they turn into the tight right-hand. There's still quite cold tyres here as well in the early laps. Only one green flag lap and quite a short one at that. So taking some of the drivers a bit of time, I think, to get up to speed. Mark Glover, though, is now starting to find his pace, isn't he? He's getting away from this battle for 4th position and closing in on the top 2. It's side by side for 4th place now, as once again Mick Harris tries to find a way ahead of Chris Goff. He gets good speed through Luffield, cuts back to the inside. Ray Barley is right behind them as well, the red number 11. He is the Class B leader, and if these two keep tripping over each other, he could find himself into the top 5 overall.
Absolutely, a real good fight going on that, but Ed Pither has gone across the line again. He's extended his lead now to 1.68 seconds, so it's almost doubled on that lap. There you can see on the timing tower on the left-hand side, you can see the running order at the moment at the end of lap 2. And look at this, side by side between Mark Glover and Peter Bove. There was 0.7 of a second between them at the start of the lap. But Glover was absolutely alongside as they went through Maggots and into Beckett's that time, but he couldn't hang on. And as they head down the Wellington Straight, it's Bove that prevails.
Yeah, Peter Bove hanging on, but dropping back from Ed Pither, who's got over 1.5 seconds in hand over these two. The top 3 in qualifying were covered by only 3.5 tenths. That's pretty impressive pace there from Pither. 4th place is still side by side, and I think they have been for over a lap now. Chris Goff just about hanging on, but through the corners, it does look as though maybe the 27 of Mick Harris is just that little bit quicker. Carries a lot more speed through Luffield, and this time Goff runs even wider than he did on the previous lap. And finally, we do now have that change for 4th.
And he's got to watch out because he's got Raymond Barley up his inside as well as they head down the start and finish straight and into Copps Corner. So let's see if Barley can capitalise, or is Goff going to be able to fend him off? Yes, he is. So Goff holds on to 5th position there. Mick Harris going up into 4th spot, 750 Formula. More than 70 years old now, the oldest championship in the world, we think. And it runs these days with an 1108cc Fiat engine, used to be in the Mark I Panda, and it's been using this engine in the championship now for the best part of 2 decades. Previously a reliant 850cc engine was used. Ed Pither, meanwhile, has continued to extend his lead. It's more than 2.5 seconds now. Question is, can Mick Harris do anything about the cars ahead of him? But he's about 5 seconds behind them, I think.
Yeah, he's lost so much time in that entertaining scrap with Chris Goff, but it was certainly delaying the pair of them. Goff now, though, has his hands rather full of Raymond Barley, who is, I'd say, the pre-season Class B favourite this year, isn't he? Because Steve Boother, who dominated the Class B Championship last year, has moved up into Class A. He's in the number 7 car, which you can see on the left-hand side of your screen is down in 9th position. But Chris Goff, as he now starts to go on the defensive, is allowing Mick Harris to get away. Harris's previous lap, though, was not as quick as the leading trio.
No, it wasn't. 4.5 seconds now, the lead for Ed Pither, though. It's in a 1 minute 5.04 now. The lap record for these cars set by Robin Gearing And the car being driven by Peter Bove, actually, a 104.55, so we're not that far away from a lap record, potentially, and we have seen some very quick times set today here at Silverstone already during the course of qualifying. Here is the battle for second, and it's changed around. It's Mark Glover that's now ahead in the blue and black car on the inside line through Luffield, so he's got ahead of Peter Bove. Can he stay there? We've had 5 minutes or so, 5.5 minutes of this race, so still 9.5 minutes to go. Can Peter Bove, last year's champion, now a 5-time champion in 750 Formula, come back at Mark Glover?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see, isn't it? It was Bove that won the championship last year, as you said, but Glover was his nearest opposition. Glover actually went winless in the shortened 2020 campaign, but did have 4 podiums at the start of the year. Oh, sideways and around goes Chris Goff through Copse Corner. The car snapped away from him just as he got back on the throttle there. Thankfully, there's the old pit exit there to the right-hand side of the road, which he can rejoin via, but he's going to lose an awful lot of positions. He's going to fall towards the back of the top 10, possibly even outside of it. So a costly error there from one of our early front runners.
And there is the number 5 car. You saw him briefly. Bob Simpson, but a change for second place again. Peter Bove has gone back through on the inside at Brooklands Corner, so it looks like he picked up the toe down the long Wellington straight, got up through on the inside, but Mark Glover trying to come back to it now. Around the outside he goes at Luffield Corner, out of Luffield towards Woodcote, and Glover has got that back. Well, he lost the lead for only a matter of yards there, Andy.
Yeah, this is a fantastic dice, isn't it? The slipstream does play a pretty big part in the racing here on the national circuit. There are only really 3 or 4 corners. The rest of it is just flat out. So Peter Bove in that slipstream now. Let's follow them out of Copse and down towards Beckett's Corner, see if he can get close enough to have a go on the brakes. I'm not sure that he can, but a good exit from Beckett's, of course, could allow him to get that slipstream down the Wellington straight, as he appeared to do a lap ago. Defensive line taken by Mark Glover. That's going to slow him down further on the exit, and Bove, I think here, could be close enough to have another go down at Brooklands.
We'll have a look at that one car I noticed going a bit slowly. Oh, there's another one. The one I noticed going slowly was Steve Boother, number 7. He's dropping back down the order. He's in 10th place now. But let's have a look. Can Peter Bove make this move into Brooklands Corner again? He's on the inside line. He's got halfway alongside, but not fully alongside. And this time Glover is able to fend him off. But a real good scrap. Peter Bove there getting very deep into the corner, taking the outside line. And all of a sudden he's lost, what, 8-10 car lengths by the looks of it. And we've got that one car that has stopped. That is at the exit of Beckett's. You can see the marshal opening the gate to try and create a space for the car to pull in.
Yeah, not sure who that is, but they're well out of the way. I can see out of the window as well, there's been a spin up at Luffield, so yellow flags at 1 or 2 corners around the circuit for the time being, and that's not going to help Peter Bove's chances of making this overtake. That's the spinner I saw. It's Bill Rutter, isn't it, up at Luffield Corner.
And he's sort of stranded half in and half out the gravel there, which isn't great, is it?
No, it's not. I think he's backed it into the gravel, because when I saw him spin, he wasn't actually anywhere near the gravel trap, so lost it halfway through the corner, and he's rolled backwards trying to stay out of the way. Now, might that, Ian, require a safety car?
We shall see. So there's yellow flags up at Luffield, as you'd expect. The car we lost, the yellow car, Beckett's, I think was Paul Mason, number 67 in the Derby. He was the one that we saw being pulling off the circuit at the back there. So cars coming through, and Pillar's just gone through to complete his 8th lap, and his lead going out all of the time. As we're watching on screen, the number 3 car, that's Andrew Kemp. He is in 6th position. And the marshals have done a brilliant job there. They've got Bill Rutter going again. Well, that's marshal power for you. I was concerned we were going to have a safety car, or maybe even worse, but great work by the marshals just to get Bill Rutter out of the gravel.
Yeah, no damage done to the car either, so he can at least continue on his way, albeit a lap down now from where he was. Through Copse Corner there go Andrew Kemp and Bob Simpson, who now find themselves fighting for 6th position outright. Those two didn't actually start together on the grid, although their qualifying times were pretty even, as was the case through much of the field, really. The top 3 had the legs on everyone else in qualifying, but the rest of the pack pretty evenly matched. And that's the remarkable thing about this championship, isn't it, Ian? You've got all of these different cars built to the same regulations, but all built in very different ways, and yet the competition out there is as close as ever.
Absolutely right. It's a fantastic start to the season. I think we had 16 starters. We lost a few after qualifying, unfortunately. Maybe some of those drivers will be back out for race 2 with a little bit of luck. But yeah, the 750 Formula really picked at the amateur designer and constructor and engineer. More recently, Martin Kemp has brought out the race kits that you can build. And there's one of them being driven by St Andrew. That's the race kit's Merlin rather than the race kit's Falcon, which there are rather more of on the grid. There is the number 89 car. That's Jason Chatton in the PC Special. He's just being lapped there by Ray Barley, who's up in 5th place.
Yeah, good race this for Ray Barley. I don't think raced with us last year, did he? So he's going to come back straight into winning ways as Raymond Barley, you can see him coming out of Beckett's corner. He's lost a bit of time in traffic, hasn't he, here? So Andrew Kemp and, for that matter, Bob Simpson are not that far behind. And, of course, they are a pair of Class A cars that might have in theory, a bit of a performance advantage. In the slipstream there, Kemp launches an attack up the inside, and he's going to move through. There's no sense there, is there really, in Barley fighting that. He's still leading the class, and just drops down 1 position overall.
Yeah, the class in 750 form, a bit different to in some other forms of racing. It's all about the driver's past performance and positions, rather than a different specification of car. And they do also score points in the overall championship as well. Ray Barley did race last year, by the way. He finished 10th in the championship, did Ray, and I'd be pleased to be running in 6th place here, ahead of Bob Simpson, who's been racing at the championship for more decades than we care to remember. So we've had 11 3/4 minutes of this race now, getting towards the end of the 15-minute race. It's Ed Pither, but we've not seen a lot of him. That's way out in front, of course, number 69, the PRS 1B. I can tell you for second place there's just over a second between Mark Glover and Peter Bove at the moment. So we are watching this scrap for 5th and 6th between Andrew Kemp and Ray Barley. Kemp having got past Barley half a lap ago. This is a slower car that he's coming up to lap at the moment, so not one that he particularly needs to worry about. And they're turning their way through Luffield now, this 1.6 mile national circuit that lends itself so well to really great racing, lots of slipstreaming action as well in certain categories. And there's Kemp going through to complete his 11th lap of the race, Andy.
Yeah, really underrated circuit this. I think it does produce some fantastic racing. We've seen plenty of it already in this one as we move now into the closing stages. And yes, Ian, you're absolutely right. Ray Barley, what confused me, it's easily done after all, is that he's moved from Class A to Class B this year. So yeah, he even got a top 5 finish overall towards the end of 2020. There's the man they're all chasing. Ed Pither then moves his way up through Luffield once again to go on to what won't quite be the final lap, but we're certainly inching towards the end of this race. And this, I think, is what we can call a dominant performance, isn't it? He's over 12 seconds clear, and given the fact he only had a 10th and a half in hand after qualifying, that tells me that he's really found some performance since qualifying this morning.
Yep, absolutely right. He's done a 105 dead, so he's not got quite as low as the lap record, which I thought he might do at one point. Of course, this, on a spin, that's number 39, McEwan, when he was in 9th position. But he has had a moment by the looks of it, and I don't think he's going to get that car going again, it would seem. I was talking about Ed Pither, and that car's had success in the past. It won the 2015 championship in the hands of David Bartholomew. He's raced it on occasion since, and there was some damage there, some bodywork in the road as well, so I wonder if there was some contact.
I would tend to believe there might have been, yeah, and I think that's come off his car, hasn't it? So some front bodywork potentially. Yeah, there's a wing mirror attached. Oh, there you can see it. It's the it is indeed the front bodywork that's come off. Now, yeah, whether that was part of the contact that spun him or whether someone collected him once he'd already gone round, we can't tell you, but that unfortunately will require a bit of repairing.
Last lap board is about to go out to the man on your screen. That is Ed Pither, the man from Shilton near Coventry. Heads over the line now to start his final lap of this 1.6 mile circuit. And it's been a faultless display, this really, from Ed Pither, way out in front of everyone else in this car. Good battles down the field that we've seen, though, and I can still see that there's only half a second between the two for second and third, Mark Glover and Peter Bove, but Ed Pither, Andy, making this race very much his own.
Yeah, Pither's not going to be caught now, he says, touching wood. But second place absolutely up for grabs. I did spot that as the second and third place cars came through. They were a little bit closer than they have been for a number of laps. Peter Bove just launching another late challenge, and you can see them in the background actually getting even closer now as they go on to the Wellington Straight. But Ed Pither heads through Brooklands for the final time, and he's almost home and dry.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the battle for second place, though. Bove, is he going to have another look at the inside into Brooklands corner on the last lap? It looks like he is. And Peter Bove goes through and takes second place away now. Can he hang on to it? Meanwhile, Ed Pither is heading up towards the line, but Glover's going around the outside. Ed Pither is going to go through to take the checkered flag, but will stick with his battle for second for the moment. And Glover has made it back through around the outside at Brooklands corner, at Luffield corner. And Glover, after all of that, is going to get second place with Peter Bove, last year's champion, in third. There's Ed Pither. You can see he's already taken the checkered flag, well clear of the rest, but it is going to be second place for Mark Glover by just under half a second in the end from Peter Bove, but it wasn't for a lack of trying on the part of Peter Bove with that move into Luffield into Brooklands, I should say, on the final lap. And I can see there's still scraps going on out of my commentary box window all the way down the field as well. Bob Simpson is going to come across the line now just to get ahead of Chris Goff, 7th and 8th. That's been for Goff earlier on. And here is the number 10 car, which is Rod Hill. He's battling with Steve Boother, who had problems earlier on. And Boother's going to get almost alongside him as they go over the line. And I think Boother might just steal the place there. And that will be for 9th. It was Boother that started the lap ahead. Rod Hill had got ahead on the final lap, but Boother, I think, has done it. The answer is yes, he did, by 2/100ths of a second on the run to the line. So a very entertaining race, that, Andy.
Yeah, that was another one of those typical Silverstone photo finishes, wasn't it? I think we'll probably see a few more of those over the weekend. And Rod Hill, Class B driver there, must have thought he had that move made, and then Boother got back in the slipstream and drove straight back through. Fantastic performance, though, from Ed Pither. Wins the race by over 11 seconds, but I think he backed off there towards the end, knowing that he had it pretty much in the bag. Mark Glover and Peter Bove, that, I think, is going to be a battle that will run and run, not just through this weekend, but through the rest of the season.
There are the results then. Ed Pither's victory margin in the end, 11.2 seconds. So 69 the winner from 2, Mark Glover in second place. Number 1, last year's champion, Peter Bove, was third. Another gap back to 27, Mick Harris in fourth. A lonely race for the second part of it for Mick. Fifth to number 3, Andrew Kemp. Then sixth was Ray Barley, number 11, the Class B winner. Then Bob Simpson, Chris Goff, Steve Boother and Rod Hill rounded out the top 10. Further back, Conway Dorr was 11th. Bill Rutter 12th, Alan Bunter and Jason Chatton made it to the end, but Matthew Unwin and Paul Mason did not. So there'll be another race for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship a little bit later on in the day. And we've got another 8 races as well as that one still to come during the course of this afternoon here at Silverstone. A glorious day at the home of British motor racing. There's a marshal who will no doubt later reunite Matthew Unwin with the missing part of his bodywork from the race kit's Falcon Mark II. That will no doubt be taken back to the paddock to be reunited with the car that's currently lacking in its bodywork. So the car's heading down pit lane towards Parc Fermé at the end of the race. And in a few moments we will have our second race of the day, which is for the Tigiwa Type R Trophy. Then we'll take a lunch break and we get back underway at around about 1:10 a real tin top fans dream this afternoon. So we've got BMWs and we've got Alfas as well. We've also got the Tigiwa Roadsports Series and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship before we see a repeat of the first 4 races to conclude this afternoon's proceedings here at Silverstone. Just trying to make contact with Anthony down in the pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from him shortly. But in the meantime, we are enjoying this fantastic weather here at Silverstone. It's been a dry week. 750 Motor Club were in action at Cadwell Park last weekend, not live streamed, but as another 5 or 6 of our championships got their seasons underway. Those that haven't already got their seasons underway do so this weekend here at Silverstone. And then the season continues as we go into May with meetings at with certain categories race at Castle Coombe and at Brands Hatch, in early May, but the next main 750 Motor Club meeting at Donington Park in the later part of the month. So we unfortunately not able to hear from Anthony in the pits. Hopefully we'll hear from him later on, but for the moment we will look ahead to our next race, which is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. So the Tagiwa Type R Trophy coming up next here at Silverstone, and if you saw this last year, well, you're in for a surprise, because we've got about 3 times as many cars on the grid as we did last season for this first year of full championship status for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, boosted by the innovative foundation programme that was launched by the 750 Motor Club last season. That's got another 15 cars on the grid. That was a scheme for either novices or licence holders to get onto the grid for a full season with a car for a relatively small amount of money, around about £12,000 for a novice, because it included your race licence and your yard test, and 10.5 if you were an existing licence holder. And there's a mixture of experienced and new racers that have joined the Tagiwa Type R Trophy this season as a result of that. Let's talk you through the grid. Pole position is going to be the number 48 car, which is Lee Deegan. He's certainly a well-known name amongst 750 Motor Club circles, but he was just 2/10 faster than number 47, Luke Rosewell, a newcomer to Tin Top Racing, alongside him on the front row of the grid. In fact, I should say there were 10 drivers within a second. Second row, we had the 22 car of Tate Taverner, and 117 Adam Shepherd, who's been a Civic Cup and an M3 Cup champion in the past. 35 Aaron Sharp returns to the 750 Motor Club on the inside of row 3, alongside number 8 Dave Fricker. Row 4, 53 Mark Barmer and 87 Jack Leese. Jeff Humphries number 5 and number 70 Travis Coyne line up on the 5th row of the grid. Daniel Chapman 4 and 28 Joe Jessup on row 6. Mark Dickin and Matt Digby are on row 7, 77 and 97. Chris Sparks 27 and 83 William Puttergill are on row 8. 88 Tristan Fletcher and 17 Kevin Condon on row 9. Jack Thomas number 7 and Tim Necklin number 96 on row 10. 16 Brad Evans and 15 James Vortigern are on the next row, row 11. Row 12, 93 Jonathan Shaw and 95 Samuel Dennis. Ashmore 20 and Matthew Duffel 18 on the 13th row. The 14th row, 39 Warwick Ellis and 61 Graham Waterhouse. Chris Stone 72 and 23 Alan Gill make up row 15, but there's one to watch from the back. That's Danny Hobson. He was about 4th fastest, I think, but he was excluded from qualifying for overtaking under a yellow flag, so it's certainly going to be interesting to see him pick his way through the order. But as the cars are about to head off onto their green flag lap, Andy McEwan, he's got his work cut out, because this is a real big and high quality field.
Yeah, so I don't think I've seen the Type R Trophy since Silverstone a couple of years ago, when they had their very first pair of races. We had 10 cars on the grid. It was a brand new series. No one really knew how well it was going to take off. And now to see 30 drivers having qualified this morning is astonishing. And it's another one of those real 750 Motor Club success stories. I think of all of the clubs in the UK, the 750 Motor Club seem to be particularly good at taking a brand new idea and running with it and really making a success out of it. So fantastic to see that success and the strength of the field here this weekend. I think I'm right in saying, Ian, as well, there's only one driver on the grid today who was on that grid at Silverstone a couple of years ago, that being Aaron Sharp in the 35 that starts 5th. He had a 7th and a 3rd place finish 2 years ago, and he's still right at the sharp end now, but I think it's fair to say the competition is a little bit higher now than it was back at the start.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see this huge grid of cars heading down the Wellington Straight, the Type R Trophy Foundation programme. 15 all-inclusive packages were filled. The cars were built by established teams, Area Motorsport, DH Racing, that's Danny Hobson's concern, and Motion Motorsport. And of the newcomers, a third of the places were taken by novice racers. Almost all of the drivers are new to the 750 Motor Club, and the range spread of ages around 40 years, and we'll try and introduce you to some of the drivers over the course of the next 15 minutes or so that we have for this race. Lots of former champions on the grid. I've picked out Adam Shepherd, number 117, but also you need to think about the likes of Jeff Humphries, former Stock Hats champion. He lines up 9th on the grid, so he's another one to beat for sure, and lots of past race winners. Of course, Lee Deegan on pole position as well in the number 48 car. So all of these cars effectively identical. The EP3 Civic, and it should be a fantastic race. As I say, in qualifying, the top 10 were covered by less than a second, and there was 2.5 seconds covering the top 19, I think it was. So very evenly matched on lap times. We should be in for an absolute thriller here. Have you got anyone you've got your money on in particular, Andy?
Well, I did promise I'd give a shout out to Adam Shepherd, who's starting 4th. I've been dabbling in a bit of sim racing recently, and he is annoyingly quick in a championship that I'm competing in, so he really ought to go and win in this one, given the pace I've seen him put in on the sim. But yeah, quick driver Adam in both front and rear wheel drive machinery, starting 4th on the grid, and he's got some really good racecraft as well. So and it's a nice looking car too, which is always important.
Absolutely right. So last car's just coming into position. As I mentioned, it is Danny Hobson going off the back. We'll expect to see him climb his way through the order. It's going to be a 15-minute race, so I would think probably 13 or 14 laps we will get out of this. The revs are starting to rise. The red lights I can see are on, and out they go. Race gets underway then, and from pole position, it looks like it's a pretty good start from the number 48 car of Lee Deegan, but it's 47 Luke Rosewell going door mirror to door mirror with him as they go into Copse for the first time, and this huge field streams through Copse for the first time. At the back you can see you've got the 72 car, which is Chris Stone. You've got towards the back as well, and 22 trying to make a move down the inside. That's Tate Taverner now. He's one of the drivers returning from last season. Is Tate. He was the second most successful driver last year. It wasn't a championship. We've got one going wide. Is that the 5 car of Jeff Humphries? I think it may have been, as they headed down out of Maggotts, but it looks like it's the 48 car in the lead, leading, but 3 of them side by side, Andy.
Yeah, Adam Shepherd on the outside, Tate Taverner in the middle, and Luke Rosewell on the inside. And they're actually going to stay in the same order that they were going on to that straight, with Rosewell ahead of Taverner, ahead of Shepherd. But Taverner and Rosewell sort of tangled up at Beckett's. Both ran wide, and Shepherd saw a chance to get alongside. He tries to do the same again coming out of Luffield, but he can't quite get there. This is the kind of racing we hope to see, though. Look, what a sight they make as they stream past us through Woodcote down to Copse Corner. Lee Deegan with a healthy little lead, but going after him now, having shaken off the attention of Taverner and Shepherd, is the very rapid Luke Rosewell.
Mark Barmer, number 53, you can see there, he's a driver that's switched across from the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship that continues to run with the 750 Most Club as well. But there are the cars zooming past our camera point, just on the outside of Maggotts there, and then turning right into Beckett's corner. A little bit more daylight between second and third now. It looks like Luke Rosewell, the former Formula Ford racer, has made that position his own, but they're duking it out for third. Tate Taverner and Adam Shepherd, who's done some Ginetta racing as well in the past. It's going to be Shepherd that gives no room. Taverner a little bit squirrely, I thought, as they turn through Brooklands. That time he's just about got his nose in front, but surely Shepherd is going to have it on the inside. Mark Barmer trying to go all the way around the outside. That's not going to work. Shepherd it is that cements his position, and he goes up into third place. But can he hang on? He's got a queue of cars behind him, Andy.
This is fantastic, isn't it? Shepherd really had to get his elbows out there to move into that third position, and now he's going to have to do the same to hang on to it, because Taverner has been in the slipstream down into Copse Corner, pulls to the outside. He's got to be careful, though, because Mark Barmer isn't far behind him in fifth. Aaron Sharp is up there as well. Dave Fricker, they're all in a long, long line, and it's just allowing the top 2 to break away. Luke Rosewell, by the way, faster than Lee Deegan on the previous lap. That takes some doing, but he is reeling the leader in.
Just picked up from a comment on the YouTube comments, Adam Shepherd's rear screen is not in by the looks of it, I've just noticed, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I've just checked that out and it looked like it wasn't there indeed, so not sure what happened there. Maybe something in qualifying. There's a 15 car, that's a spin for James Broutigan, the driver from Reading. As with just under 12 minutes of the race left to go, Shepherd clinging on to third place, Taverner fourth, Mark Balmer in fifth. But yeah, there you can see the back of Adam Shepherd's car. There's no glass where there should be in the hatchback of that car.
I can't think it will be affecting the performance at all, as that will, though. That's the gravel for Tate Taverner. It loses in fourth position. Mark Balmer goes through. Momentum has been lost as well, and Aaron Sharp needed no second invitation to slide through on the inside through Woodcote as well. Leaders go through, closer than ever, by the way. It's another good lap that from Luke Rosewell, just a fraction quicker than Lee Deegan on the previous laps. The gap comes down by an enormous 2/100ths of a second. Behind those two, though, it is all kicking off. You can see the stricken number 15 car still there if James Brodigan on the exit of Copse Corner on the brakes. The number 8 car goes up the inside and make contact with Tate Taverner. That was Dave Fricker with an ambitious look up the inside. He didn't gain the place, and in fact, Ian, it looks like he might now lose one.
Yeah, and Dave Fricker making a return to racing. Dave was perhaps the most unlikely ever winner of the Formula Ford Festival, winning the Kent event back in 2002 in the dark, when I think it was about the 4th attempt at running the final there. But Fricker makes a move there, and he's now ahead of the 97 car of Matt Digby, who's been racing with the 750 Motor Club for quite some time. 87 is Jack Leese in the mix as well. All of these cars so brilliantly turned out as well, aren't they, Andy? So great racing and great cars to look at too.
Yeah, really, really professionally run and looking series this, isn't it? They really do look like mini touring cars, and because it's one make and because the regulations are tight, the competition is equally tight out on circuit. There goes Mark Balmer then in 4th position. Aaron Sharp moving back forwards. He started 5th on the grid, obviously lost a position or two at the start, but he's back now to the place from which he started. Adam Shepherd starting to gap this group too. So the top 3 now getting away, with Balmer leading this huge queue of cars behind. A few interesting lines being taken there. That's the 77 running out wide. That's Mark Dickon, who I noticed was on the grass before he even got to the start line at the start of the race. He's had an entertaining race already, and he might now lose a place here to Daniel Chapman.
Yeah, Dickon, who previously raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, having done some Rebel stock cars racing before that, and motorbike racing before that. Here is the fight for 8th and 9th, with Travis Coyne, number 70, the 20-year-old student from Nottingham, just behind them as well. This queue of cars, it really does go back from 4th to 10th without much daylight between any of them. I say 4th, 10th because Adam Shepherd in 3rd place is about 2 seconds ahead of the battle now, and he's about 2 seconds in turn behind the 2 leaders, Lee Deegan and Luke Rosewell, who are still split by only about 0.4 of a second. There's the 35 car of Aaron Sharp. He's raced in Clios as well as the Civics in the past. 25-year-old mechanical technician from Chester, an ex-autograss racer. Did that from the age of 12, but adapted well to circuit racing as well.
Sorry, I was holding my breath there as the 25 there of Hobson had a big lunge up the inside. Danny Hobson was the one that you said was excluded from qualifying, but he's making decent progress actually back up through the field. Speaking of making progress, Adam Shepherd is flying now that he's free of that gaggle of cars fighting for 4th. He has posted the fastest lap, 1 minute 7.94. That was about 0.3 quicker than the leader on the previous lap, and I think he's gaining again on this lap. So Lee Deegan and Luke Rosewell, who have had this race all to themselves up to this point, are about to have company, I think, within the next minute or so.
Yep, only just under halfway through this race actually. Hobson up to 14th, by the way, at the end of lap 6, so he's made more than half of the positions up already during the course of this race. Waiting for the cars to hove into view at Maggots, and there are the 2 leaders. Rosewell right with Lee Deegan, throws it up the inside at Beckett's. The 2 of them side by side as they head through the corner. Are they going to stay side by side up the Wellington Straight? No, they're not. It's going to be Rosewell 47 that's going to tuck into the slipstream, and a bit further back, some slight shenanigans there in that Aaron Sharp's lost a bit of ground all of a sudden, and he's got Tate Taverner in the 22 car climbing all over the back of him again. Here are the 2 leaders into Brooklands.
I think Luke Rosewell has noticed what I noticed, which is that Adam Shepherd is getting bigger and bigger in his wing mirrors, and Rosewell now feels that this is the time to pull the pin, so to speak, get past Lee Deegan and try and make his escape. You can see Shepherd in the background, who actually wasn't as quick as Rosewell on the previous lap. Rosewell set a new fastest lap, but on this lap, with the dicing going on ahead, I think Shepherd will probably gain once again. Through they come to complete another lap. Lee Deegan just thinks about defending the inside line into Copse Corner. It's slightly tighter line in, might slow him down on the exit and give Rosewell a chance to have another go on the brakes down into Beckett's.
Well, I just had a message from James Winstanley, who's one of the prime movers behind all of this, telling me that Adam Shepherd had made contact with the barriers in qualifying and making contact in the race there. Luke Rosewell up the inside of the race leader, Lee Deegan. Well, you said it was a bit like touring cars, and there's the proof. Down the Wellington straight they go. Now, Lee Deegan has held on, but this really has brought Adam Shepherd right into the equation. Now, he was just over a second behind at the start of the lap, but it's pretty much now 3 for the lead, and just add a bit more spice as they go side by side for the lead once again. There's back markers about to come into play, Andy.
Do you think Luke Rosewell's getting a bit impatient here? He's had 2 or 3 big goes at getting past Lee Deegan. They've almost all ended in contact. And yeah, now, as you say, there's traffic up the road, and right behind them now is Adam Shepherd. So as we move into the second half of the race, this is all starting to bubble up quite nicely, isn't it? Where will they catch the first back marker? Into Copse Corner by the looks of it. So Deegan's going to have to take a tighter line than he'd like. So too, though, will Luke Rosewell behind him. Adam Shepherd jigs to the inside, so they all clear the slower runner going into Copse. Who does that benefit on the exit, though? Maybe Shepherd, I think, who carried the most speed out of the turn, and he continues now to gain on the 2 in front.
Adam Shepherd in third place, the fastest out there. He's done a 1:07.55, but he was also 7/10 faster than these two on the previous lap as he latched on to the back of them, basically. So it's Deegan, number 48, leading. 47 in second place, Luke Rosewell. 1:17, Adam Shepherd in third. Then it's a 5-second gap to anyone else. Mark Barmer, Dave Frick, and Aaron Sharp rounding out the top 6. But here are the top 3 heading into the left-hander at Brooklands. And Deegan that time with just slightly more daylight than he's had previously, but that's disappeared by the time they get to the double apex right-hander at Luffield, and then back towards Woodcote Corner. We have just got less than 5 minutes to go, so I reckon we might just squeeze 5 more laps out of this race, which would make it a 14-lap race. And it's one of those you just want to keep going on and on, Andy.
Yeah, fantastic stuff this, isn't it? Luke Rosewell now in a very difficult position, though, because he's obviously been reeled in here by Shepherd, so he's now having to attack and defend into every braking zone. He's very good out of Copse, though, isn't he, Rosewell? Again, he's going to have a look to the inside of Lee Deegan here. More back markers up the road. Deegan sends it into Beckett's, tries to get up the inside of the slower car. That's the number 93 of Jonathan Shaw that they've caught now, and that did not work, and look how it's stacked them all together. They're literally pushing each other down the Wellington straight as Luke Rosewell tries to clear the back marker before he, presumably, tries to launch another attack on Deegan. Which way does Deegan go? He crowds Rosewell to the middle of the road. Shepherd goes where they don't, which is the outside line on this occasion, tries to carry the speed through Brooklands, but there's just nowhere to go. There's a road full of Luke Rosewell and Lee Deegan, and for now, tantalisingly, they stay in the same order.
The other piece of information I got about Adam Shepherd was that they also, because Gravel got caught in the clutch in the incident when he went off into the barriers, they had to do a frantic clutch change on that car as well. There wasn't that much time between qualifying and the race, so his team have been very busy to get him out here, and he's rewarding them with a great drive, half a second splitting the top 3, 3.5 minutes to go. Still the best lap of the race to Shepherd as well, a 1:07.55, as we've got a spinner being the number 83 car, which is William Putskill. But here are the top 3 arriving at Beckett's.
Oh, Shepherd so out of shape there as he again tries to take that wide line into the corner, but look at the speed it gives him on the exit. Luke Rosewell did not get off Beckett's well, and so Shepherd now sees another chance to get in that slipstream and try to attack into Brooklands Corner. There is a gap on the inside if he wants to use it. There's a back marker to be negotiated too, and Rosewell good on the brakes. A bit too late on the brakes maybe, though. He doesn't make friends with the apex through the left-hander, just compromises his speed off the corner a little bit. But no one can break away here, can they? Deegan is not quick enough to get away from the 2 behind, but similarly, Rosewell and Shepherd, who runs very wide out of Luffield, bounces his way back on the road, and neither of those two really seem to have a sufficient pace advantage over Deegan to make it through either.
just lapping the number 39 car of Warwick Ellis as they head down into Copse Corner. So Deegan from Rosewell, what, half a car length between them, something like that, as they are around Copse. Shepherd a little bit further back now after that gravelly moment through Woodcote Corner. But I expect he'll make that up. There'll be, I would think, 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. And it's going to be fascinating to see whether Luke Lee Deegan is really just about held on all race, whether he's going to be able to do so all the way until the end. We've seen him out racing in various different things, Mini 7s and BMWs. Of course, he's raced Civics as well in the past as Lee. He's raced various different championships and has had a lot of success over the last few years. Of course, his brother Shane, also a racer, Stock Cats champion a couple of times, turning their way through Luffield Corner again, and just checking, no sign on the last lap board, so it looks like it's going to be 2 laps to go then, Andy, and it's going to be a great race to the flag.
Yeah, that's excellent news for Adam Shepherd, terrible news for Lee Deegan, because he would have quite liked to see this race end as soon as possible, I'd have thought. Good battles going on through the field, by the way. Don't be conned into thinking that's the only fight going on out there. Far from the case. Into Copse Corner, there goes that's the 18, is it, on the inside line, making up a position. And these midfield battles have been just as entertaining in a way as this one for the lead, but we daren't take our eyes off it, because every time we do, it seems that Luke Rosewell mounts another challenge on Lee Deegan. He's fully alongside this time as they come out of Beckett, and in fact, for possibly the first time, has his nose ahead, but he's on the outside line for Brooklands Corner. How's this one going to work out? Wheel to wheel then, Deegan on the right, Rosewell on the left. They're almost banging wing mirrors. In fact, they do make a bit of contact turning in, and Shepherd sees a chance maybe to take second place away, but he still can't do it.
No, he can't. It will be the last lap board this time, and it's going to be 3 of them going nose to tail onto the final lap. We've seen Luke Rosewell show his hand a couple of times. Adam Shepherd's not really been quite in the position to really mount an attack yet, but he's got 2 cars to try and pass on this final lap of the race. There is a back marker ahead as well. I think that's the 20 car of Ashmore, the 26-year-old carpenter from Crowborough. Oh, and side by side there, and it looks like it's Luke Rosewell that's gone through into the lead, has he? And Shepherd trying to get past Deegan as well as they head through Maggots and down to Beckett's. It's Shepherd there that's certainly ahead of Deegan now, so Deegan's gone down to 3rd place. It's all changed, Andy.
Well, that is unfortunate for Lee Deegan, and he is not going to be happy about that. I think he got delayed by a back marker, didn't he, going into Copse Corner? It killed his momentum, and that was all the opportunity Luke Rosewell needed, and he's flashing the lights himself now at the next lapped car ahead, who they are going to catch through the final couple of corners. Could that give Adam Shepherd a chance to challenge for the lead? Well, no, the back marker gets well out of the way in the end. Rosewell should be safe out in front. Second place could be a bit of a drag race to the line. They come off the final corner. What a brilliant race this has been.
It certainly has been absolutely fantastic. They turn their way out of the final corner and take the checkered flag, and it is Luke Rosewell that wins it by 1800ths of a second, the inaugural championship race for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Second is Adam Shepherd, and 3rd place goes to Lee Deegan, as that's updated on the screen for you. Battle still raging on down the order, though. Mark Barmer has come across the line in 4th place. Aaron Sharp 5th. Jack Lee 6th. Jack Dave Fricker 7th. Tate Taverner, who was, of course, up there early on, he was 8th. Matt Digby 9th, and Joe Jessup rounding out the top 10, with Danny Hobson, who started from the back, of course, getting his way up to 11th place. And in doing so, he was only 14.5 seconds behind the winners. So I can see in actual fact the top 12 separated at the end by only 15 seconds, Andy. That's phenomenally close racing.
Yeah, really high level of competition up and down the field, and a high level of driving as well. I know there was a bit of contact on a couple of occasions there between Rosewell and Deegan, but Rubbins racing, as they like to say, and no real harm came of it. And yeah, I was watching out of the window throughout the race, and every lap there were side-by-side battles through Brooklands and Luffield and across the line, and positions changing hands lap by lap, corner by corner even. So, what more can you ask for from a one-make championship? That's exactly the kind of racing you want to see, and I think it's shaping up to be an absolutely stellar year for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Yeah,
it's certainly got off to a very good start. I thought it might. and it didn't disappoint, did it? Absolutely fantastic racing from the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and some very decent drivers outside the top 10 as well. The likes of Jeff Humphreys, the Stock Cats champion, who was 13th. Jack Thomas, who did well during the course of last season on occasion. He was a race winner last year. He was only 17th today. Let's have a look at the results then. Luke Rosewell it was, taking the win by half a second from Adam Shepherd. Lee Deegan third after that delay with the back marker at the beginning of the final lap. Mark Barmer fourth, number 53. Aaron Sharp, Jack Lees, Dave Fricker, Tate Taverner, Matt Digby and Joe Jessup running out the top 10. A bit further back, we see Danny Hobson, confirmation that he made it up to 11th, ahead of Travis Coyne. Jeff Humphreys there in 13th. Daniel Chapman, another returning driver from 2020. He took 14th place ahead of Chris Sparks and Mark Dickin, who switched over from the Hyundais. Jack Thomas, as I mentioned, he was 17th. Kevin Conn on 18th, then Tim Necklin and Tristan Fletcher. And outside the top 20, William Puttigill, we saw a bit of a moment for him at one point. Brad Evans was 22nd, then Ashmore, Sam Dennis. I think that may have been the back marker that Lee Deegan tripped over. Warwick Ellis, Matthew Duffel, Jonathan Shaw, Chris Stone and Graham Waterhouse. Alan Gill, I think, was lapped a couple of times. And the one driver that had a very early departure from the race was number 15, James Broutigan. So those are the results of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and the good news is that there is another race for those a little bit later on today, and if it's half as good as the one that we've just seen, we shall be very happy, I would think. And a great start for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. The next meeting is at Croft at the end of May. They then go to Anglesey, Snetterton, the Silverstone International Circuit, so the other end of the Silverstone campus, and they race at the Brands Hatch Go Japan event as well in October. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll say good morning, or indeed good afternoon now, to Anthony Jordan.
Excellent stuff. Well, we're down in the pit lane. Luke Rosewell, what a race that was. You can breathe a sigh of relief after that one. Talk us what happened. Copse Corner, that's where it all came to be.
Yeah, I think we came up on a back marker, and I think Lee went down the inside, and he was always looking a bit sideways the whole race. I knew I had a good run on him exiting there, so I had a couple of goes into turn 2, and yeah, he just got a big slide on trying to get past the back marker, and we were so close. I don't know how we didn't touch. I'm not sure if Adam and Lee touched behind, but it gave me the couple of car links I needed just to sort of bring it home on the last lap.
Well, with all that battling, of course, with 5 minutes to go, Adam Shepherd also caught you up with the scraps that you were having, especially into the maggots complex of the circuit. Quite a bit of heavy contact, and there's some battle scars on the car. Were they there before the race started?
I think this one, was turn 2 on the first lap. Somebody just made a crazy dive bomb down. There was, he was on the grass, and he wasn't going to stop, and he hit me, and I think forced me to hit Lee on the other side. But after that, he sort of dropped back. But yeah, a bit of a silly move, but first race back after winter. So.
Well, a great result, a great race, especially for the people watching at home and for us here. Very well done on First Wood.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Well, Luke Rosewell there, the first winner of the Type R Trophy here at Silverstone National. Of course, it's the lunch break up now, but after lunch break, we'll have our race 3, the BMWs. They'll be out on track next.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, more racing. That's in about an hour's time, 1:10. We are due to get back underway with the first race of the afternoon for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And as I mentioned, we also have racing later today for the high-tech Alfa Romeos. Their second season with the 750 Motor Club. We've got the mini endurance race for the Tagiwa Roadsports Series, 45-minute race for them. Change of tack, change of pace for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship at around about 3:20. And then we're back to where we started, really, because we have the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, their second round of the season, a 12-round championship for them this year. So that's what we've got coming up a little bit later on after the lunch break. So while we grab a bite to eat, we'll let you watch some interviews that we recorded earlier on.
James with Stanley. You join us here at Silverstone, a sunny Silverstone, a beautiful weekend we've got ahead for us. 750 Motor Club, you're bringing in a new sort of series. Well, you've been building it up as a series. It's now reaching a championship status, the Type R Trophy. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we have the first year with the championship status for our McEwan Type R Trophy Formula. 31 cars entered this weekend at Silverstone for the first double header of the season. And yeah, big influx of newcomers, you know, over the winter as part of what we've called our foundation program package, and that's it's been great to see, and it's really added the boost to the formula for this new season.
Now, with the foundation package, what does that entail for drivers who wouldn't know what that is?
So what we wanted to do was to put a package together that it kind of gave two options. So there was one for a novice and there was one for a licence holder. So the licence holder package included a fully built car with all the control parts that are required, the season's registration and all the entry fees for the season, a pre-season track day, your 750 Motor Club membership, transponder hire, all that rolled into one package, obviously starting with a second-hand donor car. And then the novice package was all of that, but on top we also had your ARDS test, your Go Racing pack, session with an instructor, and a full set of your race kit that's required from McEwan as well. So the idea was to kind of have an all-inclusive package that somebody could use to get involved in the formula for a really great price for a really exciting one-make championship.
Well, I mean, that sounds great as a whole sort of package. So for new drivers that would come in who've never really done racing before, it feels like a really good way to get their foot in the door in motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we obviously have a big influx of novices every year with 750 Motor Club, you know, across all our different series and championships. But it's always good to, you know, to do it with other people. You know, a few novices coming in together. But you know, if you join a championship where there already are sort of racers that have been competing for a long time, you know, it brings you on a lot quicker. So it's a really good way to do it. So it's offering a nice package for novices, but also offering it to current licence holders to you know, to help the recruitment drive.
And in terms of the cars themselves, you know, they look like race cars. But what sort of specs do we expect in these sort of machines?
Well, that's one of the best things about the EP3 generation Civic Type Rs is that you know, they don't actually require a huge amount of modifications to make them you know, a very, very good race car out of the box. Really, you know, a set of decent dampers. They're on control MRF tyres, and yeah, a few other bits and bobs. It's kind of all it needs, as well as your sort of mandatory safety gear, to make them really great front-wheel drive hot hatch race cars.
You mentioned that we've got 31 competitors' entries for the Silverstone round. Is that sort of maximum, or can we expect more over the season?
No, there are more cars than that registered. A couple of people that can't make this first round. One or two still in build. So yeah, we're hoping to, you know, to average kind of 30 plus across the year. So yeah, still room to get involved for anybody considering it. You know, most kind of grid maximums are typically around the kind of 40 or so mark. So yeah, really good grid, but we always want full grids at 750 Motor Club. You know, it works for everybody. It works for competitors, makes for great racing.
Excellent stuff. You say, with this being the first year of it being an official championship, do you plan on extending that? Do you plan on keeping it going, or is it just a trial year? No,
it will be a championship going forwards. Yep, that's the nature. You know, as it kind of built up as a series, which is what is often the case. You know, it ran some races with our hot hatch championship before, which as numbers built up. But no, it will be a championship going forwards.
Excellent stuff. Well, James Stanley from Stanley, I should say, from 750 Motor Club. Thank you very much for talking to us. And Dan Klaus, current champion for the F1000s, and we're back here at Silverstone 2021 for a whole new season. How do we feel going forward for it?
Oh, I can't wait. It's been the whole focus over a really long and drab winter, hasn't it? It's yeah, we've just been out in the car, we just had the first run. Everything sort of feels as it should be, really. So we've got a few things to work on, and yeah, let's go again. Look, can't wait.
I mean, we last spoke to you at Alton Park last year. It was a little bit colder conditions, but of course we were waiting to see if you were going to be champion or not that year, and it came true. Thoughts for this year? What's the sort of game plan for the season?
Really continue as we were. We got really good pace last year. We had a very strong result at here at Silverstone on the other circuit very early on, and then backed that up through Alton, and then on to Snetterton. Unfortunately, the season was cut a little bit short, but yeah, we turned the car around with a few new bits and pieces, and we'll just go as quickly as we can, see if we can do it again.
Excellent. Weather conditions this weekend are looking absolutely fabulous, so it should be a fantastic race for everyone out there. We've got a lot of newcomers into the season this year as well. Is there anyone that's kind of caught your eye a bit?
We have. This championship's always super competitive. You need, whatever it may be, you need a little bit of luck on your side as well. You can very easily have a bad weekend, but I think you can pick really sort of any of 8 guys who will be perfectly quick enough, and we've got and girls too.
The 750 paddock is filling more and more each year. It's great to see more and more competitors, more and more cars joining the 750 grid. Again, it's just a fantastic real championship to be part of, isn't it? It
is. It's a great little series. It's a really friendly series as well. You know, it's very, very serious out on the track, but after that, it's all good, and it's a good fun weekend away.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck this weekend. We'll see you out there.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Welcome to Alfa Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alfa Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Dan Klaus, current champion for the F1000s, and we're back here at Silverstone 2021 for a whole new season. How do we feel going forward for it?
Oh, I can't wait. It's been the whole focus over a really long and drab winter, hasn't it? It's yeah, we've just been out in the car, we just had the first run. Everything sort of feels as it should be, really. So we've got a few things to work on, and yeah, let's go again. Look, can't wait.
I mean, we last spoke to you at Alton Park last year. It was a little bit colder conditions, but of course we were waiting to see if you were going to be champion or not that year, and it came true. Thoughts for this year? What's the sort of game plan for the season?
Really continue as we were. We got really good pace last year. We had a very strong result at here at Silverstone on the other circuit very early on, and then backed that up through Alton, and then on to Snetterton. Unfortunately, the season was cut a little bit short, but yeah, we turned the car around with a few new bits and pieces, and we'll just go as quickly as we can, see if we can do it again.
Excellent. Weather conditions this weekend are looking absolutely fabulous, so it should be a fantastic race for everyone out there. We've got a lot of newcomers into the season this year as well. Is there anyone that's kind of caught your eye a bit?
We have. this championship's always super competitive. You need, whatever it may be, you need a little bit of luck on your side as well. You can very easily have a bad weekend, but I think you can pick really sort of any of 8 guys who will be perfectly quick enough, and we've got and girls too.
The 750 paddock is filling more and more each year. It's great to see more and more competitors, more and more cars joining the 750 grid. Again, it's just a fantastic real championship to be part of, isn't it?
It is. It's a great little series, a really friendly series as well. You know, it's very, very serious out on the track, but after that, it's all good, and it's a good fun weekend away.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck this weekend. We'll see you out there.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, welcome back everyone joining us on the stream here at sunny Silverstone. It's 750 Motor Clubs and we're here for round 3 of the championship. And as you can see behind me, the BMWs. Race 3 of the day is about to head out on circuit. And I feel like it's a good opportunity to have a quick chat around the grid. So on our front row that we've got here, we've got our pole sitter man just here. This is Brad Sheehan, and his fastest time was a 1:01.070 earlier on today, and you can see there he's primed and ready in the car with a good thumbs up there. Brad, are you free for a quick chat? Do you want to have a quick talk with us?
Yeah, no worries.
Brad, now Silverstone National, it's a very fast circuit, and we've seen from the previous races today, including the Civics, that it can be very touchy into the maggot section.
Right.
What's your game plan for the start of this race?
Hopefully get a good start and bugger off, to be honest with you.
That's an excellent way of putting it, really,
Don't
isn't
get
it?
caught in the carnage.
No, it's an excellent way. Of course, 90 minutes of racing on this one. You've got 2 mandatory stops. Or am I right in saying
We're
that?
a 20-minute race.
You're a 20-minute race, aren't you?
Yeah,
I'm completely wrong in saying that, aren't I?
News to me.
It's a different race I'm thinking of, but yeah, it's a short race. But the car's looking absolutely fabulous. White is an interesting, bold colour that you've gone for. Is it going to be the same colour when we finish the race?
Hopefully, 'cause it's just been rebuilt again this winter from an accident at the end of last season. So, yeah, there will be a livery for it, but not for this round. We didn't have time to get it on.
Oh, well, she looks amazing, and best of luck in this
Lovely,
one.
thank you.
Spot on. Excellent. Well, that's a great chat with our pole sitter man there. Of course, you've got Niall Bradley. He's starting on the front row of the grid, of course, a bit in second place. Third place, the number 2 machine just here. This is Rick Kerry. Very quick time as well as 1:01.910, so incredibly close within the top line of them. Then you've got Michael Cutt, the 44, starting on the second row of the grid as well in that one. Here is the number 80. This is Mr. Mike. You could say he's in the car. And apparently he's an old man. He's got it written on the back of the car just here. I'm not saying it, but he's got it written on the car, so it must be true. Michael, if we could grab a quick chat with you there. I heard you giggle. But sunny weather that we've got here at Silverstone again. You're on the third row of the grid. What is the plan for the start of this one?
Just finished.
Just again, that seems to be the main thing that we're seeing from everyone. It's just to get to that finish line. Of course, there's quite a fierce field of competitors, and you've got a lot of angry cars behind you as well. It's going to be a big challenge, I think, for this one.
Yeah, definitely. Just got to keep it cool, really, I guess. So, just finished. Yeah, hopefully I don't have no issues. Had some issues in qualifying with power steering. Sorted that, so hopefully we've just finished. That's the main thing for me.
That's all we want, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, excellent stuff. We'll leave you to it, but best of luck for the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Spot on. Great chat today with Michael. Of course, you've got the number 7 there as well. That is not on my list, apparently. So is it the 67? But it's got a number 7 on the side. So it's got Lewis on the side, but it's apparently supposed to be Adrian Williams in the 67 that's supposed to be there. Ah, no, Adrian Williams is right here. So there we go. So I'm not sure why the 7 is there. So maybe a change in the grid order potentially. So a nice wave there from Adrian as he's in there. Then we are missing a couple of the cars still. They've not actually made it to the grid yet. I'm sure there's a couple more that will be making their way down to us. Here is the 83. This is Gary Burstow. He's looking mighty fine and ready there, that car, with an excellent livery on the side there. Some nice stickers as well. The number 3. This is Cash Singh there. He's lined up. He's ready to go. The number 66 as well, Mark Colmer. He's having a quick chat with pre-pep talk there from one of the members of Motorsport UK. Then we've got Jay Benson here, who is Jim Benson, who is lined up ready. He's having another quick chat. Let's have a chat with Jim. He seems ready for a quick chat. Jim, you thought you were going to get away from it, Jim, but we've got you. Can we have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, of course.
Are you free? Right, Jim. You're looking cosy. You're looking comfortable. We're a bit further back in the grid, but qualifying was not on the plan for this one.
No, it was okay. I mean, I'm pole for the class, so in amongst the M3s here. Hopefully we'll get a good start. It's always a bit nerve-wracking when you've got just coming out of the winter season, so hopefully everything will hold together and we'll make it through with a good result at the end.
Excellent. Well, hopefully you can get past some of the M3s as well then, can't you? And
Fingers crossed,
make them
fingers
look
crossed.
good. Yeah. Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for the race,
Thank
and
you.
yeah, we'll hopefully have a chat a bit later as well.
Thank you.
So you can see there, obviously, with the number 6 class, some different classes in this one as well. So A little further down is Colin Whitmore as well, in a completely different sort of class of car. Again, another M3, but one of the older types that you can see just there. So there's so many cars on this grid. There's lots to talk about. The sun is beaming down here at Silverstone, and I'm in a coat, and it was a bad choice, especially because I'm doing a lot of physical exercise now with a lot of walking, so I'm getting quite warm and toasty as well. Here's the 43. This is Stephen in the 43 just here. Now this is great, and the lovely character on the back window of the car as well. You definitely have to grab that one. That's the angry look. That's the face that will be underneath the helmet, looking backwards at anyone who's trying to overtake as well. So a little look further back. We're nearing like row sort of 10 on the field at the moment. The 77 that you can see there, Paul Travers as well. He's got the number 8 of Bill Redrop alongside. Then Stuart Pywell and Kevin Denwood as well. Just back here, the 76 and the number 1. Then on, what is this, row 11 I think that we're on now, Clive Watson and Sean Jackson as well, a little further back. And the engines are all off here. The engines are on, running all the way down that further end. They're warming the cars up, they're getting primed and ready. But further down here, all is calm and quiet as the drivers getting themselves ready. The 21, Andy Abrams there as well. He's got Cavan Craignet alongside the 37 as well there, so looking mighty fine. These liveries looking fantastic. The 71, Jordan Saywood in the bright yellow BMW just here. He's all the way in the 13th row of the grid, but I'm sure will be wanting to fight back at some point. The 23, Thomas Singleton, again looking very fine and comfortable there. Then we head into, again, the rest of the classes. I haven't got the class names on here, which is quite annoying, but hopefully I should know them by now. But the 31, you can see there lined up, that's Paul Lamery on row 14 of the grid. He's got Ralph Kirk, the 174, alongside. Row 15, Carl McMillan in the number 60. Then it's David Morris in the 96. Just to our side there on rounding up row 15. That it's row 16 of Sam Walton and Gareth Thomas, the number 6 and 68. And then at the back of the field on row 17, Nick Ramson in the 1, 2, 3, and James Dalzell in the number 9. So a lot of cars about to make their way out onto the circuit. 20 minutes of racing that they've got, but plenty of action, I feel, is coming up ahead. 20 minutes racing with this coming into Copse Corner. It's definitely an exciting one to watch, but I'm sure our commentary team of Andy McEwan and Ian Sowman will happily talk you through it. Are you there, guys?
Walk down the assembly area at the start of this BMW Car Club Racing Challenge race. Hopefully Andy McEwan's there as well. Yes, he is. He gives me the thumbs up from 2 doors down in the commentary box. So, yeah, next up we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And, well, already Anthony has basically walked you through the grid. We'll give you a reminder of that in just a moment. But Andy McEwan, it's certainly fantastic to see such a huge grid of cars. I think it was close to being the biggest ever entry for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Yeah, it's really come on strong over the last 12 months or so, but certainly coming into this season, a really big grid. We've had a lot of drivers sort of dip in and out of the championship in the past, haven't we? So, I mean, last season, for example, there were over 40 drivers that competed at one point or another, but as you make the point, rarely did they all sort of come together at the same meeting. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting race, this. The battle amongst the more powerful M1 cars at the front of the field should be tight, but then that Cup class towards the tail end, which we saw Paul Laramie and David Morris sharing the front row, that's always really close as well. And we'll do our best to keep everyone abreast of what's going on in all of those different classes up and down the order. But they're going to make a great spectacle in the Silverstone sunshine this afternoon, aren't they?
Easy for you to say. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I mean, last year's champion was Kevin Denwood, of course. He was racing in Class 6 last year was Kevin. He's moved up to Class M2 for this season. He had 5 class wins and 4 second places within his class last year, and he took the title by 5 points from Paul Cook, who I'd noticed wasn't seen out in qualifying this morning, so that'd be a great shame if Paul's unable to take part. He had an accident last weekend in the MR2s at Cadwell Park as well, so it doesn't sound like a particularly happy start to the season for him. But yeah, Kevin Denwood, last year's champion from Class 6. The year before it was Matt Page from the Cup class. And one of the joys of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is that drivers from any of the classes can win the overall championship, such as the point scoring system, points scored within each class, and they are designed to keep things nice and close for as long as possible. Third in last year's championship was Graham Crowhurst. Michael Pensaval was the M1 class champion last year in 4th overall, and winning the Cup class last year was Clive Watson in 8th overall. He had 4 class wins. The driver to have the most class wins within their class at all last year was Paul Cook, who had 7 wins on his way to the M2 class title. Here, the majority of the cars at the front of the grid are the M1 class cars, so they are now heading out onto the circuit, as you can see. There are essentially 4 classes. The M1 class cars for the M series engined cars, the more powerful cars, and within that there is a power to weight ratio formula to try and equalise the performance. Then the M2, also M series engined cars fundamentally, but not quite as powerful as the M1s, but at some circuits there's not a lot to choose between them. Then Class 6 is basically for the 6-cylinder cars, and the Cup class is for cars built to a specific set of regulations. They're BMW 325 Ti's, and there's about, I think, 5 of them here on the grid this weekend. Paul Laramie, whose car we saw in the assembly area there, was the first of those, lining up 28th overall of the 34 cars that we should have out on the grid. Pole position was taken by the number 28 car of Brad Sheehan in his E46 M3, and alongside him number 47 Niall Bradley in a similar car 0.6 of a second behind. Second row, number 2 on the inside, Rick Kerry, the former British Touring Car Championship driver. A bit of a deviation from the myriad of M3s, because he's in an M140, so a 1 series car. Next to number 44 Mike Cutt in an E36 rather than an E46 M3. He's always quick, champion in the Northern Sports and Saloons in the past. Number 80 Mike Eustace on the inside of row 3, and number 70 Wayne Lewis. That was the car which had 7 on the side of it. It dropped to 0. But Wayne Lewis, the first of the M2 class cars, lines up on the outside of row 3. Row 4, 61 Lee Piercy and 67 Adrian Williams. Number 3 Kaz Singh and number 83 Gary Burstow line up on row 5 of the grid. Row 6 you've got Mark Colmer, and then Jim Benson in the best of the 6-cylinder cars. He was about, half a second faster than Ben Pearson, who lines up on the inside of row 7. He's in a 330 Ci, so is Jim Benson. And Colin Whitmore, we saw his car there as well. He is in another E36, only up on the outside of row 7. 43 Stephen Schreikart, and 30 Dan Harborough. He's in the E30 car, an older shaped car. He's another 6-cylinder protagonist. Paul Travers, 77, and 8 Bill Redrop line up on row 8. Stuart Pywell in the 125i, number 76, and number 1 last year's champion Kevin Denwood in the compact, line up on row 10. Then it's 10 Clive Watson, 40 Sean Jackson, 21 Andy Abrams, 37 Kevin Granger, 23 Tom Singleton, 71 Jordan Saywood, 174 Ralph Kirk. Then you get this little knot of Cup class cars: 31 Paul Laramie, 96 David Morris, 60 Carl McMillan, 68 Gareth Thomas, and 6 Sam Walton. And James Dalzell in his E46, and 123 Nick Ramsden in the 328i round out the field. And indeed, just as I look out for my commentary box window, he's just heading past me now. So a big grid of cars, quite a spread of lap times as well, 13.5 seconds from front to back, but that's a reflection of the differing types of car, the different classes, Andy. It does mean that traffic's going to come into play, of course.
Yeah, so the difference in pace in qualifying between the fastest driver, Brad Sheehan, and the slowest, Nick Ramsden, was about 13.5 seconds on a lap of just over 60 seconds. So maths never was my strongest subject, Ian, but I reckon within 4 or 5 laps, the leaders are going to catch the back of the pack at that pace. So that means they're going to be spending 3/4 of the race nearly dicing amongst the traffic. And we saw even in the Type R Trophy race earlier on that traffic can have a real effect on the outcome of the race. Even at a circuit like this, where you'd think it would be quite easy to get past the slower runners, especially if you're more powerful than them, if you catch them into a tricky place like Copse or Beckett's or Brooklands, basically any of the 4 corners on the track, it can delay you by up to maybe a second. So yeah, traffic management is going to be almost as important as outright pace in this one.
Absolutely right, and we'll have the timing tower, of course, for you to help you see what's going on there. But if you want full live timing, you can get that as well by heading to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. There's a link there to the live timing. There's also a link to the digital version of the race programme. No paper versions printed at the moment due to COVID restrictions, but you can download from wherever you are, and free of charge as well, the race programme in digital form with all of the entry lists and all of the information about this weekend's racing. So that's all at the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. As remember, if you want to ever follow the live stream, 750mc.co.uk/live is a good thing to put in your bookmarks. So here they come on their green flag lap. All of the races today do indeed have a green flag lap, which is not the case tomorrow. Only a handful of them do, but it does give us a bit more time to appreciate the size of this grid. They look fantastic, but I have to say, I've got the soft spot for Dan Harborough's E30, just coming to the fore of shot there, Andy.
Yeah, you can't beat the classics, can you? It's a really iconic shape of BMW, that, isn't it? Back from when BMW ruled touring car racing, really. But every single one of these cars is really well prepared. I mean, some of the liveries, particularly on the cars towards the sharp end, they look splendid, don't they? Rick Kerry's 1 Series I've always been a fan of. He's always been a fan of 1 Series himself as well, hasn't he? It was a diesel 1 Series that he raced in the British Touring Car Championship. When would that have been? Probably over 10 years ago now. The first ever diesel engine British touring car was Rick Kerry's 1 Series. Wasn't the fastest car out there, but it added a nice bit of variety to the grid, as it does today.
Certainly does, and he did a 101.91 in qualifying this morning, so he's only 0.8 of a second off poleman Brad Sheehan's time. Lap record, I'm fairly sure he's going to go here, because currently that stands to Michael Vituli at a 103.15. Well, the first 4 drivers were all below that mark in qualifying. It's pretty good conditions, I would say, for quick lap times today. It's dry, not too warm, fairly cool, so engines shan't be stretched too hard. There's a bit of breeze, as there always seems to be at Silverstone. Whenever you open your commentary box door here, it sort of blows off in your hand, because the breeze always gets up here. But apart from that, pretty good conditions for racing, and certainly a good deal more clement than when we were at Donington Park 3 weeks ago, when we had snow in the morning and it was just blooming cold all day. So they tell me. I was inside. It was all right from where I was. Last few cars coming into position anyway, and it's going to be, as Anthony said, a 20-minute race, so a slightly longer race than those that we've already seen today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which gets underway now. Away they go then, and down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It looks like it is that all-white car that's gone through into the lead from the outside of the front row then, and that is therefore Brad Sheehan, number 28. But it looked like Mike Cutt in the number 44 car also made a reasonable start. We'll try and pick up where he's up to 2nd place, isn't he, Mike Cutt? So he's made a very good start indeed, made up 2 places already as they head through Maggots and Beckett's for the first time in this 20-minute race.
Yep, all safely through Beckett's then for the first time down the Wellington Straight. And yeah, Mike Cutt, another name synonymous with BMW racing, really, isn't he? And he's been in that particular E36 M3 for a number of years now. Gets himself up into second place, leapfrogs past both Rick Kerry and Niall Bradley, who are fourth and third, respectively, out through Luffield. They come back towards us then. Healthy little lead here for Sheehan already. He was 6.5 tenths quicker than anybody else in qualifying. He was actually 1.2 seconds quicker than Mike Cutt. So although Cutt's had a good start, I'm not convinced he's going to have the pace to go after Sheehan here.
Possibly not, but we'll see. Some of it will be about tyre management as well, I suspect, with it not being a very long race, but 20 minutes. If you go too hard too early, you can take a little bit out of the tyres, and there's a choice of tyres within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. There's the 67 car of Adrian Williams. He's in 6th position at the moment. Number 80, Mike Eustace, behind him and actually getting alongside him now as they head through Beckett's and along the Wellington Straight for the second time in this race. That's the, well, you can see it's just 7 rather than 70 now, I think. Wayne Lewis just ahead in 5th position.
Yeah, excuse me, Wayne Lewis, who was pole position in class, still is leading his class, but Adrian Williams, who started a couple of places behind him on the grid, is now the next car in the queue. So potential battle there for the class lead starting to brew up as they come through then. There is the 67 of Adrian Williams giving chase, and just ahead of them is Rick Kerry, although, yeah, Rick Kerry's getting away from Lewis and Williams now as they race through Copse Corner once again. And what was confusing me is that Mike Eustace is now splitting Lewis and Williams. There is once more a Class M1 car in between them.
There is indeed, as they head down to Beckett's once again. That is the 3 car of Kaz Singh. He is in 8th position at the moment, with Gary Burstow and Mark Colmer, who's getting some support from Francis Sykes, I can see on YouTube. Thanks for all of your comments. Do keep them coming in. Remind you can see live timing via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. Down the inside there, tried to go Mike Eustace in the number 80 car to get a place away from Wayne Lewis, and Mike, as Andy was saying, is in an M1 class car rather than the M2 class car, which Wayne is in, so it ought to be a bit quicker down the straight, and so it seemed to prove on that occasion.
Yeah, and there's another straight coming up now, of course, as they come past the start-finish line, and you can see that he is definitely reeling Wayne Lewis in there, gets in the slipstream, pulls to the inside. This one should be a done deal now, unless Eustace can outbrake him round the outside, which he tries to do. He's not willing to give this place away without a fight, even though, strictly speaking, it's not really a battle that he needs to be having. They're still wheel-to-wheel now as they go down towards Beckett's, but Eustace will have the inside line. He's got the grunt down the straight, and he does move into 5th position. So the top 5 cars in the race now, all M1 class cars, and then he almost undoes all of his hard work by outbraking himself at the very next corner, and Wayne Lewis is back alongside. Great example, this, isn't it, of how the 2 different cars make their lap times in a different way. The M1 class car of Eustace, much more powerful and therefore much quicker down the straights, but in the braking zones, Wayne Lewis is more than capable of coming back at him.
Absolutely right. It's a real good scrap, this, and it does show how different cars can make similar lap times in different ways, really. Lewis, of course, leading the M2 class. Class 6 being led by Jim Benson, up there in 11th place overall in car 59, as you can see on the timing tower just at the moment. Might see if we can pick him up a little bit later on. 15 3/4 minutes to go, though. This is the fight for 5th position overall, and it is Mike Eustace now back ahead of Wayne Lewis. And as Andy says, top 5 cars, all M1 class cars. About 3/4 second between Wayne Lewis in 6th and Adrian Williams in 7th, the next of the M2 class cars. And there you can see right behind Adrian is another M1 class car. That's Kaz Singh in the orange one, number 3.
Yeah, Kaz is sort of taking advantage, isn't he, of their battling up ahead. Further back, what's going on in the BM6 category? That's still being led pretty healthily by Jim Benson, actually, the number 59 car. I think we can see in the middle of this, well, the second car in line coming down towards us, Jim Benson, another BMW stalwart, and he's actually closing in here, isn't he, on Mark Culmer ahead, who is, in theory, in the faster BM1 class car. But Jim Benson knows how to pedal that. He gets out in that car in as many different championships over the year as he can. The great thing about buying BMW is that you can race it in so many series, even within the 750 Motor Club roster. You could go and race it in Roadsports or Club Enduro, and Jim Benson frequently does.
Down towards Copse Corner they come then. That's the 35 car of Colin Whitmore, long-time BMW racer. I've got a feeling he's been racing for 3 decades or more now. And there's last year's champion, Kevin Denwood. Now he is in 14th position, so he's moved 6 places forward from his grid slot. I think he'll have been a bit disappointed to be back down in 20th position on the grid with Kevin. So he's making progress up, but he's got a lot of work to do to be troubling the M2 class podium, really, I would suggest.
Yeah, Wayne Lewis in 6th position leads that class. Adrian Williams in 8th position is 2nd, and Burstow 9th place 3rd. So, yeah, he's getting back up towards, well, he's in now a podium place, but, well, he's only 4 seconds, I suppose, behind the class lead, so don't count him out just yet. Through Brooklands then goes this nice little battle. That's the 21 car on the inside line. That is Andy Abrams. Trying to get past the number 25 ahead as they weave their way back down towards us. Ben Pearson runs a little bit wide. Sorry, the car in front of Ben Pearson runs a bit wide. Ben tries to get up the inside, but then they get to a straight and he chops back again. It's got to be so frustrating, that, being in a car that's quick round the corners but slow down the straights. You do all of that hard work to close in on the car ahead, and then not only do you lose ground to them down the next straight, but potentially you lose a position as well, as Andy Abrams takes advantage of that and goes up the inside at Copse Corner.
Yep, down towards Copse they go. Magnificent side as they turn their way around that right-hand virtual hairpin there at Beckett's. Harborough's car out in front of this particular group. Then there's Kevin Denwood in 14th position. There's Stephen Schweikart and Ben Pearson. Ben Pearson, of course, in the Rutec International Racing liveried car. In fact, of course, he's just dropped behind Andy Abrams, as Andy was saying. Turning their way through Brooklands, and now the right-hander at Luffield that brings them virtually back onto the pit straight. They've got this flat-out right kink, really, as it is on this layout at Woodcote Corner, and onto the straight down towards Copse. By the way, lap record, that did go very early on in the race, so 1:01.42 for Brad Sheehan. So that's taken, what, 1.7 seconds off the previous lap record set by Michael Vituli. And he's really setting a fearsome pace, because he's now 3.9 seconds out in front of anybody else. So we're watching this battle a bit further back, with Kevin Denwood just getting a bit closer now to the back of Dan Harborough, I would suggest.
Yeah, he is gaining, and they're also not that far away from catching the back of the pack, aren't they? Indeed, the leaders have been slicing and dicing their way past some of the slower runners, some taking a few more risks than others. I saw Rick Kerry on the grass going through Woodcote lap or so ago. Back down through Brooklands. This battle continuing to rage then. Andy Abrams still ahead, but then behind him there's a change of position. That was the 25 of Ben Pearson coming through on the inside line. And moving up ahead of number 43, that's Stephen Schweikart in the BMW Compact. That's got to be the most powerful BMW Compact I've ever seen. It powers back around the outside again of Ben Pearson going down the pit straight, and I think it's made the move stick. Yeah, so Schweikart back ahead as these three continue to change places almost by the corner.
Yeah, Schweikart 5th in the championship last year, 3rd within the M2s. Just had the one podium visit within the M2 class last year. As Denwood and Harborough side by side there as they came off Beckett's that time. It looked like it was going to be the reigning champion that was going to make it through. He's going to be on the inside line for Brooklands, but Harborough trying to duke it out with him. Is Denwood going to get the car turned in first? No, he's not. Harborough goes around the outside, and very nicely done. Harborough in the E30 manages to hang on.
Excuse me, yeah, again, these are racing in different classes, but Denwood wants to get through because he's not a million miles ahead of 2nd and 3rd place in class, is he? So any cars that he can get between himself and his opposition would be very useful moving into the second half of the race now. Andy Abrams in the second of the M2 class cars is the next car in line behind. But yeah, a solid defence being put up here by Don Harborough in the E30, oldest car on the grid, but certainly not the slowest. They head down towards Beckett's corner, and they're going past a back marker as well. That's Sam Walton's Cup car.
And the leader is in the pit lane, Andy. The leader is in the pit lane. Brad Sheehan's car is going slowly. Mike Cutt has gone through into the lead of the race, I can tell you, but Brad Sheehan, who was hoping to get a finish under his belt, is not going to do so because he is dropping back down the order, having come into the pits, and there he is.
Yeah, I spotted a car coming in, but I didn't spot who it was, so well noticed that, Ian. Brad Sheehan, he did say, didn't he, that they'd had some repair work to do on that car over the winter, and it might just be that there's some niggly little problem hanging over from that. So, well, that changes everything, doesn't it? Mike Cook gets the race lead, and that means now that the Niall Bradley and Rick Kerry battle, which we're seeing here, well, we're seeing Rick Kerry anyway, he's dropped back a bit now in traffic, but that is now for second place.
Yeah, absolutely right, and they have got lots of back markers to deal with, some of them taking some interesting lines ahead of them as well, including the number 10 car, which is Clive Watson, who was one of the leading protagonists in the Cup class. Just look to see if he's still there. No, it's Carl McMillan, I think. No, it's... Oh, no, of course, he's in Class 6 this season, Clive Watson, beg your pardon. As there is Sheehan's car, team getting to work on it, but it doesn't look like there's much they can do because Brad's already out of the car. Seeing that on the inset. So that is the number 8 car going through, which is Bill Redrop. Here's our new race leader there, Mike Cutt, cutting a path through the traffic as he turns through.
Yeah,
that is... Go on.
No, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so that's the Bill Redrop car, isn't it? Number 8. And he's just behind there, 77, which is Paul Travers, and that's another of the Class 6 cars, I should say.
Yes, so through Woodcote they go. Sorry, Ian, the joys of working in separate commentary boxes there. But yeah, down into Copse Corner they go. Rick Kerry in amongst all of this. Look, just to the left of shot, trying to squeeze through. He had been within a second of Niall Bradley a lap or so ago, but then the back marker's not falling quite so well for the 1 Series driver, as you can see there. Again, happening through Copse Corner. That was probably another second or so lost, as they are now, of course, starting to work their way past some slightly quicker cars.
Yeah, worth saying actually, Kerry's fallen back, the traffic didn't help, but Niall Bradley did his personal best lap of the race, a 1:01.87. Only Brad Sheehan has gone faster during the course of this race before his retirement. So Niall Bradley now on a charge, 2.5 seconds behind Mike Cutt. So could we have a battle for the lead before the end of the race? 6.5 minutes or so to go. With the retirement of Sheehan, Jim Benson's now popped up into the top 10 in his Class 6 car as well.
Yes, indeed. So back down towards Beckett's we go. And another one of these battles that has been pretty tight right from the start. Jim Benson continues to apply the pressure now to Colin Whitmore. That might be my favourite car on the grid, I think, here. The Colin Whitmore E36, the slightly... would have been the early 90s, I suppose, wouldn't it? That car was pretty big, very well turned out car. Very powerful as well. Look at the way that it drives away from Jim Benson down the Wellington Straight there.
Yeah, we're hearing it was electrical issues on Brad Sheehan's car that were the problem that's have caused him to retire. I think we've got a 5-second track limits penalty as well, possibly going out to Thomas Singleton, number 23 as well. So he is a bit further down the order, outside of the top 20 at the moment. That doesn't have too much of an effect on things. Meanwhile, up front, Niall Bradley still catching Mike Cutt as we are looking at the 23 car. Yeah, there is the Tom Singleton car that's had that 5-second penalty board shown to it. And he's taking some rather exuberant lines. 174, that's Ralph Kirk in his E36 Coupe. So getting to see a number of different cars. There's Adrian Williams and Gary Burstow that were at the front of shot there, disputing 7th and 8th position, and second within Class M2.
Niall Bradley there, you mentioned, was taking time out of Mike Cutt. I was about to say that he's not really doing enough. It's only a couple of tenths a lap, and then the very next time through went a full second quicker than the race leader. So the gap is now down to under a second and a half in amongst all of this traffic. It's not hard to see how drivers can lose quite big chunks of time just through catching back markers in an awkward spot. They're about to come through again and complete another lap. We'll see what sort of a gap it is this time. As into the pit lane, I can see goes Nick Ramsden, I'm afraid, in that invitation class E46 328i. He will become, I think, our second retirement of the race.
Gapped down to less than half a second between the two leaders now, as they are just ahead of this group of cars actually, and heading into or through Cobb's Corner down towards Beckett's now. We're watching the battle that's still going on for 12th and 13th places between Kevin Denwood and Dan Harborough, but here, Andy, are the leaders at Beckett's.
Yeah, through Beckett's they go. You can see now that Niall Bradley is right on the case of Mike Cutt. Now let's see what the sort of performance difference is here. Remember, Niall Bradley was quicker than Cutt in qualifying by about half a second or so in his much newer E46 compared to the older E36 of Mike Cutt, and it's not actually power that is benefiting Bradley, it's better handling, and Mike Cutt's all out of shape. He's lost it, he throws away the lead, and Mike Cutt, he was just a bit too late on the brakes, carried too much speed through Brooklands, lost the rear of the car, lost the lead, and second place to Rick Kerry. That was a costly error.
It was indeed. Certainly at that point in time, Bradley's car was handling better than Mike Cutt's, because it was spinning around. So it is now Niall Bradley then, our third different leader in the race. He's just lapped the driver that's actually gone back down to 11th place, number 59, Jim Benson, the Class 6 leader. But it's Niall Bradley that now leads by 7 seconds all of a sudden from Rick Kerry. So he's got a fairly comfortable advantage. The question will be, with 3 minutes left to go, can Mike Cutt get back ahead of Rick Kerry before the end of the race, retrieve second position from this? Those are the two that we're talking about, just heading through shot now, exiting Beckett's and heading along the Wellington Straight with probably, might just squeeze 3 laps out of it, possibly 2.
Yeah, now depends on what sort of pace Niall Bradley is carrying as to how many more laps we get in, I suppose. Out of Luffield he goes, about 5 or so seconds further back down the road. You're about to see the fight for second place, and it couldn't be much closer. Rick Kerry in the 1 Series sliding around as he tries to get the power down. Those rear tyres, Ian, as you suggested at the start of the race, do take a bit of a pounding out there. There aren't many corners on this track, but lots of them are tight corners. You really spin the rear wheels on acceleration. That's helped Mike Cutt get up the inside into Cobb's Corner, but he can't quite get through. Rick Kerry crowds him over towards the apex and carries more speed off the turn. Are they overlapping heading towards Beckett's? It's going to be tight, this. Mike Cutt in the red car looking to the inside. Not quite close enough for the time being, but Kerry really defends into Beckett's. Might that give Cutt a better exit from the corner?
Possibly so, heading along the Wellington Straight then. I think they will get 2 more laps out of it. There is the leader, Niall Bradley. He's sort of another sort of half the length of the straight ahead of these 2 cars. Rick Kerry, number 2, Mike Cutt, number 44. The only one of the top 3 that's not led this race so far is number 2, Rick Kerry. As we mentioned, former British Touring Car Championship driver, but also been racing BMWs for a long time before and after that stint in the BTCC. So he's going to come through, Rick Kerry, and start what I think will be his final lap, because the last lap board I can see is now out. So a little bit earlier than I thought it might be. Last lap board is out, so Niall Bradley has a 5.5 second lead with less than a lap to go.
Gary Burstow, by the way, has just been off from 3rd place in M2, but holds on to his class position. Meanwhile, for 2nd place overall and within the M1 class, it's all getting very tasty. Rick Kerry dives across the nose of the slower car there. That was the 74 car that tried to get out of the way, but Rick Kerry was very committed on the brakes into Beckett's, and so he might have been, because look at the gap it's given him now over Mike Cutt. I'm not convinced Cutt's going to be able to get back to him now in the final few corners.
No, he's not close enough, is he? Meanwhile, Niall Bradley is up ahead. He's already making his way out of Luffield Corner. I can see from my commentary box window. I think the checkered flag is being prepared, and it is going to be a win for Niall Bradley. Then he takes the checkered flag, and going to be 2nd place in the end for Rick Kerry, number 2, and 3rd Mike Cutt. But the opening round of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2021 won by number 47 Niall Bradley by just under 6 seconds in the end, only about 4/10 separating 2nd and 3rd. Fourth place over the line, yet to come through. I think that's going to be Mike Eustace, though, in the number 80 car. Such was the advantage. Oh, and Adrian Williams is pulling off now. He was running in 7th position, so that's a bitter misfortune there, Andy, for Adrian Williams right at the end of the race.
And that means that Gary Burstow, despite going well off the road through Luffield a few laps ago, is now going to inherit 2nd place in class, I think, isn't he then, potentially? Or
I think so, yeah.
Had Williams already taken the... No, he hadn't, had he? So, yeah, Burstow is going to go 2nd place in class. So, it was all going on there. No one wanted to finish on the podium in Class M2, did they? But Wayne Lewis was well clear of all of that to take a very comfortable race win.
Yeah, and of course, so many cars had the leaders lapped. I think, actually, everyone who was going to cross the line probably has. Now, Adrian Williams, I think, did need to complete another lap. I think he did need to complete 19 laps, effectively. Whereas he only managed to complete 18. He's watching the number 7 car, Wayne Lewis, on his second down lap. So we've got Adrian Williams on our timing screen, but I think he will be not included in the results once they are officially published a little later on. May still appear on our provisional results when we get those. It also looked like Niall Bradley might have gone on and done an extra lap after the checker flag went out, so he may have missed it first time round. Not something that the clerk of the course would necessarily be too happy with. But yeah, there you can see he's at the back of shot, isn't he? And he is waving to the marshals. He looks pretty happy. One driver who's going to be less gruntled, Adrian Williams. But there's our race winner, Niall Bradley, in the number 47 car, the driver from Chatham. Gets the win. Here's the confirmation of that. So he does get the win from Rick Kerry in 2nd place, number 2. 3rd to number 44, Michael Cutt there. Mike Eustace, number 80, was in 4th place. 5th to number 7, Wayne Lewis. 6th to number 3, classing Wayne Lewis, winning Class M2, of course. Gary Burstow was 7th, number 83. 8th, number 66, Mark Coulmer. 9th, 35, Colin Whitmore. And then jumping back into the top 10 at the end, number 59, Jim Benson, winning Class 6. A little further back, more M2 class runners. Andy Abrams, Kevin Denwood up to 12th place in the end, ahead of Stephen Schweikart. Ben Pearson, I think the 2nd of the Class 6 runners, ahead of Dan Harborough. Paul Travers and Bill Redrop. Sean Jackson was 18th. Clive Watson and Stuart Pywell ran out the top 20. Kevin Granger, 21st from Ralph Kirk, Jordan Saywood and Tom Singleton. Carl McMillan winning the Cup class. James Dalzell was 26th, then David Morris and Paul Laramie completing the Cup class podium, with Gareth Thomas and Sam Walton rounding out the top 30. And those all the finishers that we had then in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Now, with the extra lap that he did, it's going to have taken a little bit longer for Niall Bradley to get down into position to have his post-race interview. BMW Car Club Racing Championship is out again around about 4:50 this afternoon. So if you enjoyed the race that we've just seen, do make sure you stay with us for that. There's lots to come between now and then as well. Alfa's coming next, then Roadsports, F1000, 750 Formula and the Type R Trophy in between. But yeah, shortly we hope to be able to go down to the pit lane to hear from Niall Bradley, and that will be with Anthony Jordan. Just a reminder, head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, for all of the information. There are banners across the top of the page which will guide you to the live timing and to the digital download of the race programme as well. Let's head down to the pit lane.
Lovely. Yeah. No, Bradley. Well, what a race that was. You looked excited when you came in. You saw, did I win?
I didn't even expect it. I didn't know where Brad was. I knew I'd passed Michael Cutt, and I thought whenever I passed him, I got into 2nd, but I couldn't really see Brad, so I didn't know what. Yeah, just absolutely buzzing. Chuffed to bits. Car's unbelievable.
Yeah, as you started on the front row, but it certainly wasn't easy.
No.
But yeah, you did have to really work for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, no, buzzing. Really, really chuffed. I had a bad start as well. car kind of popped out of first gear and then bogged in second, and Michael got up the inside, so it was just go, 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 the whole thing. But no, buzzing. Thank you.
It was excellent weather for us on that one, and a great win, and you seem happy with that one. You can definitely celebrate it.
Yeah, brilliant. I've worked hard for that one, yeah.
Spot on. Well done.
Thanks,
well done.
Thank you.
Well, excellent result then for Neil Bradley with the BMW CCR. Of course, up next, if you're not a fan of German racing cars, you might be a fan of Italian racing cars. It's the Alfa Romeos up next.
Yes, the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship cars already on the grid. Tremendous efficiency by the 750 Motor Club here this weekend to get the cars out onto the grid so early. And it's a two-part grid for the Alfas. At the front of the grid we have the cars for the modified and power trophy classes, and then those in the Twin Spark Cup, which is for standard production 2-litre cars, 16-valve transverse engines. They have their own grid. And they line up behind the modified and power trophy cars. The modified cars are unlimited in capacity. It includes all turbocharged and supercharged cars. And those with sequential boxes, the power trophy, they run to a power to weight formula of 195 brake horsepower per tonne for petrol engines, or 175 brake horsepower per tonne for diesel or petro turbo engines. No superchargers and sequential gearboxes in that class. We have a good grid of cars out in front of us, and they are just about to go off on their green flag lap already. So let's talk you through the grid. On pole position, number 57, Barry McMahon, and he has been a very regular race winner in recent seasons. He's in the green and white 156 Turbo. Alongside him, number 50, and that's going to be Gareth Hayward in the 3.2-litre V6 GTV, the black car. Second row, 34, George Osborne in the 75, and 55 is Scott Austin, and he's in a 155, so lots of different variety of model on display here. 79, Dave Messenger lines upon the inside of row 3. He's in the 156, and next to him, the multiple champion now, number 1, Tom Hill, in the 3.2-litre V6 24-valve GT for the Power Trophy class. 5, Graham Seeger is next up. He's a stalwart supporter of the Alfa Championship in his 147, and number 80 is Andy Inman in the 156. Row 5, number 4, Keith Waite in the 75, and 66, Paul Webster in the 147. Then a gap of a few rows before we get to the Ford brothers, who lock out the front row of the Twin Spark Cup class. 23 is James Ford and 9 is Richard Ford. Row 10 it will be, but the second row of the Twin Spark Club. 86, Andrew Bork, and 2, Gethin Llewellyn. Andrew Bork, winner of the Twin Spark Cup last year. The third row of the Twin Sparks, number 11, Andrew Fulcher, and 6, the Aussie, Simon Cresswell. Then Jonathan Billingsley, number 18, and Steve O'Brien, number 26. 44, Martin Jones, and 48, Jonathan Tortolani. Round out a great-looking field, Andy.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of Italian cars, and Alfa Romeos especially, so this is always a real highlight for me when the Alfas are on the bill. And good to see a healthy grid as well. These are sometimes slightly frustrating and, I dare say, slightly expensive cars to run due to their tendency to, well, break, but when they're working, they are fantastic, and it's good to see that the championship is as well supported as ever, and some interesting names out on that grid. So yeah, expecting some good competition here across the various classes, especially in the always entertaining Twin Spark class.
Alfas don't break, Andy. They're just differently reliable.
Yes, of course. My mistake.
The cars. Yeah. Anyway, we have a good field of them here, and High-Tech, it is new sponsors of the championship for this season. Many thanks to High-Tech for their backing. Race about to get underway, though. The lights are on, and away we go then for what will be 20 minutes of racing for the High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship. Down towards the first corner, it looks like Barry McMahon has swept into the lead. There's the 5 car of Graham Seeger trying to make it 3 wide through Copse Corner, so they all get off, and I can see that the Twin Spark Cup cars have now made their way around Copse Corner as well. But there's our first look at the reigning champion Tom Hill. Oh, and a big moment there, big tank slapper, and that is for the 55 car, Scott Austin. Massively sideways moment there, Andy.
Yeah, how he saved that, I don't know. That was fantastic. The Twin Sparks are away, and we've already got some changes there, because that's Richard Ford losing his second place to Andrew Bork. We've got the 147 out wide of Andrew Fulcher in the background. We'll see a couple of 147s out there this year. But despite a few leery moments, it looks like they will all survive the first half a lap or so as the overall leaders come out of Luffield. The race leader still Barry McMahon, but Gareth Hayward well and truly going with him. Now that GTV of Hayward's is an ex-championship winning car, and Gareth hasn't raced since 2012. He's immediately on the pace and challenging now for the lead going through Copse.
Yeah, Hayward's best year, I think, was back in 2009, but he's trying to relive those glory days here. Meanwhile, up front, then it's the 2 of them, McMahon and Hayward, that are out in front. They're a long way clear of Dave Messenger in 3rd place. Those are the 2 leaders as they head out of Beckett's and on to the Wellington Straight. There's Dave Messenger, number 79, in 3rd place. Tom Hill, the Formula E suspension designer, I think he is, in 4th place. But for the lead, Hayward is giving McMahon a real run for his money, Andy.
Yeah, he absolutely is, isn't he? McMahon watching his mirrors, trying to keep him at bay, succeeding in doing so for now, but there is a sense of inevitability about that, isn't there? It looks as though Hayward is only going to get quicker as the race goes on. As they come through to complete another lap, the Twin Sparks are as closely bunched as ever. James Ford still leading, but the silver car of Andrew Bork in second, looking racy, and Gethin Llewellyn has come into 3rd position ahead of Richard Ford. So Richard Ford, who started second, has dropped down to 4th by the end of the opening lap, and they're all absolutely nose to tail. We've got 2, 4, 6, 7 of them here in a long line coming out of Luffield Corner, and these more production-based cars in the Twin Spark Cup often provide the closest racing, and they're definitely living up to that billing today.
I think one that didn't make the start was Jonathan Tortolani in his black 156, number 48. So we're down to 9 cars within the Twin Spark, but it really doesn't matter. They're putting on a fantastic show. There's Gethin Llewellyn, just ahead of Richard Ford, who did start on the front row for the Twin Spark Cup class alongside his brother. There they are, heading into Beckett's. Andrew Book, who had a massive accident, 5 years ago at the Festival Stadium. Oh, and problems for Dave Messenger. The 3rd place man is out of the race. He is out, he's stopped. I think that's on the exit of, or the exit of Maggots, really, the turning for Beckett's. And also into the pits has come Gareth Hayward now. Gareth Hayward's down the pit lane as well. Oh, this is disastrous for 2 drivers that were in podium positions.
So guess who inherits second place? No one but the 4-time champion, Tom Hill, who always does seem to ride the crest of a good luck wave, doesn't he? And he's now into P2. But yeah, what a dramatic lap that was. What was that line you gave me at the start of the race, Ian, about Alfa Romeo's not braking? That one looks a little bit broken to me.
But it does allow you to fully appreciate the form of the Alfa, doesn't it, when it's stationary? Anyway, leaders in the Twin Spark Cup class heading down towards the right-hander at Copse Corner. It is still James Ford leading from Andrew Bork in 2nd place. There's Simon Creswell and Jonathan Billingsley, and those 2 having a real good fight. Billingsley, who's out in the Twin Spark Club class, but he's been in all kinds of different cars down the years. You can see one of the marshals there just running across to the stricken car of Dave Messenger, which is off at Maggots. There's about 4 or 5 marshals there now. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car of the way without any need for any outside intervention, as it were. So here is number 23, James Ford, coming towards us. Andrew Bork in 2nd place. Challenge on for 3rd, though. That's Richard Ford looking up the inside there of Gethin Llewellyn as they turned into Brooklands, and he wasn't able to do anything about that. There wasn't Richard, so Llewellyn holds on to 3rd place in that class for the moment.
Yeah, but a much wider line taken by Richard Ford into Luffield. He's trying to just carry a bit more speed off the turn, which initially seemed to work, but then didn't really go anywhere with it. So they stay in the same order then. James Ford, Andrew Bourke, Gareth Llewellyn in the top 3 in the Twin Spark class, this 10th place overall.
As the safety car is now out as well, and I can see the safety car boards, and one car coming into the pit lane as well is number 44, and that's Martin Jones, and he bought the 147 that was very successfully raced by James Browning previously. For 2020 switched to a 156, but he's out in looked like a 147 to me, as there we can see confirmation that the safety car is out at the moment, Andy.
Yes, it is a 147, and what it also is blocking the pit lane entry at the moment, because, he's just got it fired back up again. He was chatting to a marshal, was a bit concerned there that he might end up stuck on pit in, but he has managed to thankfully get the car moving again, and yeah, the 147 on its way. So what does this mean? Well, it means that Barry McMahon loses a very healthy lead that he had over Tom Hill, although he ought to have the pace to get back away from him on the restart. We also have quite an entertaining battle for third that was starting to brew up just before the safety car came out between George Osborne and Graham Seeger, so that's going to be another one to watch on the restart. I can't really say, though, that it's bunched up the Twin Spark field, because they were already on top of each other, weren't they? James Ford has led every lap so far, but it's fair to say he's not dominating that class.
No, he's certainly not, and if it wasn't intense before, it certainly will be by the time they've finished. Now, the safety car has not picked up the overall leader, who is Barry McMahon, who's coming past us now, wondering where everybody else is, and I think he will realise that the safety car is out there, and whether he's going to try and catch the pack or wait for the pack, I'm not quite sure now. The 50 car, which we saw coming into the pit lane, Gareth Hayward, who was running so well in second position, that was a coolant leak that's put that car out, I'm afraid. And we can see the car on the inset, so that's a real disappointment, because Gareth Hayward was going so well, taking the fight to Barry McMahon, and it was pretty just well that somebody did, because he was so dominant, wasn't he, in the early stages?
Yes, he was, wasn't he? So it's yeah, going to be interesting to see whether Gareth Hayward gets back out for the race number 2 a bit later on as well. The coolant leak, I suppose it could be worse, as long as he's not done any other damage to the engine. But I bet Graham Seeger's quite happy that he sold that car now, just before it broke. So the field, as you said, yeah, it's not Barry McMahon that's been picked up by the safety car. Now there are 2 ways that they can do this. Either Barry McMahon slows down and lets the pack catch him, or they have to wave everyone else through. They won't want to restart the race, though, with Barry McMahon essentially a lap ahead of everyone else, which is what's going to happen once he catches the pack. Because
he's now at Luffield, whereas the pack is between Copse and Beckett at the moment. So I think they're just going to have to wave everyone through, but it does suggest it's going to take a few minutes to get this sorted. The CC recovery truck is on the scene to recover Dave Messenger's car, which is the one that's stricken between Maggots and Beckett's. I think that's the only one that we need to pick up, isn't it? But it is just in a prone position there, right in the firing line as cars turn in for Beckett's. So just need to sort this out. Second year with the 750 Motor Club for the Alfa Romeo Championship. Of course, it was with another club, the BRSCC, for 38 years. Last year, of course, was a very disrupted season, as we know, due to COVID. Only 4 meetings and 8 rounds took place from July to October. But I think the general consensus amongst the Alfa Romeo community was that the move was a success, and looking forward to our 40th consecutive season with this strong 20-car entry. High-Tech Electrical Materials are the main championship sponsors. Also support from Romeo Digital, Fusion Care Solutions, and Zari Digital Italian Car Magazine. The Alfa Romeo Owners Club, Andrew Lee, RapUK.com, and Joe Kahn with Back and Rounds. Andy Robinson remaining as the championship coordinator once again, and as ever indebted to Michael Lindsay for his commentary notes as well. So thank you, Michael. Hope to be able to welcome you back to a commentary box before much longer in the season. Barry McMahon is still driving around wondering where everyone is. He's not seen a car for about 3 laps now, but very soon I think he is going to catch the pack, I suggest, Andy.
Yeah, because the pack in question is at Beckett's, and he's going out of the first corner copse. Now, is this the safety car waving people by?
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah. So
it is.
Of course, they can't do that until they're reasonably confident that the recovery process is well underway up at Beckett's, because they can't have drivers racing past quickly trying to catch back up to the pack whilst there are marshals out on track. They are still out on track, but they have got the car pretty much on the back of the flatbed truck now. Dave Messenger's number 79 machine, which sadly is going no further.
And watching out my window, Tom Hill is making reasonable progress now, and he's an experienced driver now. He's been racing in the Alfa Romeo Championship for about 7 years, something like that, winning the title more often than not, I think. But because of his experience, he knows that what he should be doing here is catching the pack. Or catching the leader. The problem is the leader is very nearly, he's still half a lap ahead, is Barry McMahon, and the Twin Spark Cup cars are now being waved past the safety car. But it's going to be quite a tall order here for well, the safety car of course will now hold up Barry McMahon and drive very slowly, one would think, so Tom Hill can catch him and we can hopefully get going next time around, which will mean that, well, we've got 8.5 minutes to go at the minute, so I should think we might get another 5 or 6 laps out of this.
Yeah, should do. I don't think it'll take them too long to catch up, as you say, with a bit of assistance from the safety car, who may just slow the pace down a bit more now. In fact, I can see out of the window Tom Hill is at the final corner already as McMahon heads out of Copse Corner. So McMahon then will have the lead at the restart. Hill second, Osborne third. Whatever happened to... Scott Austin is still fifth, isn't he? He's leading his class at the moment as well, after that big moment that he had on the opening lap at Beckett's Corner. That's a car that I remember seeing have a pretty scary accident at Brands Hatch a few years ago, and with a different driver behind the wheel at the time. And I did recall hearing after that event that the car had been written off, but obviously they've managed to get it back out there, and the 155, it's the only 155 in the championship, so good to have it working well at the moment, clearly leading its class, but it didn't really have a huge advantage over Paul Webster and Keith Waite, who are second and third in that class. So that could be another interesting battle to keep our eyes on once the race restarts.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that the first 4 cars are all shown as power trophy cars, and then the modified cars, which are in theory a bit quicker, are behind. I know Barry McMahon's car was in modified spec last year, and indeed on the commentary notes that we have, it's shown in a modified car this year. But it would appear from our screens and from the qualifying times that it's actually in the Power Trophy this weekend. He's done a lap of 103.31. Well, the lap record for these cars are 103.051 by Roger Evans. Right, safety car is now heading around Luffield. It does have a pack of the front group of cars behind it. Is it going to dive for the pit lane this time? The answer is no, because the safety car lights are still on, and it's because we need to get the next group of cars into the queue as well. Although ironically they're not right behind the cars when the race starts proper, but they do need to be for the restart. So we are going to have one more lap, I'm afraid, behind the safety car. All of these minutes count. There's nothing to be added on at the end, I'm afraid. So it's just as well it is a 20-minute race, otherwise we'll be finishing this race behind the safety car.
Yes,
looking at
my nice to say.
Yeah, looking at my bank of CCTV screens here, I can see that the Dave Messenger car is now clear of maggots anyway, so we should be able to get going this time.
Yes, fingers crossed. So, yeah, you're right. They'll have about 5 minutes or so, won't they? Frustratingly, the Twin Sparks had almost caught the back of the pack, actually, but they can only make the call to bring the safety car in so late. And I think by the time they realised that the pack were almost back together, the safety car was already out of the final corner. Of course, they'll all be losing a little bit of tyre temperature here as well. And although it is sunny here today, and particularly the slick shot cars will want they'll want a bit more tyre temperature probably than they've got at the moment, and so expect a couple more Larry moments perhaps once we get going again. It's so easy to lose your concentration as well when you've been traipsing around behind the safety car for half the race. Getting fired straight back up and getting the concentration levels back where they need to be can be tricky, and there's a lot that goes into executing a good safety car restart as well, whether you're the leader or a chaser. So obviously many a driver throw away what looked like a fairly comfortable victory by botching the restart. But Barry McMahon's an experienced racer. I'm sure he's done this before, and he's backing the pack up now as we prepare to go racing again.
Yeah, it's either going to be 4 or 5 laps, I would think, that would get they lap in just over a minute 3. I suspect it's going to be 4 laps that we get, the way it's going to fall. So it's going to be Barry McMahon, number 57, with number 1, Tom Hill, right behind him then as they come out of Wood Cup over the line. The green flag will be waved. The race gets back underway, and already, even as he crosses the line, Barry McMahon has extended his lead to 1.58 seconds. So Tom Hill not able to go with him. George Osborne 3rd, Graham Seeger 4th, and Scott Austin there in 5th position, as 23 James Ford leads the Twin Spark Cup cars over the line, and they're going to have a good battle as well. But the top 2 classes already heading through Beckett's, Andy.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice there that the Twin Sparks have deliberately dropped back now further than they were a lap ago behind the safety car. But anyway, of course, what they don't want is to get mixed up in the modified and power trophy battles, because you only score points within your individual class, and this is for position within the class as well. This is George Osborne launching a challenge on the inside of Tom Hill. That I did not expect to see. This I did, though, side by side in the Twin Sparks for 2nd place specifically, as Gavin Llewellyn gets up the inside of Andrew Bork there. Bork in the silver car was well off the road coming out of Beckett's, but that does at least give him the inside line down the Wellington Straight. You've got Richard Ford, the black and gold car, behind as well, who's very late on the brakes. He almost gets into the side of Llewellyn's number 2. They just avoid trading paint, I think, and somehow they all come out of it in exactly the same order. Which is rather amazing, really, all things considered, isn't it? So they are coming through to complete their first lap of racing after the resumption, and there's certainly a 4-car leading group then. Up and over the line they go. James Ford, Andrew Bork, Gethin Llewellyn and Richard Ford. They're probably going to get 3 more laps out of this race. They shouldn't now be lapped, I don't think, having had that sort of safety car in the middle portion of the race, so they shouldn't be troubled by Barry McMahon blasting past them, I don't think, before the end of this race. Although I say that, and he's already turning his way through Brooklands Corner, and here is the fight for 2nd and 3rd. So can Tom Hill go back to him? We switch back though to the battle in the Twin Spark Cup class once again, and this the fight for 2nd place, because Gethin Llewellyn and Andrew Bork are getting alongside one another there. Andrew Bork in the silver car with the pale blue stripes, going to have the inside line for Brooklands Corner here. It's James Ford though that's ahead, and Andrew Bork does manage to hold on to P2. Oh dear, so late on the brakes there for Bork, but Llewellyn is later on the brakes actually. Carries good momentum around the outside at Brooklands, tries to get the inside for Luffield, but Bork was wise to that. Andrew Bork, a very experienced Alfa racer, and it's Llewellyn that makes the mistake actually, just runs a bit too wide over the curb coming off the corner. This is music to the ears of James Ford, who has got, in Twin Spark terms, an enormous lead now. He's going to come across the line probably a full second ahead of Andrew Bork and Llewellyn, who is again back on the inside. Every time Llewellyn gets a run, he tries to do something with it. Maybe he'd be better served timing the run a bit better, because he failed to make that move on the inside at Copse. That killed his exit speed and gives Richard Ford now a chance to attack for 3rd.
Absolutely right. Last lap board is being prepared to be shown to Barry McMahon this time, because there's just less than a minute to go. But here's this fight, and it's really for 2nd place now amongst the Twin Spark Cup cars, because James Ford has made a bit of an escape here. As Tom Hill now has fallen back to 4th place behind Graham Seeger. So I wonder if Tom Hill has got a bit of a problem in the overall classification. He's dropped back to 4th now. But here's the fight. Andrew Bork now ahead then of Gethin Llewellyn. Llewellyn trying to get the car up the inside as they go into Luffield for the penultimate time here. They ought to work together there if they want to catch James Ford for one final assault on this last lap though, Andy.
what I've learnt over the years, though, is that racing drivers rarely think that way, do they? If they believe they're quicker than the car ahead, then they will attack relentlessly until they get through. Llewellyn's car seems to have a bit of a straight line speed advantage, actually. Just drove around the outside of Bork, but again, it was the outside at Cop, so I'm not convinced that was going to pay off. Barry McMahon, though, is coasting a bit here in the final few laps. I don't know if he's nursing an issue, but he's definitely slowed down on this final lap. It is the final lap, though. The checkered flag is waiting, and it is going to be a win, I think, for Barry McMahon.
Yeah, he goes through now to take the checkered flag then, and I think he started last season with a win as well, and he does so again this year. And the first round of the Hi-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship for 2021 is then won by Barry McMahon by 3.5 seconds from George Osborne. Graham Seeger was third. Tom Hill back to fourth place in the end. And over the line in fifth place to win the modified class, Scott Austin from Paul Webster. There is the race leader in the Twin Spark Cup class, though. That's 23, James Ford. He's got the car of Gethin Llewellyn now behind him. I can see out of my window as we watch Barry McMahon on his slowing down lap. It is going to be the 23 car, though, that takes the Twin Spark Cup class win from Gethin Llewellyn, getting ahead of Andrew Bork on the final lap. And Andrew Bork, number 86, dropped down to third position in the end, with Richard Ford in fourth place and Jonathan Billingsley in fifth. And that went right down to the wire, Andy, in the Twin Spark Cup.
Yeah, I think we didn't see the move, but I think I saw it starting out of the window when, as I mentioned, Llewellyn had much more straight line speed out of Woodcote. He went to the outside into Copse, and he had such a run that he may well have cleared Bork by the time they got into that first corner. So either way, he got second place, and you have to say he deserved it because he looked quicker than Bork all race, but Bork was defending well right until the last lap. McMahon will be happy with the win then. He rounds Luffield and heads towards the pit lane once again, and a pretty dominant performance that was after the demise of Gareth Hayward.
Yeah, that's actually 2 wins in a row for Barry McMahon, because the last race out was the first race of last year at Snetterton, which he also won. Then he non-started the second race with a brake issue. Here are the results, though. Barry McMahon winning by 3.5 seconds in number 57 from George Osborne, 34. Graham Seeger was third in number 5. Not the start to the season for Tom Hill that he wanted in the Alfa Romeo GT, 5.5 seconds behind in fourth place. The modified class was won by number 55 Scott Austin from 66 Paul Webster. Andy Inman was 7th, Keith Waite 8th, and then James Ford winning the Twin Spark Cup class by about 3/4 of a second from Gethin Llewellyn, number 2, who moved into 10th place overall and second win in the class on the final lap. Andrew Bork 11th, Richard Ford was 12th, and Jonathan Billingsley, Andrew Forger, Simon Cresswell and Steve O'Brien, with Martin Jones, Gareth Hayward and Dave Messenger failing to make it to the end. And there's another race for the Hi-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship. It's our final race of the day. It should be at around about 5:25 this afternoon. So do make sure you're with us for that one, but stay with us for all of the other racing that we've got as well. And that includes the next race, which is the Tagiwa Roadsports series race, the 45-minute 1 and 2 driver race. That's coming up very shortly indeed, but first of all, we hopefully will be able to hear from our race winner in the Alfa Romeos. Barry McMahon, of course, the winner by 3.5 seconds. Didn't quite get the lap record, by the way. 1:03.15 was the best he could do, a 10th outside the existing lap record held by Roger Evans. Let's head down to the pit lane and Anthony.
Yes, Barry McEwan, another race win. It's effectively, it's 2 in a row, I would say, because the last time we were out in the Alphas, it was a long time ago, and you won that race as well.
That's correct, yeah. Obviously, the last time we were out was Snetterton, I think probably first race of the season last year. Yeah, so obviously the cars had a little bit more development over the season, and yeah, faultless again today, so it was a really good race. Obviously a little bit frustrating, we had a few yellow flags and the safety car, but no, other than that, it was well organised, and it was a good race. Thank you.
It's excellent stuff. Yes, you are correct. There was quite a long safety car, of course. That would have been caused by Dave Messenger. He spun off of Beckett's, and of course they had to recover that one. And also Gareth Hayward as well. He had a coolant leak, the 50, who was obviously leading the race at some points in that one. And it was a close fight for that one, but an amazing race from you. The start of that safety car deployment again, you shot off into the distance once more.
Yeah, just obviously the car's got quite a lot of horsepower, and having a look at the, I think it was a power trophy car behind me, so I just waited for my opportunity to get an opportunity to put the foot down really, and build a bit of a lead. So yeah, so again, look forward to the second race.
Excellent stuff. Well, very well done, and yeah, hopefully we get another win out of you a bit later on.
Thank you very much.
Champion spot. Great to talk to the 57 there, Barry, who'll make his way off. This car sounds amazing when it gets fired up as well. Hopefully you can hear it if he gets it going, but it sounds fantastic. Of course, an excellent result there from the Alfa Romeos, and of course, coming up next will be race number 5, the Denwood Roadsports.
Yes, the Denwood Roadsports Series cars out onto the grid. 45-minute pit stop race running 4 classes, split on power to weight ratio. The Super GT cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class A, Class B for the GT cars of 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, Super Sport for 180 brake horsepower per tonne limit. And Class D, the Sport class, up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. There is a big field for this race as well. It's a rolling start as well for this one, just to add a little bit more excitement and interest. Let's just talk you through the way the grid's going to line up and give you the starting drivers as we go along as well. So pole position is going to be the number 99 Seat of Jamie Sturgis, and alongside 65 Christopher Mills in the Porsche. Second row is going to be 16 Nick Vaughan in the Audi and 32 Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus. Row 3, 133 Adam Eager in the BMW and 48 Stephen Cunniff in the Seat. Row 4, 18 Simon Major in the Honda Civic and 25 Darren Ball in the Porsche. Row 5, number 12 Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 and number 13 David Sheed in the BMW Compact. The 6th row, 77 Finn Jones in the VW and 26 110 I should say, John Maudsley in the Golf. Row 7, 63 Chris Byallen, who's won one of these road sports races in the past. He's in the BMW, and next to him Josh Johnson in the Golf. Then on row 8, it's number 95, Andy Bailey in the Honda. Lewis Rose in another Honda alongside him. Row 9 has 11, Ollie Samways in the MR2, and 31, Andy Chapman in the Seat. Making a return to the tracks, having switched from Porsche to Lotus for this season, number 90, Matt Fazy on the inside of row 10, and making a return after outing in December with the Roadsports 666, Sammy Bowler in the Elise. Row 11 has 23, Sammy Bowler with the Mini, I should say, read the right line in. 23, Matt Creed in the Renault, and Nick Goff, number 20, lined up on row 11. Then it's Darryl Bennett starting the BMW that he shares with Sam McKee on the inside of row 12, that's 36, and alongside him 58, Luke Plummer. Ivan Mayers 316 in the Mazda MX-5, he lines up on the inside of row 13, next to number 5, which is Tom McHugh, who's starting the Porsche 944. Row 14 is number 10 Tim Stracy in the Lotus, and 161 James Alford next to him. Row 15, 147 Simon McCormick in the Golf, and 178 Pete Seeley's MR2. Row 16, Daniel Crago, number 35 in the Porsche, and Adam Reed in the BMWs next to him. And then it is number 62, that's Andy Gay in the BMW, number 97 David Connell in the Mazda. Row 18, 93 Christian Goodall in the Honda, and 180 being started by Carl Chambers, that's the Peugeot. Row 19 is 33 Stuart Kilroy in the Peugeot 207, that one. And Kiefer Del Piero starts number 43, the BMW 116. Then at the back it's 125 Matthew Footman in the Ford Puma, and 22 Chris Fantana in the Mazda MX-5. And after reading that out, Andy, I need to lie down.
There are lots of them, aren't there? Which is good. Good to see, again, this series as popular as ever, because pretty much, within reason anyway, whatever car you've got, there is a class for it, and you'll always have someone to race against. And yeah, you can see just from this shot the fantastic variety that we've got. We've got everything from some of the really quick sort of sports and mini touring cars at the front of the field, all the way back to some of the real production cars. I saw a Ford Puma there towards the back of Matthew Footman, the Peugeot 206s and 7s, Honda Civics as well. So a great cost-effective way of maybe making your first steps into endurance racing, because this is, as you said, a mini endurance race, a 45-minute race. So if you're in the car for the whole race, which many of them are, that's a 45-minute stint. You get some practice of pit stops as well, driver changes if you are going to share the car between two of you, and it's a nice little stepping stone, isn't it? Maybe on the way towards things like Club Enduro, which is sort of the big brother, isn't it, of this series, really, on the 750 Motor Club package.
Yeah, that's right, and they run to a longer race format, sort of a couple of hours, usually the standard length for those races. But this is 45 minutes, pit stops between 15 and 30 minutes. Everyone has to make a stop then. It has to be for 90 seconds. So the published regulations say it's 60 seconds, but because of COVID, an extra 30 seconds is being required by Motorsport UK to allow sanitisation of the common touch areas within the cockpit. So 90-second pit stops to be made during the course of the race. And also, as the season goes on, we'll have drivers having extra time to serve in the pits, pit stop penalties effectively, and that's if they're successful in previous races. But because it's the first race of the season, it's straightforward. Everyone's getting a 90-second stop this time, and that's whether they run single driver, single car, two driver, one car, or even two drivers, two cars, which is also a possibility to effectively do a relay format in the Roadsports as well. So 40 cars, huge grid then for this Tagiwa Roadsports race. Jamie Sturgis on pole by only about a quarter of a second this morning in the Seat, with the Christopher Mills Porsche doing a 102.7 compared to a 102.44 for Sturgis. So not a lot to choose between them. Traffic undoubtedly will come into play during the course of this race, though, and you'll notice that it's a grid with the pole position on the inside because it's a rolling start. The 65 car, of course, not actually a Porsche, it's actually a BMW. It says a Porsche on our sheets there. I don't think that's been updated. Red lights are on, they go out. The race gets underway then. 45 minutes of racing, a little bit of crowding towards the back as drivers tried to find a gap as soon as the red lights went out. They're quite well spread, some of them still coming out of the corner now. But a great mix of cars we have here as well, sports cars and saloons as well. Quite a few BMWs, including from the front row of the grid. As they head down towards... that's a bit of touch there. There's a spin as well as a result of that. It was David Sheed that initially made contact with another driver, but several have been caught up in that, including the 77 car. That's Finn Jones in the Golf 25, Darren Ball, one of the favourites, and the 133 car as well, also involved there, Andy, and that's the Eager BMW.
Yeah, he dropped down some way, hadn't he, to be in amongst that group, but there was a red BMW that sort of triggered all of that by massively outbraking itself. It clattered into the side of Darren Ball, and then I think others spun trying to avoid the melee. So yeah, that's a shame. Always a risk, though. It's a real pinch point down there at Maggots Beck. It's a difficult braking point to get right, and yeah, someone in the top 10 there very much did not get it right. Right, at the front of the field, changes of position, because Jamie Sturgis, I notice, has lost the lead. It is Christopher Mills from the outside of row 1 who's got the advantage. Leon Midgeway then did the same to Nick Vaughan to go third, and that is going no further. That is a rather bent rear suspension on the Darren Ball Porsche.
That's a lot of damage, isn't it, really? For the kind of incident it was, that's a real heartbreak for Darren Ball. And there are a couple of cars to be recovered from down there. Now, we saw Dave Messenger's car in a not dissimilar position to that in the previous race. The cars were a bit further off the circuit. The Golf as well looks to be off as well, I could see in the background. Anyway, back to the racing for them. And that's the Golf I could see, the 110, which is the John Maudsley Golf from up in the Wirral, your neck of the woods, Andy. John Maudsley, of course.
yes, probably wondering if it was worth the trip all the way down to Silverstone now, isn't he? But hopefully that car's not too badly damaged. Now, there's been more changing because Sturgis has now got the lead back and Mills is down to third, but it looked to me as though that all happened up at Beckett's, which you would imagine is being covered by yellow flags at the moment. So there might be a bit to unpack at the end of this race for the clerk of the course to figure out exactly what's going on. There is the 77, which was also involved. That's Finn Jones, who's limped the car all the way down the Wellington Straight, through Brooklands, through Luffield, trying to get it back to the pit lane, and then he pulls off the opposite side of the road to the pit lane entrance. So you have to wonder whether that was worth the effort. I don't think he could find a gap in the traffic to get back along, back across to the right-hand side of the road. But that, plus the fact that Darren Ball's Porsche is still in what I would call a precarious position, means we're almost certainly going to have a safety car interruption here.
Yeah, so we've got cars off opposite ends of the circuit now. So what that means is there's not a lot of places where you can do any overtaking at the moment. Double waved yellows with that car so close to the edge of the circuit as across the line complete his third lap already. Comes Jamie Sturgis, still no sign of any safety car or anything at the moment. We're looking at the number 95 car though. That's Andy Bailey, who was the first reserve but has crept into the race with others not appearing. I think the one that we didn't see was the Natalie McGloin car that we had on the entry list. Now that car there, the 13 BMW, just about to go into the front strut now. That is the car that started all of that off, I think, David Sheed, with that sort of outbreaking himself, as you described, Andy, at Beckett's, and now it looks like he too is out of the race.
Well, I would be surprised if that car came out of it damage-free, because he gave Darren Ball quite a whack, so I suspect maybe some suspension damage there as well, and he's finally, a couple of laps later, decided to pull off to the side of the road. So, Jamie Sturgis leads the way. There's another car now stopping, coming out of Luffield, which we're about to see just there. That is the 33 Peugeot, isn't it then, which is Stuart Kilroy, yeah, from the penultimate row of the grid. Challenge on for the lead now. Christopher Mills going up the inside into Copse Corner. Jamie Sturgis, though, just about has the performance in that Seat Leon. Oh no, get my teeth back in. Seat Leon Eurocup car, which hangs on to the advantage. The Peugeot of Kilroy has made it off the road, by the way, but is currently parked on the grass just to the right of pit entry.
Leaders then at Beckett's. Now, I imagine that we've not still got yellows down there, but there are yellows at most other corners of the circuit. I suspect they'll have gone to caution boards there at Beckett's now, because the drivers will know that that Darren Ball's car is off. It is further round the corner, actually, quite a bit further round the corner than the Dave Wessinger car was in the previous race, so it's not really in the firing line as such. Now, traffic already coming into play. That's the little BMW
zone, and Sturgis is therefore able to hang on. I think that we might have had a change there for third place just behind them.
Possibly so. Also into the pits now has come the 13 car of David Sheep. That was the car that was briefly stopped at Copse, the car that precipitated all of the incident, really. But that has made it to the pits. We're watching there the 16 car of Nick Vaughan, who is in third place in the black Audi, the Audi A3. As out of the race goes Leon Bidgeway from 5th position. So that looks like it is at Brooklands, and I did hear a squeal of tyres coming through my headset a moment ago, and that might explain why.
How has he ended up there? That's a really strange...
very unusual place to be off.
Well, anyway, he's there, and that means another yellow flag now at Brooklands, which is at least a popular place to have an issue in this race. At least race control will know where to send all of the recovery trucks, won't they?
And there, off the circuit now, goes the number 90 car. That's Matt Fazy, who was Club Enduro champion a couple of years ago. He has retired his Lotus. It's pulling off the circuit en route to Copse Corner. So we've only had, what, 8 minutes? And this race already very attritional, Andy.
Yeah, it's been eventful, hasn't it, so far? Look at what's happened at the front, though. In traffic, the top 4 are now absolutely together. Nick Vaughan has reeled in the top 2, and he has, well, at the line, was back into 3rd place, but you can see the Civic, the number 18 there, the Morgan and Faulkner shared car, going round the outside, trying to get the place back, but Vaughan is back into P3, having lost it a lap ago, and they've both reeled in the top 2 now, so this could not be closer.
Of course, in traffic, if there are yellow flags, it is going to bunch the field up, because of course you can't overtake the back markers, or you shouldn't overtake the back markers underneath the yellow flags. But yeah, this has bunched things up somewhat. We now have 3 cars for the lead down the Wellington Straight. Nick Vaughan, 16, has caught the top 2 then. Yellow flag, you see, waving halfway down the Wellington Straight, just after the bridge, and they are... Well, they're going to be waving all the way until they're underneath our commentary box at Woodcote Corner, basically, Andy, aren't they? So that's half a lap, pretty much, where they can't overtake.
And even possibly down towards Copse Corner, because that is where the Matt Fazy car stopped, I think, and the JCB, they're doing a live snatch here on the 77 of Finn Jones coming out of the last corner, which they do have the option of doing here at Silverstone. They can send the JCB out under yellow flags, but it still gets the heart racing a bit when you see that sometimes. Yeah. Right, leaders now can overtake as they go through Copse Corner. Yeah, there aren't any yellow flags there, which is good, but it really means it's just Copse and Beckett's the only opportunities now for overtaking. So, but that really does cause problems in the traffic, though. As I say, very deep into the corner was the 2nd place car there. Christopher Mills did get the car turned in eventually, but he wasn't exactly making good friends with the apex, was he? So Nick Vaughan probably being able to close in a little bit more there. But we've got 6 cars now within 4 seconds of one another. Looking at the time, we've still not even had 10 minutes. We've got another 5 minutes or so until the pit lane window opens, and if we've still got all these yellow flags, I suspect some might like to try and get into the pits while these yellow flags are out. Well, yes, because the lap times at the moment are about 7 seconds off what they should be, so the yellow flags are slowing the pace down, and that means that you would lose essentially slightly less time from a pit stop. Side by side for the lead then, it's Christopher Mills getting down the inside of Jamie Sturgis into Copse Corner, and he's done it. They were just passing the Adam Reed back marker, and I think possibly Jamie Sturgis there was just a bit reticent to pass the back marker until he was sure he'd passed a green flag, which he had done, because it's just below our commentary position here. But I think that's possible. But he's going to be later on the brakes into Beckett's now. Can he get back through at the very next corner? He's right over the curb. He can't quite do it, though. So Christopher Mills leading now. Jamie Sturgis 2nd, Nick Vaughan 3rd, and Simon Major in 4th place. That was some committed late braking there from Jamie Sturgis, but yeah, like you say, wasn't quite able to do it from so far back, though. That could easily have ended in contact. So Sturgis now then, we'll see what sort of pace Christopher Mills has got now that he's been released out in front. In qualifying, he was a few tenths of a second slower than Jamie Sturgis, but we've seen all day, really, that qualifying times aren't always that representative of race pace, so maybe the rear-wheel drive BMW is now going to be able to get away. It's certainly breaking clear as they come through this time. Jamie Sturgis further back now than I think Mills has ever been from him when they were the other way round, and we now have a red flag. We do, and I'm not sure if there's any more incidents than we've already seen, which is quite a few, to be fair. I suspect possibly the issue is the live snatch wasn't going to plan, and whether that car has just completely seized, and even live snatch won't get it away. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, red flags. Just having a look on my CCTV screens, there's nothing else to indicate a new issue that we weren't already aware of. So we'd had 11 minutes and 41 seconds when the red flags came out, so we will get a restart. What this will mean for the pit stop situation in particular is very much open to question. I suspect we will do something like go for half an hour and maybe have a pit stop in between 10 and 20 minutes, something like that. Time will tell. If we do get information across from race control, we'll of course convey that to you, but for the moment we're not quite sure what the situation will be. Yeah, that was an incident packed 10 minutes, wasn't it, Andy? Yeah, lots going on there. There are almost more cars off the track than on it right now. You can see there are 3 down at Beckett's. There are 2 up at this end, 3 up at this end of the circuit, aren't they? Because they're still in the process of pushing Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot down the pit lane. 3 rather reluctant marshals, I'm sure, were given the job of pushing that car back towards the pits. There's lots of debris all over the road as well, which the marshals are having to clear up. So, yeah, a sensible decision, I think, taken to neutralise the race and give the marshals a slightly easier time of it when it comes to clearing up.
And guess what? The 77 Golf has just driven off.
Oh.
It's driving down the pit lane now. And it's going to overtake the Peugeot that's being pushed by the marshals as well before much longer. Isn't that always the way? And the frustrating thing there is the 77 car could have gone down the pit lane entrance
yes.
had the driver turned right rather than not when he had the option. And we may not have been in this situation. Such is life. That Darren Ball car, though, that's not going to polish out, is it?
No, and that's a real shame. It's a well-turned-out car, that, isn't it? And Darren drives it pretty rapidly as well. And yeah, that probably is going to be quite expensive to repair as well. The whole right rear corner will need replacing. I'm fairly sure he got another whack. I don't think that's from the initial contact. The initial contact might have broken the suspension, but I think it's been hit by something else, which is entirely possible given how many other cars we saw retire at the scene as well.
Yeah, and it's the Roach family that also are involved in running that car as well. So the clock has indeed stopped, 11 minutes 41 seconds, so they will have a complete restart over a revised race distance, which don't know what that distance is going to be just yet. Hopefully we'll get some indication before we start. I'll try and make some inquiries in a moment. But what we've got to do, the next big task for the marshals to do is to sort out the revised grid order. Because we'd had more than 2 laps of racing, the grid will be formed based on the running order just before the red flags came out, which will obviously be completely different to the order in which they originally started, and probably completely different to the order in which they've actually found themselves now, because I don't think it was the leading car. No, the leading car is towards the back of the group that's sort of in front of me. So there's lots of cars now reversing back to their starting positions, I can see. There you get a sense of some of the mild chaos that's going on. And I'm sure marshals, if they don't already have them, will shortly have revised grid sheets given to them, which will allow them to line the cars up. But at the minute we have the unusual spectacle of drivers reversing up the pit straight at Silverstone.
Yes, to make way for the cars that are... I think the last 6 cars in the queue are the first 6 cars in the race, so they've got to come all the way past this group to take up their places at the front. And yeah, there's a lot of effort and coordination goes into making this happen, and it's why we have so much respect for not only the marshals but all of the people up in race control who help orchestrate this, because there's a lot more that goes into running a race meeting than you'd think, isn't there, Ian? It's good coordination is absolutely essential, and you need the hard-working volunteer marshals down on the ground to make everything happen. And yeah, it's at moments like these where they've got an awful lot of work to do that we are particularly thankful for them.
Yeah, and we've already seen them do some absolutely fantastic work here at Silverstone today. There are actually 2 race meetings going on at Silverstone today as well, so that the local marshalling force split 2 ways. On the other end of the campus there's another event going on, so no doubt marshals doing similarly brilliant work down there. Good to have some comments on the YouTube feed, including actually from one of the regular marshals, Archie Hobson, who's presumably not on duty there for this weekend, but good to hear from him. A few of you expressing your own views on the sort of incidents that have brought about this hiatus and what's going to happen next. But the only people that really know are those across the way in race control, and I'm sure we will have a reduced race distance, a revised pit stop situation. I mean, it could be that they have something like pit stop within between 5 and 20 minutes for a 30-minute race or something like that, because we'd effectively already have the first 10 minutes or so of the race before the red flag came out. Yeah. We'll see, though.
I've even seen it before. I don't know whether that's the case in this series, but I have seen other championships where they simply open the pit lane right from the word go, and if it's a shortened restart, you can pit whenever you like. So they'll have all of these options available to them.
Absolutely right. Roadsports is a series rather than a championship, so no points are awarded, and that's been the way ever since it was inaugurated, or re-inaugurated if you like. I guess getting on for 10 years ago now. Roadsports previously ran as a 750 Motor Club Championship in a more conventional sprint format, but about a decade ago or so, they 750 Motor Club reintroduced it to this 45-minute pit stop set of regulations, and it's proved very popular, and it's spawned Club Enduro as well, ultimately. Last season we had just the 3 races in the end because of the dreaded COVID. Here at Silverstone, albeit on the far end of the circuit, the international circuit, Bradley Philpott took the win in the opening race of the season. At Snetterton it was Hugh Gurney, and at Donington Park it was Jonathan Packer. So none of those drivers are here, I don't think, this weekend. So different winner. Christopher Mills, I think he did get a 3rd place at Snetterton. I've got a feeling he won on the road as well at Donington, but then there was I think a pit stop penalty applied. Let's take a short break, and we'll be back with you here at Silverstone very shortly.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise to only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Welcome to Alfa Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alfa Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Silverstone. We've got the cars being gridded up for a restart in the Takiwa Roadsports Series race. So we are going to run for the total 45 minutes. So we've got on the clock 11 minutes 41 gone. That's the clock I can see, rather than the clock that was briefly on the screen there. So I think we're going to have another 33 minutes plus a little bit by the looks of it. So roughly 45 minutes still to be run. But we'll see the last lap board and the checkered flag when we see them. But we think we are going to basically get a full 45 minutes out of it. Now I could see on the comments that Mark Waller was a bit concerned that he couldn't see the Sammy Bowler Mini anywhere. Well, the good news is that I could see it out of my window, and the even better news is that she is going to line up, I think, 12th on the grid for the restart, because that's where she was running when the red flags came out. So Sammy is there. I'm pleased to report it's her second Roadsports race. She made her debut at the end of last season, well, definitely the end of last season, December, at Donington Park. She's 29 years of age, transport manager from Cheshire, and it's a car that she originally raced in the Mini Challenge, having started to race in 2018. So, and I think she also won one of the awards that we give out at 750 Motor Club Race Meetings for her appearance there, which I'm sure added to her excitement. We've got news that a car was disqualified from the Alfa race for overtaking under a yellow flag, which was the number 18 car of Jonathan Billingsley. So he's been disqualified from the Alfa race results. News just coming through from race admin there. Thank you for that. But we'll turn our attention back to the Roadsports. The cars are almost into position, just the last few rows to be gridded up by our hard-working marshals here at Silverstone, and then we'll be getting back underway. And we think 30 minutes or so for this restarted element of the race. It was a very exciting first part of the race though, with Jamie Sturgis and Christopher Mills exchanging positions in the Seat and BMW respectively. You've got Nick Vaughan in the You've got Simon Morger in the Honda Civic right up there as well, so 4 different types of car in the first 4 places, just to add even more excitement. And there you can see final car into position is the 147 car in actual fact, and that is the Simon McCormick and Kiri O'Donnell car that's in position. Right, green flag is waving, and of course it is a rolling start for the Roadsports series, and so very shortly we'll be getting our racing back underway. But you can see the variety of cars here. You've got a Clio, an old Ginetta G20, a Porsche, BMW, Mazda MX-5 116 Trophy. They'll be out for a 90-minute race tomorrow. You've got the Golf at the back as well. So a few cars down on the first race. Quite a bit of damage, unfortunately. Quite a few retirements in the early part of that race. But Andy McEwan, we should be in for an exciting half hour or so.
Yeah, I think so. We've, as you say, we've lost 1 or 2 of them, and unfortunately, a lot of those that we've lost were in either Class A or B, weren't they? Really, because the incidents, for the most part, were happening towards the pointy end of the grid. But that still leaves us with enough competitive cars out there, I think, to give us a good race in all of the classes, such as the strength in depth in the Roadsports series at the moment. And yeah, certainly interested to see what Sturgis and Mills can do here. Hard really to get a read, wasn't it, on which of those two had the edge in the first 10 or 12 minutes of racing, just because it was so affected by yellow flags and incidents and things. So fingers crossed, first of all, for a clean start, and if we do get one, and there aren't any yellow flags out there, we should see a genuine battle, I think, between these two.
So cars coming around to take the start. The pit lane will be open in around about 3 minutes' time. Green flags waving. And so it is Jamie Sturgis and Christopher Mills that are effectively controlling the pace at the moment as they come around. Red lights are on the gantry, I can see. And they will go out now. And the race, therefore, gets back underway for the remaining half hour or so of this race. So Sturgis and Mills had a good battle in the first 10 minutes or so of this race. Is that going to continue for the second part of the race? They're heading down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time, Andy.
Yeah, so hold your breath, everyone. Let's hope they all get through here safely. Jamie Sturgis, again, is so good on the brakes in that Seat. Now, everyone in the midfield behaving themselves so far. Through goes the little Ginetta G20 I spotted there, staying nicely out of trouble. That's Luke Plummer just towards the back of the top 20. But yes, much better behaved this time through Beckett's, and the battle is already joined at the front. We've had a change there for 4th, haven't we? That is the Jones and Cunniff Seat that's moved through, and there's a spin. That's the 63 car that's got around right in the middle of the pack. Holding my breath, hoping that no one collects Crispy Ireland there in the 63 BMW. I think they've all seen him, and he's slowly getting himself back underway.
Yeah, that was a concerning moment, wasn't it? Because I think I was feeling exactly the same as you. Surely someone's going to collect him there, but fortunately no one did. Very strange spin in its own right. Now, there's the BMW Z4, number 12. That's Liam Crilly, Z4 Coupe. So we've seen him out in Mazdas in the past as well, but out in the Z4 this season. There's 21, which is Josh Johnson in 8th position, right behind Crilly. Then that is a battle for position within Class B as well, the GT class. And there's Sammy Bowler, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on. She's out there, I'm pleased to report, and she is just about in 10th position, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, got Lewis Rose right behind, the MR2 ahead of Ollie Samways, almost gets it all wrong into Brooklands and collects Andy Bailey, but thankfully, despite the spectacular lockup, the MR2 doesn't actually clatter into the side of the Civic, and they stay in the same order. There is Samantha Bowler running wide actually, and Lewis Rose almost gets it to the side of her as she tried to rejoin the racing line, and Lewis Rose does now pick up another position, so Lewis Rose moves into the top 10. Good move that from Lewis. Let's see if he can catch the next group of cars ahead. At the head of the field though, Jamie Sturgis is still leading the way. Jamie Sturgis is now leading the way, because it was Christopher Mills, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So we've had that change then, and as it was in the first part of the race, it's a good battle in this second part of it as well. So here's Sammy Bowler trying to get back ahead of Lewis Rose. They're both of them in Class B cars, so it should be pretty evenly matched, and that's proving to be the case at the moment. Lewis Rose's raced that car, I think, in Civic Cup in the past as well. A bit further up the order, here is the Ollie Samways car, and he is going through, or trying to go through, and up the inside of Andy Bailey there in 8th position at the moment. So that's the way of things right now. I'm not completely sure that what the timing tower is telling you is quite what's happening on the screens, but we will go by what is on our timing screen at the moment, which is telling me that Christopher Mills is 0.4 of a second ahead, and that looks about right. It might be a bit less than that now, Andy.
Yeah, it was at the line, but again, that Seat is a much newer car, and much bigger brakes by the looks of it, carries a lot more speed into the corner, but yeah, I don't think the timing tyre has actually updated since the restart, which is what was causing the confusion, but it is close, as you can see on the screen. The car that's really struggling here since the restart is that number 18 Civic, isn't it? The Mauger and Faulkner car, which was, I think it was 4th at the restart, wasn't it? But it's now dropped down to 5th and is a long way behind the top 4, so for whatever reason, that car not showing the pace now that it was earlier. These two, though, most definitely are.
And the pit lane window is now open. The pit lane window is open for the next 15 minutes of racing as Christopher Mills and Jamie Sturgis go across the line, separated by 0.7 of a second. Nick Vaughan 5.9 seconds behind the lead in third. Then the Jones and Cunniff, Stephen Cunniff at the wheel of that car, number 48 at the moment, is in fourth. Liam Quilly fifth, and the Simon Major Honda is sixth.
Yes, that changed just as they came across the line, and I don't think, it was hard to hear from where we are, but I don't think that Civic sounded like it was running as clean as it was earlier, so maybe some sort of a little engine issue, a misfire possibly, which is unfortunately keeping it from running at the pace we know it's capable of. Interesting battle this between the BMW and the Seat, because the BMW seems to have that straight line speed edge and it gets off the corners quite well, being rear-wheel drive, but the front-wheel drive Seat is, as I've said, much better mid-corner and much better on the brakes, but really understeers wide there out of Luffield Corner. By the end of a 45-minute race, the left front tyre on that Seat is really going to have taken a pounding, and that may well play back into the hands of Christopher Mills a bit later on. For now, though, a lot of pressure being applied by the second-place driver, and now they've got back markers to contend with as well.
Yeah, the difference this time, though, is that we've not also got yellow flags liberally sprinkled around the circuit, which made overtaking those back markers difficult in the first part of the race, so shouldn't sort of concertina the field as it did before. Different lines being taken there by the first two cars into Beckett's, but they come out having spread themselves out again. There's our third place car, Nick Vaughan, in the Audi, just in the black car at the back of shot, just ahead of the Cunniff Seat, which you can also see towards the back of shot now. So there he is in that Audi, relative newcomer to Roadsports racing, but he's been a popular addition to the grid, great enthusiast, and it's nice to see something a bit different. The Audi A3, not something that you see an awful lot of on the racetracks of the UK, and he's prepared it well, and he's peddling it to good effect as well.
You don't really see that many Audis in general, do you, really, out on the track? So, yeah, good to have that car here. First pit visitor is the 97 of David Connell in his Mazda MX-5. I can't tell if this is a scheduled stop or not, because he's definitely having a conversation with his team. Number 21 is peeling in, I can see as well now, which is the Golf of Josh Johnson. So a couple of them taking the chance to pit early, but of course there are fewer cars out there now. There's a bit less traffic to contend with, so I think we're not really seeing the early flurry of pit activity that I maybe anticipated we would.
No. Of course, drivers have sort of got to recalibrate as well, because the sort of for the second part of the race. The pit window is sort of in the first part of the race, really, rather than bang in the middle. So I guess drivers need to recalibrate their expectations. A significant visit to the pits, though, there is 65, and that is Christopher Mills then from the lead of the race. He is one of the first leading contenders in. He's being followed down the pit lane by 147. That's the McCormick and O'Donnell Golf. There's the Josh Johnson Golf in there as well. He was up inside the top 10 also. So a great variety of cars, as you can see, including the Z4 of Liam Crilly, which is now ahead of the Honda Civic as well. So Crilly leading Class B as things stand. Andy Bailey in the 95 Honda second within Class B. Class C is being led by number 23, Matt Creed, at the moment in the Renault Clio, and Class D, I think, by Adam Reed in the BMW Compact. He's in 26th place overall.
Yes, so as you mentioned, Liam Crilly up into 5th. That means the Civic, number 18 Civic, is slipping further down the order. 161 comes into the pit lane now, as more of them are coming in dribs and drabs. James Alford, that is. There goes Jamie Sturgis. So he, interestingly, has not reacted there, has he, to Christopher Mills' early pit stop. He's instead choosing to stay out there and try and use the clean air, I guess, to leapfrog past the BMW driver. 22 we're seeing here in the pits as well. One of the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, which always prove popular. Chris Fantana is in, and of course with no driver change to be done, they just sit there, have a bit of a chat with their team members, and then get sent on their way once the mandatory time has elapsed.
Yep, that's the way of it when you're going solo. Further back, Ivan Mayers, you can see in the grey beroofed Mazda on the left-hand side of shot there, and he is doing battle with the 180 car, although that is on a different lap. That's the Chris Searle and Carl Chambers Peugeot 206.
Sturgis in here, Ian.
Oh yeah, he's in the pit lane. He's behind another car though, which may be delaying him slightly. Of course, there's a speed limit in the pit lane to be observed, but his progress may have been a little delayed by that car just ahead of him, which could cost him dear really, because there was so little to choose between them before the pit stops went on. That's the 20 car, which is Nick Goff's Audi TT. We said we don't see too many Audis. Well, there's another one.
I'm just not sure that rear wing's big enough, Ian.
Well, you could certainly, make it a very good picnic table, couldn't you? I think it's
or an ironing board, yes.
Potentially. Some tape being applied there, which suggests that some bodywork has come adrift, possibly after some contact during the course of the race. Good stuff, that tape. Yeah, it can hold just about anything together. Yeah, there we go, job done. Yeah, about 23 minutes of the race to go, Andy, sorry.
The old adage is that if it can't be fixed by tank tape and a hammer, then it's not worth fixing at all. And yeah, bit of cosmetic damage there. I think that car was in that the incident on the first lap of the initial start of the race up at Beckett's. It would have been in that part of the order, I think, roughly. Z4 continuing to move forward here. Liam Crilly's 4th place now, as others have pitted. Of course, the BMW still owes us a pit stop, which it is going to make this time, and it handily puts its indicator on just to let us know that it's coming into the pits this time.
And he's barrelling into the pits as Liam Crilly, and that really suggests to me that he knows exactly where the, well, I hope he does, exactly where the speed limit line is. Because for the first part of the pit lane, you don't have to observe the speed limit until you pass the white line. And I think sometimes drivers can be a bit more pedestrian than they need to before they need to, if you see what I mean. So hopefully Liam Crilly did that to perfection, rather than made a complete mess of it. So about halfway through the pit window now as well, which goes on for 15 minutes. 90 seconds is the length of time that drivers have to stop for. Nick Vaughan it now is that assumes the lead from the Mudger and Faulkner Civic. Crilly, well, he's come into the pits, was 3rd at the time, so Bailey will take over the lead, Andy Bailey of Class B. But of course, all of those drivers need to make their stop still.
Yes, that's the 63 BMW of Chris Bjaaland, who had his spin earlier on, and there is the number 18 Civic. Now I'll be interested to see if they take a look at, under the bonnet perhaps here, because that car I mentioned earlier on was significantly further off the pace than it had been prior to that red flag. So yeah, I wonder if they'll have a little look, see if there's anything obvious that they can work on to try and improve the performance. Jamie Sturgis, by the way, just going past us, and he is ahead, I notice, of the Christopher Mills BMW. So once this all shakes out, as it stands, Ian, we could have a new leader.
It's entirely possible, isn't it? We will wait and see, though. We'll wait and see as we watch the BMW head down to Maggots and Buckets. There's Sammy Bowler's car, and there is the car of the erstwhile race leader from Part 1 going through, Jamie Sturgis as well. Also regular front runner in the Castle Combe Sports and GT Championship as well. There is the Andy Bailey Civic that is leading Class B at the moment. Number 95 as into the pits goes number 11, Ollie Samways from 4th position. Ollie, who did some racing in Sport Specials previously, as we watched the 31 car, which is the Andy Chapman car. And there's the car that Sam McKee will be taking over from Daryl Bennett as well. Daryl, the 34-year-old from Kings Lynn. He's an assistant theatre practitioner at the Curie Hospital in Kings Lynn. And he's one of the latest drivers to share Sam McKee's car. And of course, we saw at the beginning of the programme Sam McKee demonstrating this lap of the Silverstone National Circuit for us. An enthusiastic racer in the 750 Motor Club over the past 3 or 4 seasons now. Got a black and white driving standards flag being shown to car 10, which is Tim Stracy in the Lotus Elise, I can see.
Yeah, that'll be track limits, I guess. There are quite a few places where you can easily exceed those track limits and be deemed to have gained an advantage. Copse Corner springs immediately to mind, but we've even seen drivers running quite wide out of Beckett's, haven't we, as well? I'm not convinced that gains you any time, but the rule is the rule. If you cross that white line, then you have exceeded track limits. This then is the battle that we expect to be for the race lead, don't we, once everyone has pitted, and looks to me as though the BMW is maybe starting to get a bit closer to the Seat again now. That's Christopher Mills, 65, closing back in on Jamie Sturgis, 99. And we do have this interesting front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive dynamic. Traditionally, you'd expect the rear-wheel drive car to come on stronger in the second half of the race as it saves its tyres. It doesn't work its front tyres anything like as hard as a front-wheel drive car would, and the challenge could even be on this time down into Brooklands.
Yeah, Christopher Mills getting right with Jamie Sturgis now, not quite close enough there to do anything about it. So these two showing 9th and 10th on the timing screen at the moment, but of course the cars ahead of them need to make their stops. They might go either side. No, they go the same side of that car. That's the car that was getting the black and white driving standards flag there, the number 10 car. They go the same side of that and then head down towards Copse once again. So 65 it is that we think effectively is leading. Christopher Mills from 99, Jamie Sturgis in second place. As he's taken the lead now, down towards the right-hander at Copse, squeezing through on the inside of the 31 Seat of Andy Chapman. Nick Vaughan, by the way, from the lead now into the pit lane as well. But this race, I sense it's not really over yet, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not convinced there's a huge difference in speed between these two. That was a bit unfortunate, really, for Sturgis. He went to the left of the number 10 car to put a lap on it, and Mills went to the right, and it turned out that that was the right way to go. And so it was it's not necessarily that he made an overtake so much on Sturgis as that Sturgis got blocked inadvertently by a back marker and lost momentum. And of course the BMW we've noted earlier on is a bit quicker in a straight line anyway, so you can see he's getting away from Sturgis as they cross the line, but by the time they get back up to Beckett's again, Sturgis might be able to get back on his case again.
Tim Stracy is getting a 5-second penalty now for exceeding track limits, you can see. but he's not troubling well, he's 18th, so not really troubling the leaders. Adam Reed heading into the pits as well. He was well up there, having not made his stop. But yeah, I mean, in terms of best lap times, it's Christopher Mills done a 102.43, Sturgis 102.76, so not a lot to choose between them. So I think we could be in for a grandstand finish here. There is that number 10 Tim Stracey car that I was just referring to, getting the 5-second penalty board shown to him. That looks like it's the Stephen Cuddy car, and there is the Audi. 15 minutes to go.
And a big group of traffic ahead now for the leaders. This could be a really pivotal lap or so ahead here for the top two, as there is Vaughan in the pit lane. Nick Vaughan from the lead in the Audi will of course drop back potentially out of a podium place actually once this all shakes out. I think he'd lost a bit of time just beforehand. The leaders of course have already gone through, and now it's actually going to be quite tight between the Audi and the second of the Seats. That's the Jones and Cunniff Seat, which you're about to see there, look in the background, the white Seat. That is essentially fighting that Audi for position, and as they come out of Copse Corner, it'll be interesting to see which one comes out ahead. The pit exit is to the right, and look at that, it couldn't be much closer. They're side by side coming out of Copse, but the Seat with the momentum here, Ian, I think should go through.
Yeah, I should think he will hold on to the position there. So there is Vaughan, and there's not a lot in it, although he does make a slight mistake there at Beckett. So we could have a fight on for the victory and for third place as well, I suspect, during the course of this race. So there's the potential fight for what we think will be third place once the timing screen updates over here. Christopher Mills leading, Jamie Sturgis second now, 1.52 seconds between the two of them. And yeah, I think it is going to be Cunniff that's going to come through in third place and Vaughan in fourth, and that's going to be your top four, albeit there's 25 seconds probably between the second and third, 22 seconds between second and third. So battle for the win and a battle for third, I think, is how it's going to pan out for the last 14 minutes.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, they were the other way round, those two, before the pit stop, so that was another split strategy there that worked a little bit better for the Seat. There's the other Seat in the race going through in second place overall. Sammy Bowler coming towards us now, having made her pit stop as well. She was running inside the top 5 before that happened, and dives up the inside of one of the BMWs, but I don't think that is for position. The little Mini going well in this stage of the race. They go their way through Luffield Corner, and Sammy was part of that big group that have just been lapped by the race leaders, and I'm glad to say the leaders appear to have got through that group pretty cleanly.
Yeah, certainly seem to have done, as we watch Liam Crilly then, who's emerged from all of this in the lead still of Class B as well, and he's got about 12 seconds in hand over his nearest driver, which is Andy Bailey. So that class looks like it has sorted itself out. Class C, Matt Creed is about 12 seconds clear of the McCormick and O'Donnell car, so that's looking fairly well sorted. And Class D, just having a look on my screens for that, that looks to be Adam Reed, yeah, comfortably ahead of Chris Fantana. Not too many cars out in Class D. So Lewis Rose there, problem with the wheel or the tyre maybe?
Well, they were wobbling the wheel around in a way that I would guess it's not supposed to wobble, so I don't know if he's had a whack on the right front, but that's a shame because Lewis was going quite well, wasn't he? He was moving his way into the top 10 before the pit stop cycle, but this is obviously going to be a lengthy stop. They're tightening the wheel again now, having not appeared to have actually done anything to the suspension, so maybe they've looked and realised they can't fix it, so they're just going to send him back on his way just to limp around and try and salvage a half-decent finish. But yeah, that will now put him, I think, at least one lap down on where he was.
There is Matt Creed, 23 in 15th position, our Class C leader, Track Obsession car. You've seen he's got the black cross on the yellow background, revealing that he's a novice driver that hasn't yet done enough races to get the signatures that allow him to take the cross off the back of his car. Now, he is also, though, getting a black and white driving standards flag, and we saw when Tim Stracey had that a few minutes ago, 2 laps later it was a 5-second penalty, so He really does need to watch his step, does Matt Creed, although his lead at the moment, I think, in Class C is sufficient. Even if you've got a 5-second penalty, it'd still take the win.
Yes, but doesn't go down too well, especially if you're looking to try and get rid of that novice cross. So
No.
needs to try and avoid getting the 5-second penalty if he can, but driving well apart from that. The little Clio going pretty well. I think that is an ex-Clio Cup car, isn't it? I think from, again, probably 10 or so years ago now, but got a nice bit of clear track around him there. He's got the Z4 behind, which is running in 5th place now. Liam Crilly leading its class ahead of Andy Bailey, who I think was ahead in Class B earlier on. Of course, Bailey was scrapping with Ollie Samways in the MR2 in the early part of the race, but they're now about 8 seconds apart. So another example there of how the pit stop strategy, more than the actual pit stop time, because it should be a set pit stop time for each of the cars, but the moment at which you pick to make that stop can actually make quite a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Depends what's going on the in-lap and the out-lap. If you get any traffic going into or out of the pit lane, as well as we saw with 1 or 2 drivers, that can make a difference. 2.6 seconds the lead for Christopher Mills as we home in now on number 17, Adam Reed. He's our Class D leader in the Skegness tyres backed BMW Compact. He's been a part of the team that has won the Burkitt 6-hour relay race for the last couple of years, the Three Amigos, along with David Drinkwater and Paul Hinson. Adam has been a part of that outfit, winning the race on handicap on a couple of occasions. And we've seen him out regularly with the 750 Motor Club for the last, 7 or 8 years, I suppose, if not more than that. So a great supporter of the club, and he's got the Audi TT up behind him, with number 20, Nick Goff, the man from March, puts a lap on him. Less than 10 minutes to go now in this restarted Tagiwa Roadsports Series race. Christopher Mills, it is leading by 2.6 seconds from Jamie Sturgis, and a similar gap now actually between our 3rd and 4th place cars, Nick Vaughan and Mark Jones, who's taken over from Stephen Cunniff for the second part of this race.
Yep, lead gaps sort of stable at anything between 2 and 2.5 seconds at the moment between Christopher Mills and Jamie Sturgis, just depending really on where they're catching the back markers. So through there you see some of the cars we've just been talking about. There is the leader, there is second place, the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, coming through a couple of seconds behind. And those two really the class of the field, aren't they? It would have been interesting to see how the likes of Darren Ball and maybe even Adam Egar could have factored into this battle. They almost certainly would have been in the podium fight had they not had their issue on the opening lap, but it has really allowed Mills and Sturgis to dominate. Look at that, 30 seconds between Sturgis in second and Nick Vaughan in third. There is the 8th place car, Ollie Samways going through, 3rd position in class at the moment, and gaining a little bit actually on Adam Bailey, who's 2nd in class. That was close. That was the 36 BMW going up the inside line. That was Sam McKee. Was that for position on the, is that 56, the Porsche that it was going past? I think it might have been, mightn't it?
Just having a look. No, I don't think it. Oh yes, it was. It's down as 5. So yes, it is for position, this scrap. That's the McEwan Porsche, isn't it, that he's doing battle with? And of course, Sam McKee in this car for the second part of the race. More development work has been done on that car over the course of the winter. You can see it does still have its license plate on the back as well, and it does still, from time to time, get driven to the circuit as well.
161 there goes a lap down as well. You're not going to miss that car in the pack, are you? James Alford, the fluorescent yellow Honda Civic, stays out of the way quite nicely. In the background, look, you can see the 3rd and 4th place cars coming towards us, the black Audi, the white Seat. Much the same margin between those two that we've had for a little while now. Nick Vaughan just keeping the Stephen Cunniff driven Seat at arm's length, and just ducks up the inside of the James Alford Civic as well. The Audi running strongly here in the final part of the race. Just under 6 minutes to go. Oh, and Cunniff there has to take avoiding action there just to avoid Floyd running into the back of the Civic.
Just mentioned Sam McKee, of course his car is still being driven to the circuit for every race, in fact. And talking of him, there he was, just going through shot there, I think. There is the 16 car of Nick Vaughan on a different lap. He is on lap 24 now. Sam McKee is on lap 22, so there's 2 laps between them as the Ivor Mares MX-5 locks up quite spectacularly there, and that means that for position the McHugh Porsche gets through, and that's for 18th.
Yes, this is quite an interesting little group here, isn't it? All fighting for position, like you say, 'cause you've got the BMW of McKee not far behind either, whilst the 3rd place battle overall comes through to put another lap on them. So Ivor Mares there running in the Paul Sheard run Mazda MX-5. Paul Sheard, a name synonymous with MX-5 racing. Doesn't really race so much himself these days, although I think he still does the odd race. He's more into his rallying now, isn't he, really, Paul Sheard? Racing Mazda MX-5s in the Circuit Rally Championship here in the UK. And running cars, though, still in multiple different series, including this one. As into the pit lane, I can see out the window, by the way, is that bright yellow Civic that we were just talking about. That was James Alford, wasn't it? There he is, look, the 161. Nothing obviously wrong with the car, but he wouldn't be pitting for the good of his health, so there must be something not quite right under the hood. And also, actually, just going past us on the track, even slower than normal, is the number 18 Civic, which was running in the top 10, or it had been. It's down to 12th place now.
So there is the driver in 2nd place, Jamie Sturgis, going through. 4.5 seconds now drift of race leader Christopher Mills, whose best lap of the race is a 1:02.43, which is a lap record, by the way. Previously, the lap record for these cars was a 104.19, Rory Hines and Owen Fitzgerald. So nearly 2 seconds taken off the lap record. There's James Alford, the company director from Plymouth, who's done some couple of seasons in the 116s as well, but it looks like his race is over, possibly. That's a great shame. 4 minutes of the race left to go, and still lots of scores to be settled in this race. Just checking on the various class positions, I think all of the class battles are pretty much resolved in actual fact, barring something strange happening in the closing moments of this race. So it's not to say there's not some squabbles for position still to be sorted out. And there is that car of number 16 Nick Vaughan, only a 1.5 seconds ahead of Mark Jones. So this is one of the closer battles still going on, albeit possibly the lead has gone out a little bit. Yeah, because there's now a couple of slower cars between us. So it's pretty more like 2.5 seconds now between 3rd and 4th, Andy.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows as one catches traffic and loses time, and then the other one does the same a corner or so later. And there you can see the gap as they go through on the timing screen. Once it updates, I can tell you it's going to be about 3.5 seconds, so even more time lost there for Cunliffe than we thought. Jamie Sturgis also just ahead of, well, say just ahead, 40 seconds ahead of those two, is also losing time fairly consistently to Christopher Mills.
And that was Andy Bailey, I think, getting a wheel on the grass just under the vehicle bridge there. You don't want to be heading off there. We've seen drivers hit the bridge supports along the Wellington Straight in the post. It's not necessarily that pretty when that happens. So here he is. He is running in 7th place, just behind Chris Boyallen, who has been putting in some respectable lap times. 1:04.41 his best, but he's about 5 seconds off that now, with 2.5 minutes of the race left to go.
Yeah, and Bailey doesn't want to be doing too much of that because Ollie Samways is gaining on him. He took a 1.5 seconds out of him on the previous lap. That would be for 2nd place in Class B. So Ollie Samways in the red, white and black Toyota MR2, number 11. I think he's going to run out of time, but he is quicker than Andy Bailey at the moment, and he was closer to Bailey before the pit stops than after them. So I think he'll be ruining the time that he lost during the pit window. There goes the MR2. Just got to dive up the inside of that group of back markers. But yeah, I don't think he's quite got time to get to Andy Bailey, but he's certainly applying some pressure.
You can see the last lap board is being prepared, so we're not too far away from the end of this race. As watching the Ollie Samways car at the head of this little group, this little tussle. Matt Creed, the Class C leader, in 14th position overall. He's involved as well. Fascinating goings on here in the closing stages of this race. They come up and over the line. I'm just looking out for our race leader. He's just heading into Luffield now, and I think he's going to see the last lap board in about 15 seconds or so when he comes across the line, Andy.
Yeah, this will be the last lap for him, and the gap fairly consistently going up by about half a second a lap between Christopher Mills and Jamie Sturgis. So the rear-wheel drive BMW looking after its tyres a bit better, just getting on stronger towards the end. That rear-wheel drive BMW, well, it might well have been looking after its tyres, but there's something else about it that isn't quite working right, because unfortunately the 63 has pulled off at the side of the road, and that will be a retirement for Chris Bialan, who's had an... oh, no, it's not a retirement,
no,
he gets going again. An eventful afternoon he's had, isn't it?
He certainly has. Now, the last lap board didn't go out, but we did have a driving standards flag going out to Alfa Mayor's, number 316. So whether it was just a question of one or the other, and we'll get the checker flag this time anyway, remains to be seen. There's the fourth place car, Mark Jones, who's steadily dropping back away from Nick Vaughan. He's there in fourth position, of course. He's just coming out now to complete another lap. And those two cars are now 3/4 minutes behind the race leader, Christopher Mills, who in turn is just coming up to the line now. Does he get a checker flag? No, he gets a last lap board now. So last lap board has now gone out, Andy.
It wouldn't be awful if something went wrong to him now on this extra lap that they technically shouldn't be doing, because the time is down to 0, but they get one more lap to enjoy of the Silverstone National Circuit. There goes the leader, goes past the one of the 1 Series BMWs there into Maggots and Beckett's. Quite a performance difference there between the two. 7 seconds the lead, so he probably doesn't need to be pushing it quite that hard in the braking zone, but giving it everything he's got. Sorry, no, I'm seeing the wrong. I thought Ollie Samways had caught Andy Bailey out of the window, but that was a different MR2 Civic pairing. So yeah, I think all of the positions now pretty much settled, as unfortunately Chris Bialan has stopped again.
And this time we don't see whether he actually gets going again. Anyway, here is our race leader, Christopher Mills, who's driven a good race here. The move he was able to make for the lead was a little fortunate, a little opportunistic, but nevertheless, I think a thoroughly merited victory for number 65, Christopher Mills. He goes across the line now and takes the checkered flag to win the opening Tequila Roadsports Series race of 2021. Jamie Sturgis, number 99, goes across the line now in second place, and it's going to be a long gap back to third position. Adam Reed, I can see, has crossed the line in his BMW Compact to win Class D. We'll look out for our other class winners. The Class B winner is about to go through to take the checker flag. That's Liam Crilly, so he's just going into your view now on the left-hand side of the shot. And I don't think Matt Creed has been through yet in his Clio, and he should be the full set of class winners. And he's just chilling into Brooklands now, I can see from my window. So Matt Creed, number 23 in the Clio, he is going to come through. He's at Luffield now, and he's weaving the car around. I thought he was going to dive into the pits. I wonder if he's tight on fuel, and he was just trying to find the last drops of fuel there as he coasts over the line, but he does nevertheless, Matt Creed, take victory in Class C and 13th position overall, but another lap, and that might not have been the case, Andy.
Well, the thing is, they had that red flag, so that meant another green flag lap that they might not have calculated for, and then they did an extra lap beyond the 45 minutes anyway, so they've done 2 extra laps, which, if the team were being particularly close on fuel, and you don't want to carry any extra weight, of course, so you try and only just put enough fuel in to get you to the end and then back into the pits, then yeah, I can imagine a few of the drivers were panicking a bit about that. Just a quick point as well about Ollie Samways, because he really slowed on the last lap or so I wonder whether he had a similar problem. I mentioned that he was almost with Andy Bailey, but he dropped back to the tune of nearly 30 seconds in the last lap and a half, and I saw him really slow coming off Luffield on the penultimate lap. So yeah, just speculating, but I reckon a few of them were a bit tight on fuel there.
I suspect you're right. Mukesh Azad says that Chris put on a great show. Pat Crilly congratulates Liam Crilly on his class win as well. Michael Clough says that the coverage is excellent. Thank you, Michael. He's asking, will the Protect Rock Sport specials be broadcast tomorrow too? Well, yes, they will. We'll tell you more about tomorrow's racing a bit later on. Durable Carpet congratulates Nick Vaughan on his P3. Let's have a look at the results there. Christopher Mills taking the win from Jamie Sturgis. Nick Vaughan it was in third position. Mark Jones and Stephen Cunniff fourth. Liam Crilly fifth and winning Class B. Then Andy Bailey, Ollie Samways, Josh Johnson, Sammy Bowler and Andy Chapman, also Class B drivers, rounding out the top 10. Looking a little bit further back if we can. There we go. Nick Goff was 11th. Tim Stracey with that 5-second penalty was 12th. Then Matt Creed, the Class C winner, ahead of Luke Plummer and Chris Byallen from higher classes. The McCormick and O'Donnell Golf was second in Class C, ahead of the McHugh Porsche. And then Sam McKee and Darryl Bennett fourth within that class. As the screen's just changing around slightly. There's the 21st position. David Connell, 22nd, Daniel Crago, then Andy Gay, Adam Reed, the green square there, denoting that he was the Class D winner from Christian Goodall, Lewis Rose, Chris Earle, Chris Fantana, Matthew Footman and Mike Oldknow. So those the finishers then from that restarted Tequila Roadsports Series race, and Roadsports will be back out at Croft in a month or so's time. Let's head down to the pit lane and rejoin Anthony Jordan.
Yes, Christopher Mills, you join us here. What seems to have been the longest race of the day. We had a red flag about 10 minutes in. Talk us through what was going on in between that time, because obviously there was a lot of yellow flags out on circuit. What was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it was quite a crazy start. There were quite a few accidents going on. It was so difficult to see when you were yellow flag, when you were green flag. So it was just attention all the time, just really trying to keep focus. Then the red flag, and then a bit unsure what to do there. So we seemed to reform up on the grid. But then had no idea how long the race was going to be. I thought it was going to be about 20 minutes, but it seemed a lot longer than that, but really chuffed.
No, it was around the half-hour mark, I think it was, when we did restart the race. But, a cracking effort from yourselves and the team, of course. A challenging one out there, definitely, with lots of traffic. 40 cars out on the circuit with a track lap that's around a minute a lap. So, a lot of traffic to deal with. And, of course, with those back markers, all those yellow flags, it must have been a massive challenge.
Yeah, it was good fun. I mean, the back markers were great. They generally got out of the way, but yeah, it made it for some exciting racing, some exciting driving. I had Jamie bearing down on me continuously, so just try to not look in my mirror and just try and look what I'm doing. So.
Excellent. There was definitely some lunges from distances at some points, especially into the maggot section. I have to say, I suspect a look in the mirror, the eyes got wider as you saw us say it, beaming ever closer.
Oh, I've never felt the pressure to lunge so much in all my life.
Excellent. Well, of course, it's very windy in this pit lane, and nearly had a disaster, didn't we?
You saved it.
You saved it. His helmet was on top of the car. The wind blew it off, but it was a quick catch. But yeah, a fantastic race from yourself in that one. A great result for the start of the year.
Great, thank you. And that's for my dad. He died 3 months ago, so chuffed to get a win.
No, well done.
Thank you.
All the best. Lovely stuff. Well, a great result there for the Roadsports. A fantastic race, a dramatic race as well. But if you like fast cars, some fast cars are definitely going to take to the circuit in just a moment, because it's time for F1000.
Yes, the only single-seater racing action of the weekend here at Silverstone, about to get underway, and is the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. They have a triple header this weekend, a race today and 2 more races to come tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to this. It should be absolutely fantastic. The pace was fierce in qualifying this morning. I can tell you that the cars, the first 3 cars were underneath the lap record in qualifying. Of course, they need to do it in a race if it's to count, but Lee Morgan, Matthew Booth and Elliot Mitchell all sub 55 seconds, which was the mark pretty much set by Richard Mitchum, a 55.02 here on the national circuit at Silverstone. So could we have the lap record going today in F1000? Well, it is number 56, Lee Morgan, that's going to line up on pole position in the Perpetua Motorsport car, the 30-year-old from Telford. He was the champion 8 years ago now in Formula Jedi, as it was known then, F1000 as it's now known. He's been second and third a couple of times as well in the championship in the past. He's been racing for most of his life, since 1997 when he started racing cadet karts. He's had 36 wins in F1000. Alongside him on the front of the grid is number 65 Matthew Booth, the champion 2 years ago, and also the Sport Specials champion in 2016. But there's a couple of cars that aren't getting away from the grid. They are now, or at least one of them is, with a little encouragement the other is as well. So those cars will have to line up at the back of the grid, whoever they are. To go back to the grid though, it's number 11 Elliot Mitchell on the inside of row 3. And he started racing in 2016. He was 5th in the championship last year. Dan Gore, number 80, alongside Elliot on row 2. Last year's champion Dan Clues is on the inside of row 3 alongside Rob Wellham, number 5, who is not been the most fortunate of drivers in F1000 over the past few seasons. 30 Alok Iyengar and 42 Paul Butcher line up on row 4. It's the teenager, number 41 Billy Stiles, and Adam Walker, number 14 on row 5. Clio graduate Edward Falkingham and RGB Sports 1000 graduate Mark Betts line up on row 6 of the grid, 69 and 88 respectively. Jack Tomlin, another of the young guns, is 13th on the grid. Next to his number 22 Dean Warren, alongside also next up his 66 Max Windhauser and 33 Rob Bailey completing the 8th row. 55 Nikita Abramov, who had some good runs during the course of last season, and 17 Daniel Levy on row 9. And rounding out the field, 67 Andrew Wheels, and making her F1000 debut this weekend, Kales Cole, the young karter from Cork, number 73, lines up on the outside of row number 10. So 20 cars we have for this F1000 race. A blistering pace that they set, well over 100 mile an hour average speed. Less than a 55 second lap, as I say, in qualifying for Lee Morgan, 54.64 seconds. That record certainly is under threat on this glorious day at Silverstone. Wouldn't be surprised to see the lap record broken. There is the 5 second board being shown then. You can hear the revs are rising and the race about to get underway, and it does so now, and away they go. And it's Lee Morgan from pole position that's heading down into the first corner at Copse. And they all look to have made it away, apart from one. We'll pick up who that is in a moment, but that car does get underway now, and it's Lee Morgan then that looks to have the lead as they head through Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. It's Matthew Booth in second place, Andy, as they make their way up the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, Lee Morgan really running wide there as they went out to Beckett's corner, and that you'd have thought would have compromised his run onto the back straight, but he holds on to the advantage, like you say. Booth in second, Mitchell third, so they're in grid order. Paul Butcher there losing a position though. That was possibly Alok Iyengar going up the inside at Brooklands corner. We'll pick that out for you at the end of the lap. Paul Butcher, a real stalwart of F1000 racing. Through they come then, pretty tight at the moment, and I think slipstreaming will be a factor in these races, won't they? These cars do rely quite a bit on that toe, and at the moment at least it's keeping them nicely grouped together.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the 80 car of Daniel Gore being run by Mittal Cars, also race in bike sports and Sports 1000 as well, of course. So there are 2 champions together out front, Lee Morgan and Matthew Booth. There is the 11 car of Elliot Mitchell, the 24-year-old hotel manager from Yorkshire. He was the clubman of the meeting at Silverstone 2 years ago, although that was no, it was on this circuit actually, wasn't it? The national circuit on that occasion. The leaders already then turning their way out of Brooklands, out of Luffield and on towards Woodcote to complete 2 laps, and we'll see on the first flying lap. Have we got a lap record yet? No, not quite. 55.18 on the first flying lap for Lee Morgan. The target, don't forget, is 55.02, Richard Mitchum's lap time. But we've not quite got there yet, but we're not too far away from it, Andy.
Yeah, give them another lap or so to get a bit more heat into the tyres, and I think they will get there, won't they? The car that stalled, by the way, I think was Kale's Cole, wasn't it? Because she's just come through quite some way behind the leaders, who, as you can see, are already on the Wellington straight. Also, the car that I saw diving up the inside of Paul Butcher down here a lap ago was Rob Wellham, who was twice a race winner in the admittedly shortened 2020 campaign, taking a pair of victories at Snetterton before sadly not finishing in the last race of the year. Dean Warren there, 22, comes through with Adam Walker right ahead. Adam Walker is in turn applying some pressure to Jack Tomlin. And although we've got a bit of separation between the top 6 and everybody else, within those two groups, Ian, nobody is really escaping.
No, it's some very tight packs. You can see number 14, Adam Walker there, trying to make a move. He is chasing after the number 60 car of Jack Tomlin. Now, he has made up some ground. He's up to 9th. He started in 13th, which a sense he would have been a bit disappointed about, having had some good results last season. He was 3rd in the championship last year, had 3 podiums along the way. So this morning's qualifying a bit of an underachievement for him. Possibly he had problems, but he is now making progress in the right direction. Now you can see he's the car with the red nose cone, just about to turn in ahead of number 14, Adam Walker, the train driver from Leeds. Jack Tomlin, one of the students that we have racing with us this season.
Yes, so down into Copse they go again. Still Lee Morgan with the advantage, but it did come down that time. Matthew Booth was a little bit quicker, and they've not actually got any quicker as the laps have gone on, have they? The fastest lap still Lee Morgan's from lap 2, a 55.18, and there is the man that set the pace a little bit earlier on in the race. Just been looking on the YouTube chat as well. Dax Ward, a regular driver in the championship, watching along at home. Shame that Dax can't be out on the grid this weekend, but hopefully we'll have him back at a future round. Good that he's still supporting the championship from home, even though he's not able to race with us. The Paul Butcher group then comes down through Brooklands Corner, 7th position for Paul Butcher, and then it's sort of everybody else trying to stay on his tail.
Yeah, interesting that Dan Clue's not really been able to do anything much of note in this race so far, running in 5th. Last year's champion, of course, had 3 wins last year, the same number as did Lee Morgan. Rob Wellham having the other 2, of course, last year. But he's there in 5th place at the moment. And he's just actually dropping a little bit off the pace of Dan Gore as well, I noticed. About a second and a half behind him now. 4 really in the leading group, Morgan, Booth, Mitchell and Dan Gore, and a gap back to Clues and Wellham, and a bigger gap back to Paul Butcher, who heads the field from 7th backwards. Now is Lee Morgan, he's the leader of the race. We're on to lap 6. It is a 15-minute race that we have for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship this weekend, of course. Over the line goes Lee Morgan to complete another lap, and that gap looks a bit bigger. It was 0.4 of a second. It's gone out to 3/4 of a second now. So Booth and Mitchell taking the fight to one another, and Mitchell, I think, was involved in that non-finish with Rob Wellham that you mentioned earlier on, and that they had a coming together at the Agostini hairpin at Snetterton. But Mitchell, who last season finished 5th in the points, had a couple of 3rd place finishes, yet to get that elusive race victory though. Wonder if that's going to come this weekend.
Well, he's going the right way about it, in that he's asking all of the right questions here of Matthew Booth, but it can be a little tricky to overtake in these cars, because of course they're all in theory near enough identical performance wise, and then you have quite a lot of downforce to play with here. Actually, the front and rear aerodynamics will be certainly creating quite a lot of downforce. That makes it hard to follow the other car in front that closely because of the dreaded turbulent air. So Mitchell's going to have to really find something here if he's going to get past Booth. I thought a lap ago he might have been close enough, but he's subsequently dropped back a bit from the 2nd place man. These two had 5 podiums between them last season, 3 of them for Booth, 2 for Elliot Mitchell. And as you said, neither of them were able to win a race last year. Lee Morgan had the most wins, well, joint most actually. He won 3 races, Dan Clues won 3, and Rob Wellham won the other 2.
top three cars getting together again as they come into Luffield. So look out of my commentary box window. So the gap between them has gone down. There is the 42 car of Paul Butcher, 51-year-old Chief Technical Officer from Cambridge. Started out racing the Caterham Scholarship, as it was then called, back in 1999. He's had a couple of seasons, 2016 and 2017, when he's been the runner-up in the championship, but for all of his years in Racing Jedi, he's yet to win the championship. There is the number 1 car of Dan Clues, and it's Rob Wellham that makes a move there, and he crossed the line to the 10th behind Clues, but he's gone through and up into 5th place now, Rob Wellham. So the winner from Silverstone last year up into 5th place, as he really does hope to be able to get a good run of races, a good season together this year. It's a new livery for him this year. It looks incredibly smart for the young driver from Suffolk. Back to the battle for the lead though, Andy, and again Morgan's pulled out a few lengths, I reckon.
Yeah, every time Booth goes on the defensive, because Mitchell's got a bit closer to him, it obviously plays into the hands of the leader, who's clearly pushing, because he was right up to the edge of the road there. Mitchell is closer now, though, to Matthew Booth than he's been for quite some time. He's going to have a nice tow down the straight. Can he do to Booth what Rob Wellham did to Dan Clues a lap ago? Well, no, he can't, is the answer. Wasn't close enough into Copse, and then look at the car wriggling around over the curb. That's that dirty air I was talking about. He tried to carry the speed through Copse Corner, but because he's so close to the car ahead, he just didn't have the grip that he needed. But he closes back in here through Beckett's corner. I do think here that Elliot Mitchell might be a bit quicker.
I think you might be right. Matthew Booth has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, though. So if things stay this way, that will drop him down not only to 3rd position, it will drop him to 4th. It just depends how big that gap is going to be back to Dan Gore in 4th place. So Matthew Booth has given himself a little bit of extra work to do there by incurring this 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. I wonder if A, Elliot Mitchell will be aware of that, and B, if it's going to make any difference at all to how he drives the remaining 5.5 minutes of this race.
Well, what it does do is it makes this doubly frustrating for Mitchell now, doesn't it? Because not only, yes, he is now ahead of Matthew Booth on corrected tyres, but Booth is still physically in his way, holding him up. So Elliot Mitchell will be sat there, if he does know about this penalty, thinking, well, come on, you might as well let me through now. Let me have a crack at Lee Morgan, because I think Mitchell's probably got the pace to go after the race leader. Gets a good exit there from Beckett. He pulls out of the slipstream nice and early, but that was too early. I think he lost his momentum, had to go to the outside anyway. Now he switches back to the inside. He's late on the brakes, and Mitchell goes for it for 2nd place. Of course, Matthew Booth is still going to fight this, and fight it he does. He's got the inside for Luffield. Mitchell sends it on the outside, but that's the dirty side of the road. There's no grip out there. He can't get the power down, and Matthew Booth fends him off.
Oh, so a good effort there from Elliot Mitchell. It comes to nothing, though. The gap between Booth and Gore has now gone out to more than 5 seconds, so he will, if it stays this way, at least finish 3rd. He's got to be careful not to pick up any more time penalties, because after 5, you could then get another 10 to make it 15 in total, and that could change his finishing position rather drastically, regardless of what Elliot Mitchell was able to do. Meanwhile, Lee Morgan just seems to be able to drive his own race out front, doesn't he? Best lap of the race. Oh, and we have had the lap record. I missed this. 54.98 to Elliot Mitchell. So Elliot Mitchell in 3rd place has got a lap record, and I can see some marshals there moving in the background, which suggests we may have lost somebody.
Yes. Who it is, I couldn't tell you. We're going to find out now. They're a long way off the road.
Nikita Abramov. I thought it might be. That's the TSR run car for the driver that's done some rallying and cross-country rallying in Russia, some rallycross in the UK, for appearing in F1000 last year.
Right, okay, well that looked like it was mechanical rather than driver error. He pulled the car well out of the way, so no need, probably not even any need for yellow flags really. He's that far off the track, so shouldn't impede the race too much. The race that is now into its final 4 minutes, and there you can see the marshal giving the fire extinguisher to Nikita Abramov whilst they push the car away. That's a new one. I've not seen that happen before. Didn't seem to be any immediate need for the fire extinguisher though, which is good news.
No, absolutely right. So here is the battle for, well, the lead in inverted commas, because Matthew Booth has this 5-second penalty. Lee Morgan, Booth in the middle, and then Elliot Gore. They are coming up to catch and shortly lap the 73 car, which is Chaos Cole, the Irish former karter, switching to F1000. She'd hope to be able to race in it in F1000 last season, but the COVID pandemic sort of put the plans on hold somewhat. She's keen to possibly race in W Series in future, but getting some useful single-seater experience here in F1000. She's going to get some experience of being lapped by Lee Morgan very shortly as well, Andy.
Yeah, and Lee won't want to hang around here because, as we've sort of mentioned, he might not be fully aware of this penalty for Matthew Booth, because they only display that board, if they even do display a board, for one lap, so they may well have missed it. It looks like Matthew's coming on strong as well in the final part of the race, doesn't it? Because he has reeled in Lee Morgan quite rapidly over the last few laps, and Lee gets a bit squirrely there out of Luffield, and the back marker, Kales Cole, doesn't exactly leap out of his way, so she now does pull to the right-hand side of the road. That definitely delayed Lee Morgan a little bit. The gap was 0.72 of a second between Morgan and Booth. It's come down to exactly half a second now, and although Booth has the penalty, he still physically has the ability to have an effect on this race. If he forces a mistake out of Lee Morgan, then that could have real repercussions.
Black and white driving standard flag to number 6, Max Windhauser, the software developer in the Tim Gray Motorsport run car. Interestingly, he started racing in the BMW Car Club Championship, the original iteration of it, back in 1988. Had a long gap out of racing before coming into Sports 1000 and then F1000. Anyway, back with the race in hand. We have got a minute and 20 seconds left to go, so coming into the closing stages of this race, which is being led by Lee Morgan from Matthew Booth and Elliot Mitchell on the road at least. There, though, is Paul Butcher in 7th place.
Yeah, who's catching Dan Clues. Clues has faded through the middle part of the race. We saw him lose out to Rob Wellham, about 10 minutes ago or so, and he's now a good few seconds behind Rob Wellham and being caught by Paul Butcher. Nice little scrap coming through here as well. I think this is for 9th, isn't it? It's the 30 of Alec Iyengar, the blue car. Dean Warren, Jack Tomlin, Ed Falkingham, all together behind him. So an awful lot of pressure there for Alec, who's quite experienced in this category now. And we've had a spin coming out of Luffield. I've just spotted out of the window. Whoever it was has just rejoined. And when they go past our commentary box, I'll be able to tell you who it was. It was the number 67, which was Andrew Wheels.
The 67 car, which started towards the back of the grid. He was running in 16th position as the leaders now go across the line. They have belatedly been shown the last lap board, so we've got on to the final lap, although I don't think the first car or two will have actually seen it. Meanwhile, we're looking at this battle a little bit further back. It involves I'm trying to work out who involved, but let's have a look at the leaders instead, because they are heading on their last lap around Beckett's. Lee Morgan, he led from the very start of this race. Booth in second, and Mitchell, who's a little bit further back now in 3rd position, but that doesn't really matter with this penalty that Booth has picked up for track limits transgressions, so they can all sort of effectively sit in these positions now. And it'll be 1 Morgan, 2 Mitchell and 3 Booth. Oh, it's 15 seconds now for Matthew Booth. So Booth won't get 3rd. He won't get 3rd. We'll work out where he's going to finish in a moment. But up to the line comes Lee Morgan, and he takes the checkered flag. Lee Morgan takes it then from Elliot Mitchell in 2nd place. And once everyone's come through, we'll work out where Matthew Booth is going to slot in. Dan Gore comes across the line 4th. Rob Wellham in his smart new purpley blue livery 5th, Dan Clues 6th, Paul Butcher 7th on the road. But yeah, so Matthew Booth is going to be, I think, 5th in the end. So Gore will be 3rd, Wellham 4th, Booth 5th, and Clues 6th in the end, Andy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? A bit of smoke there as well, just coming out of, was that 66, Max Windhauser possibly, smoking a bit as he took the checkered flag, so the checkered flag came out not a moment too soon for him. But yeah, Matthew Booth, that's the big talking point there really, isn't it? Because he had the pace, arguably, to win that race. Look at the way that he got away from Elliot Mitchell towards the end, 2 seconds ahead of him nearly by the flag. Although, of course, he may have gained some of that time by using bits of the Silverstone circuit that he wasn't supposed to be using. But, yeah, Booth will be ruining those mistakes. Once you've been given the first warning, really, for track limits, that should be your signal to just reel things in a bit. Certainly once you get a 5-second penalty, you should. And a 15-second penalty can really ruin your race.
Well, absolutely. It will cost him valuable points in the championship. So there he is, Lee Morgan winning it. Matthew Booth on our screens in second, but we reckon he'll drop down to fifth once that penalty of 15 seconds has been applied. So second, Elliot Mitchell, number 11. Third, number 80, Dan Gore. Then fourth will be 65. Fourth will be number 5, Rob Wellham. Fifth will be 65, Matthew Booth. Then it's, as you see, Dan Clues, Paul Butcher, Alan Walker, Alok Iyengar and Dean Warren to round out the top 10. And further back, Ed Folkingham, Jack Tomlin, who sort of plateaued fairly early in that race. Then Max Fintazer, Mark Betts, Daniel Levy, Rob Bailey, Andrew Wheels, and Kels Kolschi finished a lap down, and Nikita Abramov ended the race with a fire extinguisher in his lap. So that's how we have the first race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. The good news is that there's 2 more of those tomorrow, which is something that we can look forward to as this opening triple header of the season unfolds. But Lee Morgan setting out his stall early as he looked to win the championship for the first time in 8 years, having finished second in 2015 and third in 2019 since his 2013 success. So look forward to 2 more races for those tomorrow, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Let's head down to the pit lane and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ian. Lee Morgan, fresh out the car, he just hopped out like nothing had happened.
Yeah, Mr. Booth definitely got the pressure on. It definitely wasn't getting any easier, but I think I just drove faultless, to be fair. I don't think I made a mistake, so that was the key to it all, really. One mistake, I think they were in the toe all the way around, so it was really hard to break away. So I just had to just keep going, keep on the lap times in, no mistakes, and yeah, it was tough, and it probably looked to be getting out, but yeah. Have a rest now, ready for tomorrow, starting probably P8 on the grid for the reverse grid, so it's going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, definitely so. And you say Booth was quite close behind, but were you aware they actually had a 15-second time penalty at the end of that?
Oh, right, no. I mean, I knew he was around my tail, and I knew I had no issues, so I knew turn 1 I could really push through that on the last lap just to make sure that he was definitely firm enough back not to get a toe down the back straight. So I saw he had a warning, but I didn't really see what it was for, so I saw him go wide a couple of times, but yeah, I just had to keep going anyway, because I thought if he come past me, then I still lost the race. So.
Well, from our point of view, that looked like a calm, controlled race all the way throughout, and a very well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Well, Lee Morgan there, your race winner for the first race of this weekend, a triple header for the F1000. Of course, up next, we've got our second race of the day for the 750. The sports cars, I think it is, that's going out next. But yes, it's our second race of the day and race 7 of the weekend. Back to you in the comments.
Yep, it's the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship coming out onto the grid now. The news from race 1 is that the on-the-road winner, Ed Pither, he was excluded. His car was found to be underweight in post-race scrutineering. So 2 was the number 89 car of Jason Chatton. So that meant that Mark Glover was classified as the winner by 0.4 of a second from Peter Bove. So the drivers that have won championships between them for the last 3 years, finishing first and second on the podium. And Mick Harris also on the podium as well, in third position with car number 27. Andrew Kemp, it was 4th, Raymond Barley 5th, and Bob Simpson 6th in the classification in race 1. The grid for the second race of the day is based on the driver's second fastest times from qualifying this morning, which means that on pole position it is once again number 69, Ed Pither, hopefully with a bit of lead strapped into that car now to get it over the weight limit. And alongside him, number 1, Peter Bove in the Derby, so PRS and Derby on row 1. Second row, number 2, Mark Glover, and number 27, Mick Harris, in race kits and Derby respectively. Third row, 4, Chris Goff in the CGR2 Evo, and 11, Ray Barley in the race kits Falcon. Row 4, 7, Steve Booth in the Derby, and 39, Matthew Unman in the race kits Falcon. He was a non-finisher though in race 1. Row 5 should be 5, Bob Simpson in the SSF, and 3, Andrew Kemp in the race kits Merlin. Row 6, 42, Martin Kemp in the race kits Falcon, and 9, Rich Jenkins in the Shepherd. On to the 7th row, 10, Rod Hill in the Mystic, and 12, Conway Dorr in the Centaur. 15, Bill Rutter in the Baton, and 7, Paul Mason in the Derby. 28, Alan Bunter in the Shark, 89 Jason Chasson in the PC Special, and John Donnelly, number 50 from the 55 even, Race Kits Merlin, to round out the field, although I think there are 1 or 2 cars missing from that. So, Andy, in the first race, it was a dominant performance by Ed Pither, but then he's been pinged with that penalty and excluded for being underweight. So, all for nothing in the first race.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubting his pace, though. He would still have won the race, I'm fairly certain, even if the car wasn't underweight. But, yeah, rule is a rule. He's been disqualified. Mark Glover and Peter Bove, then, who had that fantastic battle, swapping positions on a number of occasions. There you can see them. Peter Bove, the orange number 1, Mark Glover, the black and blue number 2. That became, essentially, unbeknownst to us, the battle for the race victory. Looking forward to a resumption of that fight in this race. And then behind, there were some interesting scraps as well, weren't there, with Raymond Barley getting stuck in, battling some of the Class A drivers. Yeah, going to be another interesting race this, I think. Pither, of course, back on pole position, will be tough to beat, but who will join him on the podium? That could be a much more entertaining affair.
Yeah, certainly could. So we've got them coming back onto the grid now. Just looking to see if there's any missing from towards the sharp end of the grid. 42 Martin Kemp, I don't think he was out there in the first race either. He looks to be missing. I think Rod Hill we've also missed during the course of this weekend. Paul Mason looks to be non-stop, and I think we've lost the ones at the back, so Jason Chatton, Alan Bunter, John Donnelly. I don't know, possibly Alan Bunter's there, beg your pardon, but no Jason Chatton or John Donnelly. Anyway, a few cars light, but this is the start of round 2 of the race part 750 Formula Championship season. Red lights go on there, and they go out. Away they go then. And it's Pither on the right-hand side of picture in the number 69 car with the orange stripes. Peter Bove in the orange car is alongside him, trying to go down the inside into Copse Corner for the first time there. At the back, you've got 67 Paul Mason, is there, I beg your pardon, in the Derby. And alongside him, 28 Alan Bunter as they head through Copse for the first time. So it looks like Pither's made good his pole position, and Mick Harris spins. And unfortunately, he gets out of the way of everyone. Steve Boother also has a spin separately. Well, that was all a bit bizarre, Andy.
Yeah, so Boother got into Chris Goff. They both spun. They made contact trying to avoid the initial spinner. So that you can see Chris Goff there, the pink number 4 car, well down the order after that as well. But quite lucky, actually, that there wasn't any more significant contact than that. We've seen a couple of incidents down there on the opening lap of races today. Leaders, though, come out of Luffield for the first time. It is going to be Pither with the lead. Peter Bove almost got his nose ahead going through Copse at the start of the race, but just wasn't able to make it stick. And now he already is starting to feel the pressure from Mark Glover and Raymond Barley, who is now 4th overall and well and truly going with them.
Yeah, absolutely right. So a bit of shaking out to be done in the course of this race. There is Bob Simpson, number 5, going up the inside of number 3, Andrew Kemp, into the right-hander Copse Corner there to take the pace away. So he's up into 5th position. Meanwhile, here's the battle for 2nd. 1, Peter Bove, last year's champion. 2, Mark Glover, last year's runner-up, but the winner in the classification of the opening race of 2021. Ed Pither out in front, though, in the PRS that's had championship success in the past in the hands of David Bartholomew, who also was a low-cost champion previous to that as well. Bove, 5 times a champion now, twice champion. Mark Glover tries to go around the outside of him. Darby on the inside, Race Kits Falcon on the outside, having to go over the white line and over the curbs there was Mark Glover. He's tucked back in behind Bove now, but he's going to pull out of the slipstream again as they come through Woodcut and onto the pit straight. He's going to put him on the outside line, though, for Copse Corner. All of this music to the ears of Ed Pither, who's able to get away, but look, there he goes. Mark Glover sweeps around the outside of Peter Bove and up into 2nd place.
That was some commitment, wasn't it, from Mark Glover to go around the outside at Copse Corner. Fantastic stuff. Into 2nd. Now, although he did briefly get himself ahead of Peter Bove earlier on, they were never really separated by a huge amount, and in the end Glover did pit Bove to the line, but he never really had this chance to pull away, did he? Let's see if he can do that now. At the moment it doesn't look good for him, does it? Because Bove is right back in the slipstream down the Wellington Straight, forcing Glover to drive defensively. Goes to the outside, but I don't think that'll work. There goes Barley in 4th, Bob Simpson still 5th, Andrew Kemp is 6th, and in the background, look, Chris Goff starting to make some progress again. He's now at the inside of Richard Jenkins, having already got past the number 12 of Conway Dorr on this lap, so Goff moving forwards, and of course the other two, Mick Harris and Steve Boother, who were also involved in shenanigans at Beckett's on lap 1, should also be entertaining to watch as they too move back to the front.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I think we're in for a good 11.5 minutes that's remaining in this race. We've just seen the battle for 2nd and 3rd go through. Here is our 4th place man, Raymond Barley, who's possibly the loneliest man out there at the moment. Gap back to Bob Simpson 5th, Andrew Kemp 6th, then Matthew Unwin in 7th, and Chris Goff now up to 8th place. So he's made up a couple of places on that lap in the number 4 car, the driver from Shropshire. 11 minutes remaining as the cars disappear down towards Maggots. Andrew Kemp, although Bob Simpson got past him a lap or so ago, Kemp is not giving up. He's going to try and get back ahead of the veteran of more than 5 decades of racing in the 750 Formula Championship. He's driven in it for 5/7 roughly of his existence, of more than 70 years, the 750 Formula Championship. Cars run on slick tyres, of course, powered by 1108cc Fiat Fire engines, but it's a championship that is as much focused on the amateur designer and constructor and engineer who develops the car themselves as it is on the racer. But there's some great racing going on here as well, and Andrew Kemp is putting himself on the inside line for Copse.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to get past Bob Simpson here into Copse corner, or maybe not. Simpson tried to turn in, then thought better of it, and runs a bit wide, so that might give Matthew Unwin a bit of a run on him, because Matthew's not too far back, 2nd place in Class B. Speaking of 2nd place, Bob Simpson did get a P2, didn't he, at the end of last year, so he's still got it. He's maybe the oldest driver on the grid, but he is still very, very rapid and enjoys a good scrap. So the 3 blue and white cars getting themselves together here then, 5th, 6th and 7th, and Chris Goff adding a splash of colour to that mix in the pink number 4, you know what I mean, the pink number 4, he's closing in, as well he should, because he did originally out-qualify these 3.
He did, so he's got 9.5 minutes to try and find a way past them. I'm sure they won't make it easy for him as this race progresses, but Goff for the 2nd race in a row having his race compromised in the early stages and needing to make a comeback in the 2nd part of it. So these cars, which are lapping Silverstone in about 1 minute 5s, 1 minute 6s, lap record for these cars, as we mentioned earlier, was a 104.55, and that's still there in the hands of Robin Gearing then. Those 3 cars then, similar kind of colours really, aren't they? Kemp, Simpson and Unwin all together as they head down towards the right-hander. I think on the last lap, Unwin, yeah, he did close in on the 2 cars ahead of him to the tune of about 6 tenths per second.
Yeah, they ran side by side, didn't they, through Cobb's corner and delayed each other a touch, I would imagine. And yeah, Bob Simpson getting back ahead, but for how much longer? Because Andrew Kemp is back up the inside again, and that's the 3rd position change between these two in less than 2 laps. Brilliant battle this, and Bob Simpson now has it all to do again. There was a spin, I think, just behind them, and I reckon that was Mick Harris, who had been chasing down Chris Goff. Remember, they both went off on the 1st lap, but I don't think Chris is there. Sorry, I don't think Mick is there anymore. So a spin going through Brooklands for him, unfortunately, and he's got a bit more work to do once more.
Yeah, he has continued in the car that his wife Sue used to race for many years, but she's cheering on from the pit wall, no doubt, today. Just about halfway through this race now, Ed Pither leading. Interestingly, his gap, which was well into the teens, wasn't it, in the first race? It's only 3.5 seconds in this one, so he's not pulled away quite as quickly in this race from Mark Glover and Peter Bove. And those two, there's about 3 seconds between them now, so you're not missing anything in the way of action at the front of the field. This is the best battle of the race, and it is really 4 cars now getting involved, because you've got Andrew Kemp, Bob Simpson Matthew Unwin, and now the man that's trying to make a move, number 4, Chris Goff.
Yeah, I'm not sure that worked though, actually. I think, no, he stays behind them. This move should work though. This is the second attempt for Mick Harris to get past Conway Dorr. And actually, no, it doesn't quite work. Conway Dorr has every right to fight him, of course. They are both in the same class. So scoring points together here. And, well, Mick Harris tries the outside at Luffield. That's always difficult to do. Then jinks back to the inside on the exit, gets on the throttle, and the two cars run wheel to wheel now through Woodcote Corner. Looks as though Mick Harris should make this one stick. He's got the inside line for Copse Corner. They slowly emerge back into view into this really quick right-hander, fastest corner on the track, and it will be Mick Harris that goes up into 9th position, but there's quite a bit of empty track now, about 8.5 seconds worth of empty track before he catches this group, which does now see Chris Goff ahead of Matthew Unwin.
Down the straight they go. I'll tell you a little bit more about Mick Harris if we see him again and what he's doing at the moment, but we're watching the battle between Kemp and Simpson and Goff and Unwin. Goff having made up that position now, up into 7th place, he's now gone. He's had many dices with Bob Simpson down the years. I'm sure Bob will not make it easy for Chris Goff to get past. Having said that, all of a sudden Chris Goff's able to get halfway alongside Bob Simpson. I wonder if Bob made a slight mistake because Andrew Kemp's advantages expanded somewhat in the last half a lap or so. So I think Goff has now gone through and up into 6th. Yes, he has. It was relatively easy after all. He's going to chase off in pursuit now of Andrew Kemp to try and get 5th place away, which would be to add to the 7th place that he finished up with in race number 1.
Yes, and also would get him back where he started. He started this one in 5th position on the grid, didn't he? So behind Mick Harris, though, who we know has also spun. It's Ray Barley that's really benefited the most from all of that, up into 4th position. So Goff then gets himself into 6th. He's not actually that close to Andrew Kemp, and actually Bob Simpson's coming back at him now, trying to go to the outside into Brooklands Corner. Relatively easy to defend the inside line there, which Chris Goff does successfully, then takes a very wide line into Luffield Corner, and that wide line on the entry gives him a lot more momentum through the turn and helps him stretch back away from Bob Simpson again as we move now into the final 5 minutes of the race.
We do indeed just get a glimpse of 67 Paul Mason in 14th position going through shot. He's been lapped already by the race leader, which is still Ed Pither, by the way, 7.18 seconds to the good. Mark Glover and Peter both 2nd and 3rd. Continue to watch this battle for 5th. No, we don't really go back to the battle for 2nd, which isn't really a battle, is it? Because Glover and Bowe separated by the best part of 3 seconds now. And then heading into view in the distance, you've got Raymond Barley and that lap Mason car, and then the battle that we've been watching for most of the race, really. Andrew Kemp and Chris Goff now joining him to challenge for 5th position after that spin at the first corner. We also had other cars rotating, or not the first corner, the second corner, had other cars rotating there as well. Both, meanwhile, turns his way into Copse Corner. Fantastic heat haze there. We see here at Silverstone today, and disappearing out of it now is the number 11 car of Raymond Barley, who is in that race kit's Falcon, and he's been driving it very well during the course of this weekend so far. Finished 5th in the opening race, and he's on course to go one better than that this time, because I don't think that he's likely to be caught by Chris Goff by the end with only 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think 5th is as good as it will get here for Chris Goff, but even that's not certain. He's only half a second or so behind Andrew Kemp, but that's not going to be an easy overtake to make. Peter Bove still pushing hard in 3rd place, just did a personal best lap actually. It was still slower than Mark Glover, but he is going quicker now than he has at any previous point in the race as Peter Bove, who had 4 victories on his way to the championship in 2020, only missing out on the top step of the podium in the last 2 races of the year. But Chris Goff here, who also had a podium finish last season, is still trying to find a way ahead of the number 3 of Andrew Kemp, who had 2 podiums last year, so lots of podium pedigree towards the front and indeed the middle of this grid. Chris Goff, I think, is going to get through here. He's got a good run in the slipstream. He's got a bit more horsepower, I think, underneath him. And he's got the inside line, most importantly, into Kopp's corner. He's got his nose ahead, gets his full car ahead, just about. And although Kemp's going to try and fight back on the exit, that should be enough now for Chris Goff to get back into the top 5.
Absolutely right. So he's about to appear, he does, at Maggots. Different line being taken there by Andrew Kemp. Deeper into the corner he goes, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Ed Pither goes through to complete his 12th lap with 13 1/4 minutes gone. So 2 minutes, also 2 laps of the race to go. So I think the action in this part of the field has probably come to an end, unless Andrew Kemp can surprisingly make a comeback. You can just see in the background there Mick Harris's number 27 car. Now, he first raced in 750 Formula back in 1975 at Lyddon, where he was third, and he was building Derby 750 Formula cars with the late Dick Harvey and racing in 750 Formula ever since, 10 championships. He's currently converting the Derby 877, which we've seen him race on several occasions over the years and taking championships with it, into a transverse engined car, so that's why he's borrowing his wife Sue's car for this season. So there's Harris. We're just talking about him there. He was introduced by his lifelong friend Dick Harvey. His favourite circuit is Cadwell Park. It's quite common favourite circuits amongst drivers, is Cadwell, for reasons that are probably obvious. It's picturesque and it's a real challenge for the drivers as well, something a bit different to Silverstone, Andy, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're complete polar opposites, aren't they, those two circuits, really? Both have their own merits, it must be said, but yeah. Right, so Mick Harris gaining ground now. He's up ahead of Matthew Unwin. This really is the last remaining unanswered question, isn't it? How far up the order will Mick Harris get after his 2 spins? I think the answer might be 7th place, because he should be able to get past Bob Simpson, but we are going on to the final lap now, so he hasn't really got time to catch Andrew Kemp ahead. I say he'll get past Bob Simpson. We know that Bob won't make it easy for him. They almost touched through Woodcote. That was unnecessarily close, I'd say. I don't think they quite traded paint, but it got very, very close indeed. Now Mick Harris gives him as much space as he can, and actually that little squeeze did keep Bob Simpson in front.
Meanwhile, Ed Pither coming through Woodcote Corner for the final time. Well, he won the first race on the road, but lost it in the scrutineering bay. He takes the checkered flag to finish race 2 as winner. So round 2 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship goes, provisionally at least, to Ed Pither. Mark Glover goes across the line now in 2nd place, and Peter Bove in 3rd position. They're just appearing in your shot now. So Glover, who was the winner in race 1, and Bove, who was 2nd in race 1, finishing 2nd and 3rd on this occasion. 4th place will go now to number 11, Ray Barley, in the race kits Falcon, a long way behind the first 3. In 5th place, number 4, Chris Goff. In 6th place, number 3, Andrew Kemp. As here comes Mick Harris at the final corner, getting the place away from Bob Simpson, and even then Bob Simpson tries to fight back, but Mick Harris does just get through to 7th place as you predicted. He was about 7 seconds behind Andrew Kemp in the end, who took 6th place, but a great drive from Mick after that spin, Andy, at the 2nd corner.
Yeah, a really good recovery drive that, wasn't it? And it's a shame that he couldn't have kept it on the island at the start, because he might have been able to get up there and challenge for a podium finish. But yeah, no stopping Ed Pither on the track at least, and Ed, having taken a year out in 2020, is certainly back with a bang in 2021. Hopefully he gets to keep this race victory, because he personally has done nothing wrong in either of the races that he's won on the road today.
Let's have a look at the results then. Confirmation of Ed Pither's victory, provisionally at least, by more than 10 seconds over Mark Glover. So 69 the winner from 2 in 2nd place. Number 1, Peter Bove, was 3rd. Ray Barley winning Class B in 4th position. Chris Goff, he fought back to 5th in car number 4. From number 3, Andrew Kemp in 6th. Mick Harris fought back to 7th in car 27, ahead of Bob Simpson, number 5 in 8th. Then Matthew Unwin and Conway Dorr. 11th to Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd, 12th to Steve Boother, and Paul Mason and Alan Bunter completed the runners in that 2nd Race Part 750 Formula Championship race of the season, and they are back in action at Donington Park in 4 weeks' time. Reminder that we still have another 3 races to come for you today. Next up, it's going to be the Takiwa Type R Trophy, and then to conclude the day's action, we'll have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship as well. So that's all still to come in the next hour and a half or so here at Silverstone. And don't forget, lots more racing tomorrow. We'll tell you a little bit more about that later on, but we're back tomorrow at Silverstone as well. But for the moment, let's head down to the pit lane and we'll hear from Ed Pither with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, Ed Pither, you join us back in the pit lane. We didn't manage to speak to you the first time around, but we are speaking to you now. Now, of course, you had a disaster at the end of the first race, of course, coming in a kilo underweight, which is a huge shame, but hopefully this time around we get to redeem ourselves.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've added some ballast to the car, and hopefully that'll do enough. So, yeah, hopefully so, it'll redeem us.
Well, that race, again, looked exactly the same, a carbon copy from race 1 earlier today. Cool, calm, collected, just sailed away with it.
Yeah, sat on the line. That's kind of what I had in my mind, was just do what I did earlier and try and do the same thing again. And unfortunately, I didn't get quite as good a start as this morning, but when we went up through the gears, I got a good run on Pete, I think, as we changed up. And that did enough to get me out in front. And it's a lot easier once you get out in front, with other people tripping over each other. It gets easier.
I can imagine so. And of course, Silverstone, with it being such a fast circuit, you know, racing in these cars, it must be excellent fun.
It is. There's some really great fast corners here. It particularly suits this car, actually. It's quite slippery. And the first corner and the second corner up there are just awesome, and it really pulls and feels great. It's good fun as a driver.
Oh, well, excellent stuff. Well, congratulations again, and well done, Ed Pither.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Well, if you can hear them just behind me, an excellent race we had there from the 750 Formula, but we had an exciting race first time around for the Type R trophies, and they're about to head out and circuit again.
And the Type R Trophy was another where there was drama after the first race was completed, because Luke Rosewell, who was the on-the-road winner, was given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, and that dropped him back down to 3rd position, and it meant that the winner was Adam Shepherd in the end, in the 117 car, from 48 Lee Deegan, 47 Luke Rosewell, 53 Mark Barmer, 35 Aaron Sharp, and 87 Jack Leese. There was also an exclusion for a car being underweight. That was Warwick Ellis, number 39. The grid for this second race, based on the results of race 1, so is 117 Adam Shepherd on pole position, and alongside him 48 Lee Deegan, and they've both been champions with the 750 Motor Club in the past. Second row, 47 Luke Rosewell and 53 Mark Barmer. Third row, 35 Aaron Sharp and 87 Jack Leese. Fourth row, 8 Dave Fricker and 22 Tate Taverner. Fifth row, 97 Matt Digby and 28 Joe Jessup. Sixth row, 25 Danny Hobson, who started from the back in row 1, so he's got power to improve further in race 2, and 70 Travis Coyne. Seventh row, former Stock Cats champion, number 5 Jeff Humphries and 4 Daniel Chapman. Eighth row, 27 Chris Sparks and 77 Mark Dickin. 9th row, 7 and 17, Jack Thomas and Kevin Condon. 10th row, 96, Tim Necklin. 88, Tristan Fletcher. 11th row, 83, William Puttergill. 16, Brett Evans. Row 12, 20, Ashmore and 95, Samuel Dennis. 13th row, 39, Warwick Ellis and 18, Matthew Duffel. 14th row, 93, Jonathan Shaw and 72, Chris Stone. 15th row, 61, Graham Waterhouse and 23, Alan Gill. And James Bratigan, who non-finished in race 1, number 15, should hopefully start at the back. Green flag lap underway, Andy. So there was drama all the way through that race earlier on and after it as well, with Luke Rosewell losing out on the victory.
Yeah, so Adam Shepherd, who started that first race 4th, managed to come out with the race victory. So that pass that he made on Lee Deegan, it might have even been on the final lap, wasn't it? It was certainly late in the day. Proved to be pivotal because it got him the race lead. And as you made the point, it's a championship this year for the Type R Trophy. for the first time, so valuable points there for Adam Shepherd, who I'm sure is going to be one of the championship favourites over the course of the year. But it was a real highlight of the day so far for me, the first Type R Trophy race. I'm sure this second one's going to be just as entertaining. The battle between Luke Rosewell and Lee Deegan was very, very exciting in race one, and so exciting that they made contact on a couple of occasions. No real harm done, but it did lose them time, allowed Adam Shepherd to catch them, and ultimately gave him the chance to take the victory.
Yep, and it was a fraught period between qualifying the first race for Adam Shepherd after hitting the barrier, getting some gravel into the clutch, which necessitated a clutch change as well. So some early dramas for the team. Very, very well turned out and colourful grid of Civics for this Tagiwa Type R Trophy. The numbers have ballooned since last year with the Type R Foundation programme being instigated, which allowed drivers to join the grid and get a car, an extra set of tyres, a second set of brake pads as well. Pre-season track day was included, the 750 Motor Club membership as well. They got the registration fee included and all the entry fees, the transponder hire, you get mechanical support and parts discounted as well, all for only £10,500 if you're an existing licence holder, and for £12,000 if you were a novice. So it was a great introduction to the sport for some people, or possibly a reason to switch across from other championships for others, as some have taken advantage of that. Mark Dickin, for example, he switched across from the Hyundai Coupes. Luke Rosewell returning, having previously raced in Formula Ford 1600. Newcomer in the form of Graham Waterhouse, a regular spectator at Alton Park, but a newcomer to racing towards the end of last season. He's in a Danny Hobson-built car, the teacher and tutor from Stockport. So lots of different drivers from lots of different backgrounds in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy this year. It's such a natural car to use as the basis for one make championship like this, and we had some fantastic racing earlier on. I'm sure we're going to get the same again right now. The last car coming into position actually looks to be the number 39 car, which is Warwick Ellis. He was the car that was excluded from race one for his car being underweight, so he is lining up right at the back of the grid. He's the last one there. Green flag has waved, the red lights have gone on, and they go out now after a longish hold. Adam Shepherd, I think it is, that makes a pretty good start there from pole position in the white car with the purple stripes, the traditional family colours, but it's not good enough because he's been swallowed up actually and drops to about third position, so it might well be Lee Deegan that's moved into the lead off the start. We'll pick them up as they head down to Magnets and Beckett's for the first time in this race. And it is looking like Lee Deegan out in front at the moment as they turn their way through. Adam Shepherd in second place. And then third place looks to be Luke Rosewell, the race one on the road winner, Andy. So not the best of starts as it turned out for Adam Shepherd.
I have to say that I was holding my breath, hoping that Shepherd, Rosewell and Barber were even going to make it out of Copse Corner, because they were three wide, and Shepherd was really getting squeezed in the middle, but he came out of it well in second, and he's straight onto the tail of Lee Deegan, with whom he diced in race number one, with Rosewell by the looks of it in third. And I think that's Aaron Sharp fourth. On the grass further back is Tate Taverner, and bounces back on the road. Tate was in the thick of things in the early part of this morning's first race as well, so again finds himself three wide now as they come out of Luffield Corner. That's Jeff Humphreys to the outside, and Joe Jessup, I think, in the 28 on the inside line. Across the line then at the end of lap number one. Entertaining stuff already with Lee Deegan and Adam Shepherd trying to make a break.
Yeah, there is the 22 car of Tate Taverner, who had that moment. He's just ahead of number 5, Jeff Humphreys, Stock Cats champion many years ago now. Been racing in different things since Clio's. We've seen him in Classic Stock Hatch as well. He's up the inside of Tate Taverner as they go into Beckett's. So this will be for 8th position. Also involved there is 25 Danny Hobson, who's continuing his comeback after being thrown out of qualifying for being, for overtaking under yellow flags. Here are the leaders then, streaming down in towards Brooklands. They're going three wide. Further back, though, Taverner and Humphreys. And on the inside there as well, the 25 car of Hobson. He's won Civic races in the past in a different category. but he's not able to make it through there. Humphries it is in the black car that's prevailing for the moment. Taverner trying to unseat him. Humphries kicks up a bit of dirt. Most speed there being carried by Hobson, but they're bringing the next 2 cars into the equation as well, which I think is Joe Jessup and Jack Thomas.
2 or 3 times there they should have had an accident and somehow managed to gather it all together. Very entertaining stuff, but right on the limit. Taverner, I think, managing to fend off Joe Jessup for the... no, that's not Joe Jessup, is it? Behind that is Danny Hobson in the 25, sorry. Then it's Jack Thomas, and then Joe Jessup, who's fallen down the order a bit. Thomas now in the number 7, closing right in. New fastest lap for Lee Deegan, then a 1 minute 8.23, means he's just under half a second ahead of Adam Shepherd, so not really getting away from Shepherd. Luke Rosewell still 3rd. There you can see the top 2 have gapped Rosewell slightly in 3rd position, with Aaron Sharp 4th position, then another gap back to Mark Barmer and Jack Lees, and then this big battle going on behind them. Wherever you look, there are good battles at this early stage.
Yeah, fantastic racing from the Tsukiwa Type R Trophy. First season as a championship. It's been a series for a couple of years previous to that. We're watching the battle between Tate Taverner and Danny Hobson. It's for 9th and 10th position. They're just coming through Woodcut and crossing the timing line now to start another lap. Lap 4 of the race already. In the earlier race, the best lap was a 107.55 for Adam Shepherd. That was the lap record. No one below a 108 so far in this race. And top 2 just about have dropped Luke Rosewell, I think, haven't they? About a second between 2nd and 3rd, Andy.
Yeah, Rosewell hasn't quite got the pace, at least at this point of the race, that he had in the early laps of race number 1. But, of course, if Shepherd and Deegan start delaying each other, which I think they might do, then Rosewell could do what Shepherd did in race 1 and just play the waiting game and close in after, bringing maybe Aaron Sharp with him. Barmer there in... no, Jack Lees is now up to 5th, sorry, ahead of Mark Barmer. That happened just before they crossed the line. Then it's Matt Digby, Jeff Humphries and Tate Taverner, who, as always, is right in the thick of it. Round Luffield they go, as they go through the corner, coming out of the corner with the race leaders, and they are closer than ever. Only a car length in it now between Lee Deegan and Adam Shepherd. Not long, I don't think, here, Ian, before Shepherd really starts asking some questions of the race leader.
No, here they come into Copse Corner, and it's half a car length, 3/4 of a car length between the 2 of them. Adam Shepherd, whose dad Craig was also a champion with the 750 Motor Club in the past in Hot Hatch. Here they come down towards the right-hander at Beckett's, and they are almost at the point where they are overlapping now. Almost at the point where 2 cars are touching briefly at Beckett's. Both experienced drivers, both have raced in a number of different categories as well. M3 Cup, of course, for Adam Shepherd, he was champion in that. He also raced in Ginettas on the British Touring Car Championship support package. In the past, Lee Deegan's raced in Mini 7s, and of course he's raced MRF Formula in India as well. He's got lots of different kinds of experience as Lee. Here they come out of Brooklands, out of Luffield, I beg your pardon, towards Woodcut Corner. Still nose to tail, so practically for a lap they've been nose to tail, Andy.
Yeah, I thought Deegan had opened the door there, though. He understeered a bit wide through Luffield, which is very easy to do in a front-wheel drive car, but didn't quite allow Adam Shepherd to get the overlap that he wanted through Woodcote, but they couldn't be closer. Requires some real trust, actually, in the other driver to do this, to be so close to each other through such a high-speed corner as that. But despite being almost up the exhaust pipe of Lee Deegan's Honda Civic Type R, Shepherd wasn't actually able to make a move at Beckett. Again, it's Deegan that runs wide on the exit, though, so Shepherd has the slipstream down the Wellington Straight into what is arguably the best overtaking opportunity at Brooklands Corner. Is Deegan going to feel the need to defend this time? Not as of yet, but then again, Shepherd can't break any later than him and get up the inside either, so they stay as they are. You get the feeling, though, that something has to give at some point, and Adam Shepherd is not going to relax here. He's going to keep the pressure on Lee Deegan for as long as possible.
Now, it's not going to be long before these 2 catch Graham Woodhouse, number 61, and number 23, Alan Gill, the 2 back markers. So there is going to be some traffic to deal with in the next couple of laps or so, I reckon. Down towards Copse again, this for the 7th time Vasking. 2 tenths per second between them. They're both into the 107s now. 107.90 for Lee Deegan is the best lap of the race so far, but not as fast as Adam Shepherd managed in the earlier race. 1:07.55 it was for him. Towards the right-hander at Beckett's they go. And Rosewell, who's about 1.6 seconds behind now, behind these two, just about in shot there as they turn their way through, but he's not proving to be the nuisance that he was in the first race for certain. There you can see the two back markers that I mentioned, who are going to come into play before much longer. Let's hope in a way that they don't have a decisive say in this race, and it's a pure battle between these two that gets resolved. A bit further back, Matt Digby, number 97, is having Tate Taverner side by side with him and trying to go around the outside of him at Brooklands, but Matt Digby holds on to his 7th position, and Jeff Humphries takes advantage of that to go around the outside as Taverner was a little bit unsettled there. Taverner coming back at him now. He's got Danny Hobson behind him as well. Taverner and Humphries going wing to wing, and back down towards us at Copse Corner they come with 6 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Danny Hobson trying to take advantage of this as well, and he might be able to pick 2 places up for 1 because they make contact now. Tate Taverner and Jeff Humphries for the 2nd corner in a row. There was a bit of a tangle up at Luffield. That delayed them both, brought Hobson onto their tail. Luckily, though, they survived, both of them more or less in one piece, but that does have... it does give the impression that those two drivers have rather had enough of each other, because actually 3 corners in a row that Taverner was involved in door-to-door contact. Settles in behind the 5 car for the time being as they race back down towards us. Backmarkers doing their best to stay out of the way now. Hasn't really had a big say so far in the lead battles. It's still Lee Deegan from Adam Shepherd as close as ever, with Luke Rosewell egging them on, I'm sure, from 3rd place. What he really wants to see here is a bit more side-by-side action between the top 2 to allow him to close in.
Hobson and Taverner supplying the side-by-side action for the moment. Taverner spent a lot of this race alongside somebody else, various different characters as the race has unfolded. Hobson here on the inside line. I thought Hobson might have made a bit more progress than he actually has during the course of this race. He started at the back, he'd qualified actually pretty well before he was his times were disallowed effectively, and that's Taverner and Hobson getting together, and that puts Hobson into a slide. He's on the grass, and again, as we've seen other drivers do during the course of this weekend, he's picked up the pit lane exit to rejoin the track.
Yeah, that was Taverner was trying to get the switchback. He lost the place on the inside, and he was trying to tee up the switchback, but didn't quite judge it right. Just got into the back of Danny Hobson, who did really, really well to save that and not get himself into a bit of a tank slapper. That shows that he's got a few years of front-wheel drive experience. Adam Shepherd just saying hello here to Lee Deegan, just tapping a little bit of a message onto the rear bumper, as he has done for a few laps through Luffield Corner. Not hard enough to unsettle Lee Deegan, just letting him know that he's there, sending a clear message to the race leader that he would quite like to take that lead off him, if that would be at all possible. So far, though, it hasn't. Lee Deegan successfully defending this lead, and the pressure he's under here is almost unimaginable, because rarely, Ian, has it been more than a car length between these two, pretty much since the start.
No, it's been very close indeed. A lot of respect, I think, between these two as well. I'm sure they turn their way through Beckett's once again, and it's still, as you say, not even a car length between them, with 4 minutes to go. The gap as they cross the timing line, 23 hundredths of a second, which probably is not necessarily representative of how close it is around the rest of the lap. Rosewell you can still see there in 3rd. Aaron Sharp, number 35, in 4th. You just saw in the background as well. He's having a fairly quiet race at the moment, 'cause he's a couple of seconds there clear of Jack Leeson. Mark Balmer 6th. But these two turning their way around Luffield, still pretty much nose to tail, and time is running out now. We've got 3.5 minutes by the time they go over the line left to go, so they might just squeeze 4 more laps out of it. I can see actually a black and white driving standards flag there being shown to Lee Deegan.
So is Adam Shepherd going to inherit another victory here due to penalties and such like? Of course, maybe that's why he's not really attacking Lee Deegan so much. He can probably see that Deegan is exceeding track limits. He may well have spotted that black and white warning flag as well. So if he just keeps the pressure on here, he knows he could force Deegan into doing it again and getting a penalty. Danny Hobson again side by side with someone going through Copse Corner. This time that will have been Joe Jessup, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who he's trying to get past, but Joe successfully defends the position through the first corner and does so again into Beckett's. Novice cross there on the back of Jessup's car as well, so that makes this an even more impressive defence.
Yeah, just behind him is Jack Thomas as well, one of the returning drivers from last year. So there's Matt Digby and Jeff Humphries, two former Stock Catch front runners in 7th and 8th position. This tightly controlled Type R trophy is almost a successor, really, I suppose, to Stock Catch in a way, as we've got Hobson there trying to get the place away again from the 28 car of Jessup, the blue, white and red car, and this time he succeeds, so he's going to go back into the top 10, which he briefly vacated for, well, just under a lap. So Hobson in 10th place on the timing screens, he remains with 2 minutes of the race left to go. Deegan still leading Shepherd, and the gap across the line that time was 25/100th of a second, so it's very similar. Almost every lap those two cross the line. We'll pick them up again shortly, no doubt, as we're watching this battle a bit further back. Jack Thomas there with Dave Fricker just behind him. Now Dave started the race in 8th position, so he's dropped back a bit in this race to 13th.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Lost a bit of ground from where he started. Leader's about to come through and start what will probably be the penultimate lap of the race. I'll tell you what is happening is that Luke Rosewell is catching them both. He's doing Adam Shepherd here, isn't he? Lapping a bit quicker as the top two start to intensify their battle. This battle couldn't get much more intense, could it? Danny Hobson with that little witness mark on the right rear corner after his tangle with Tate Taverner a few laps ago. Has now worked his way to the front of this particular group of cars as the leading trio make their way through Copse Corner. Now, oh, there's a car off. That's one of the back markers. Number 72, Chris Stone, has had a spin. Was that anything to do with the leaders, I wonder, because they were about to lap him? Well, there's been no change in the order amongst the top three, but you can see how much closer Rosewell is. He was 1.3 seconds off the lead at the start of the lap. That ain't 1.3 seconds now.
Not quite. It's come down a little bit, but he's not really close enough to strike. There'll be one lap to go at the end of this one as they come along the Wellington Straight into the turn-in for Brooklands now, the left-hander, and then it's the right-hander at Luffield, and that gap is still almost nothing between first and second, but this time Adam Shepherd will see, I think, the last lap board. I can see it's being prepared, and surely he will mount an attack like he's not mounted an attack so far during this race.
Yeah, so down into Copse Corner then, running out of time. Last lap of the race here, race number 2 of the day for the Type R trophy. Is Lee Deegan going to be able to hang on and take this one then, or can Adam Shepherd make it a double officially after the post-race penalties and such? Shepherd won the first race by just 3.5 tenths. It could be even closer between the two this time. They've got a bit more traffic there to deal with into Beckett's corner. Deegan defends the middle ground. That might give Shepherd a bit more speed on the exit, which it does. This time it's Shepherd that runs a bit wider and exceeds track limits, but it's the last lap, so he's not really going to worry too much about that. Gets himself back in the slipstream again. Realistically, one more opportunity to do this. That's on the brakes into Brooklands. He feints to the inside line. Is he going to commit? No, almost locks the brakes. And now there's more traffic ahead as well, which thankfully stays well out of the way as the leaders now go through the final 2 corners.
Yep, so can Adam Shepherd dive out of the slipstream and get alongside over the line? He's pretty close to the back of Lee Deegan, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. About a length between them as they go through Woodcote Corner, and it is going to be a checkered flag and a win for Lee Deegan, and arguably he deserved that in race 1. He gets it in race 2, so Lee Deegan takes the checkered flag to win round 2 of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy Championship. Adam Shepherd 2nd, Luke Rosewell 3rd, Aaron Sharp 4th, Jack Lees 5th, Mark Barmouth 6th, then Matt Digby and Jeff Humphries 7th and 8th, Tate Taverner and Joe Jessup rounding out the top 10, Danny Hobson just finishing outside the top 10 in the end in 11th, then Jack Thomas, Dave Fricker, Daniel Chapman, Travis Coyne, Chris Sparks and Mark Dickin, and again we've got, you know, such a large part of the field in relatively close proximity in terms of the gap from first back to, say, 14th. Just 20 seconds between them, Andy.
Yeah, really, really close racing, and a great advert for the championship, which, as I said, after race 1, I think is in for a cracking year. And it's hard to pick favourites, really, isn't it? Because you've got Lee Deegan, Adam Shepherd, Luke Rosewell, Aaron Sharp, all capable of winning races, and I'm sure you're going to see some other drivers get better as the season goes on as well. So, yeah, definitely a championship to keep your eye on, I think.
And their confirmation of the results then, Lee Deegan, it was taking the win, number 48 from 117. Adam Shepherd in second place, 0.2 of a second between them. Third place to number 47, Luke Rosewell. Fourth to number 35, Aaron Sharp. Fifth to number 87, Jack Lees. Then Mark Barmer, Matt Digby, Jeff Humphreys, Tate Tavler and Joe Jessup running out the top 10. Into 11th place, and Danny Hobson finished there, 25 ahead of Jack Thomas and Dave Fricker. Daniel Chapman was 14th, Travis Coyne, the student from Nottingham, 15th, Chris Sparks, 16th, Mark Dickin, Tristan Fletcher, Tim Leckland and Kevin Condon running out the top 20. Then Brad Evans, William Puttergill, Ashmore, Jonathan Shaw and James Proutigan, who got to the end this time, fortunately. They all finished on the lead lap. Those that didn't, Matthew Duffel, Samuel Dennis, Warwick Ellis, Chris Stone and Graham Waterhouse. And Alan Gill in 31st and final position. But I think on this occasion they all made it to the checker flag, which was excellent news indeed. More tin top racing still to come this evening here at Silverstone. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship up next and the high-tech Alphas to round out the day. But first, let's go down to the pit lane and Anthony Jordan.
A little bit
annoyed
from race
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, Lee Deegan, you join us down here in the pit lane after a very tense, dramatic race. Compared to what we saw in race 1, it looked a little bit calmer. But yeah, finally we're coming back with a race win.
That's right, yeah, I mean, I was determined to take that one. I led the last race until the last lap. That's how racing should be. Me and Adam, we didn't touch once, and we must have been millimetres away from each other the whole race. And all respect to Adam, he never touched me. The first race was a little bit too rough for my liking, but I was determined to get that one back.
Yeah, definitely so. And you can see the battle scars on the car here as well from race 1. And that was obviously from all the contact that we saw down through the Maggots and Beckett's complex, and of course a lot of lunges that we saw in that previous race. But like you say, yeah, a lot calmer, a lot more tame this race.
That's right. I mean, that contact didn't lose me the race in the last one. It hindered me and it allowed other cars to catch up. But it was more the back marker that sent me sideways going into turn 1 on the last lap. So yeah, I mean, it's first weekend in the car. Area Motorsport have done a brilliant job. Fresh car out the blocks, and we've picked up a win. So push on to round 3.
Excellent stuff. A great result then for yourselves and for the team. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Spot on. Well, an excellent result there for Lee Deegan after a dramatic first race from earlier today. We're on to the penultimate race of the Saturday today. It's time for those BMWs again.
Yes, round 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2021 already coming out onto the circuit. A reminder that earlier on today it was victory for Niall Bradley, number 47, from number 2 Rick Kerry and 44 Michael Cutt. In the classes, Wayne Lewis won Class M2, Jim Benson won Class 6, and the Cup class was won by Carl McMillan. But we had 2 other leaders during the course of the race. Brad Sheehan, he retired to the pits. He had electrical issues. And Mike Cutt also briefly held the lead of the race as well before going on to eventually finish in 3rd place. The grid for race 1, for race 2 I should say, based on the results of race 1, so it lines up as follows. The front row, 47 Niall Bradley, and alongside him 2 Rick Kerry. Second row, 44 Mike Cutt, and 18 Mike Eustace. Then it's 7 Wayne Lewis and 3 Kaz Singh on the 3rd row. 4th row, 83 Gary Burstow and 66 Mark Colmer. 5th row, 35 Colin Whitmore and 59 Jim Benson. 6th row, 21 Andy Abrams and 1 Kevin Denwood, last year's champion of course. 7th row, 43 Stephen Schweikart and 25 Ben Pearson. 8th row, 30 Dan Harborough and 77 Paul Travers. 9th row, 8 and 40, that's Bill Redrop and Sean Jackson. 10th row, 10 Clive Watson and 76 Stuart Pywell. Row 11, 37 Kevin Granger and 174 Ralph Kirk. Row 12, 71 Jordan Saywood and 23 Tom Singleton. 13th row, 60 Carl McMillan, the Cup Class winner from earlier on, and 9 James Dalzell. 14th row, 96 David Morris and 31 Paul Laramie. 15th row, 68 Gareth Thomas and 6 Sam Walton. Then on row 16 it's 67 Adrian Williams and 123 Nick Ramsden, with 28 Brad Sheehan and 61 Lee Pearcey, rounding out the 34 starters that we should have for round 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2021. So a big grid here, and a good race in prospect. Last year's champion, Kevin Denwood from Class 6, has moved up to Class M2 for this year. And there we see the cars pretty much all formed up now. Green flag is waved at the back. I can see from my from my commentary box, and the green flag was waved at the front to allow the drivers to get one more look at the 1.6 mile national circuit, get some heat into the tyres of whatever manufacturer they are using. And Andy McEwan, as we watch the cars head off on the green flag lap, it was a dramatic race one, wasn't it, with the dramas that fell Brad Sheehan and then Mike Cutt losing the lead as well, and Niall Bradley coming through to take the win, which I'm not even sure he knew about.
No, I don't think he had a clue, and you can't blame him because there was so much going on in that one that yeah, it was easy to miss things, wasn't it? But you had to feel for Brad Sheehan especially, because I'm pretty sure he had the pace to run away with that race, but you've got to have the reliability as well, and that was an issue for one or two drivers in that first race. We had a handful of them that weren't able to make it to the end of the race, but hopefully they've all been able to get the car sorted for this second race, which should be another entertaining one, with a good group of drivers, I think, who are all capable of fighting for podium places, not just in the M1 class either, but across the other classes too.
Yeah, reminder, it is a multiple class championship, M1 and M2 for M series engined cars, the more powerful cars in M1, less powerful cars in M2. Broadly speaking, 6 is for 6-cylinder cars, and the Cup class is for a specific set of regulations, and that's cars that are based on the BMW 325 Ti Compact. And there is the lovely looking E30 of Don Harborough going through shot, which we get to appreciate. I also quite like the Stuart Pyrewell car as well, the number 76 car, the 125i. I think that looks very smart, especially in its gunmetal grey. So that's a nice looking car as well. So the leading cars heading back around to the grid. There's some quick guys at the back though. We'll need to watch for Brad Sheehan. We'll need to watch for Lee Pearcey. He's being quick as well in the past. He was a non-starter in race one. I was just going to say, I don't remember what happened to him in race one, but he didn't start it, which is why I don't remember. And he too is someone who's likely to come through and get in towards the top 10, I would have thought. I don't think we saw him racing the BMW Car Club Racing Championship last year, but we have seen him in other 750 Motor Club races, notably Roadsports, I think, in the past. So, last few rows of cars coming into position. This one's going to be a 20-minute race. Penultimate race of the first day of action here at Silverstone. Much more to come tomorrow, which we'll tell you about a bit later on. But we are looking forward for the moment for this 20-minute race. You see quite a few cars there. The driver's got the black cross on the yellow background. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least I can spot there. Well, you've got drivers who are newcomers to racing still. Lee Pearcey's the last car into position there at the back. You can see 5-second board is shown, and we're all set then for 20 minutes of racing around the Silverstone National Circuit for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Lights out, away they go, and it's a pretty even start for the two front row men, and that is Niall Bradley and Rick Kerry then as they head down towards the first corner. But we've got some quick guys from the back that we need to watch, Lee Pearcey and Brad Sheehan, so let's see what they can do during the course of this 20-minute race. It's a longish race, so they've got plenty of time to try and make something work. Field streaming past our camera point at Maggots and turning their way through Beckett's now, but it is Niall Bradley leading, Rick Kerry second, Mike Cook third, so as they were on the grid, Andy.
Yep, down the Wellington Straight then for the first time. Number 71 there, getting hung out to dry a bit on the outside line. That's Jordan Saywood's BMW Compact, but the leader's already down at Brooklands, and Rick Kerry is very much going after Niall Bradley here in the early stages, which we didn't really see from him in the earlier race. And as they come out towards the end of the lap, you can see the 37 car there, again in the midst of the action. Cavan Granger, that is, one of the midfielders in Class 6. Out of Luffield though, all cleanly through the end of lap number 1. And already a real battle going on at the front. That was Kerry, I think, trying to get up the inside of Sheehan as they went into Cobb's Corner. Not sure if he made it work, but there is a bit more intent here, isn't there, from Kerry in the early stages of this race?
You said Sheehan, I think you meant Niall Bradley, but Brad Sheehan got up to 18th at the end of lap 1, but Lee Pearcey even better than that, up to 16th position. So they've, between them, made about half of the places already only on the first lap of the race. So that's an incredible start from those two drivers. We'll try and keep an eye on them as the rest of this race unfolds. But it's Niall Bradley leading, Rick Kerry second, Mike Cutt third, Mike Eustace fourth, and Wayne Lewis leading Class M2 in fifth. As we watch Gary Burstow there go up the inside of Kaz Singh. Well, Gary was ahead at the start of the lap, but Kaz Singh in his more powerful M1 car had possibly got ahead on the straight, and Burstow back under braking. That's for 6th and 7th position overall, but within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the points are scored based on your finishing position within your class rather than overall finishing position. And Jim Benson, by the way, number 59, up in 8th place at the end of lap 1, which is an excellent drive from the Class 6 driver.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? He's really picked his way nicely up the order. You are right, I did mean Niall Bradley at the front of the field. No sign of Brad Sheehan in this one as the leaders make their way up through Beckett's Corner. A bit of a challenge being made there by Kaz Singh in the orange number 3 car, but running very wide in front of them was the number 40, was that, of Sean Jackson, who has therefore lost a couple of positions as a result. Top 3 down through Brooklands, very close indeed. Mike Cutt coming back into this now in 3rd position as Kaz Singh again goes on the attack and almost loses it under braking down into Brooklands. He was never going to get the car stopped, and as a result hands the place straight back to Gary Burstow. These two in different classes, as you said, but producing quite a lot for us to talk about here in the early laps.
Yeah. By the way, Lee Pearcey was up to 11th and Brad Sheehan 14th at the end of lap 2. We'll see if they've made up any more ground on this lap. I can see one car heading into the pit lane, though. It's the 80 car of Mike Eustace, who was up in the top 6, wasn't he? So Mike Eustace, who finished race 1 in 4th, he is out of the race, I'm afraid. There, though, is the battle for the lead. Niall Bradley, 47. 2, Rick Kerry. 44, Mike Cutt. Heading through Beckett's, out of Beckett's onto the Wellington Straight for the 4th time in this race already, and they've got the Wellington Straight to themselves for the moment.
Yes, and that won't last long though. They're only a couple of laps away probably from having some back markers to deal with. Rick Kerry now having to think more about defending than attacking, and that means that Niall Bradley is just making a bit of a break. The gap was just under half a second at the start of the lap. It's probably a fraction under 1 second now as they slide their way out of Luffield Corner. Now, can Mike Cook find a way through? He's got a good run through Woodcote. He's trying to peek to the inside of Rick Kerry. This for 2nd position then as they drop down into Cobb's Corner. Cook is late on the brakes, and Rick Kerry, to his credit, knew when he was beaten there. There was no sense running side by side with Cook through Cobb's. That was only going to delay both of them. It was better there just to let Mike Cook go and try and follow him back up to the tail of the race leader.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Cutt up to 2nd, Kerry down to 3rd. They're about a second adrift, both of them, of Niall Bradley, who's not done the best lap of the race. That was actually Mike Cutt, a 1:01.87. Earlier on, it was Brad Sheehan, a 1:01.42, that got the lap record for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The back marker ahead of them is 1:23. Nick Ramsden in the invitation class car. And Mike Cutt gets past him because he keeps well out of the way, does Nick Ramsden. So good driving from him and allowing the leaders to get through without any particular delay to complete their 5th lap now. And it's 7/10 between Bradley and Cut. That time through, Cut took 4/10 of a second out of Niall Bradley's lead. The 1-2-3 car that we're just looking at, by the way, has gone into the pit lane. There you can see it. So Nick Ramsden, I'm afraid, now out of the race.
Yeah, and I think he had some issues in the first race, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he was a retirement in that one too. So not been the best of days for him, unfortunately. Mike Cutt's day, though, I think is about to get an awful lot better because he's closing in pretty rapidly here on Niall Bradley. On the previous lap alone, he took a decent chunk out of the leader with a lap that was, quite a bit quicker than Niall Bradley. Got a couple of tenths back on him. He's closing in again, I'd say, on this one. So as they head down through the final few corners, only a car length or so in it now, and they've got traffic ahead. So Cut has caught Bradley at just the right time, because Niall is already going to be feeling the pressure to get past the back markers without losing time. And now he's got the second place man right on his tail. They go either side of the first of the lapped cars there, one of the Cup cars, that might have been Sam Walton, and still Bradley ahead, but definitely feeling the heat now.
Black and white driving standards flag to Cup class competitor Paul Laramie. So he has been more than likely transgressing track limits. So the leaders go through 36 hundredths of a second between them at the start of the lap. A dramatic moment when they went either side of the back marker on the way down to Copse Corner. Can Mike Cutt, who's won quite a few of these races in the past, can he make it through? He got just the one win, no, 2 wins last season, I beg your pardon, at Alton Park and at Snetterton. Can he make it his first win of the season here after Niall Bradley won in race 1? He's leading at the moment. He's just passing one of the Cup class competitors, Carl McMillan, now, and it's Carl McMillan that leads. No, it doesn't. It's David Morris that's leading the Cup class this time around. Carl McMillan won it in race 1. Here they go then into Copse Corner. 2 leaders, gap between them still very similar, about 32 hundredths of a second now. By the way, Jim Benson still leading Class 6, although he has now dropped outside the top 10.
Yes, he has. As the leaders come back down through Beckett's, that's not a good point to catch a back marker. The back marker is the number 9 of James Dalzell, and James could have stepped well out of the way there, but actually a lot of the quicker drivers say that's not really a good thing if the back marker starts deviating from the racing line. That is, though, what Niall Bradley is having to do now to defend the lead from Mike Cutt as they drop down through Brooklands again. The inside line keeps him ahead for now, but Mike Cutt is really starting to apply the pressure now. They've dropped Rick Kerry in amongst all of the back markers. He's now 3 seconds behind these two. Brad Sheehan up into 4th position, meanwhile, is 14 seconds back. So even with over half the race to go, I don't think he's going to catch them. Mike Cutt gets a good run there out of Woodcote, looks to the inside into Copse Corner. Is he late enough on the brakes? Yes, he is. Mike Cutt goes into the lead, but he's very slow on the exit, and that might allow Niall Bradley to come back at him.
Yep, Niall Bradley alongside him then. He's going to be on the outside for the sweep of Maggers, but then the inside for Beckett's, and yep, pretty much bonnet to bonnet as they go in. I think Cutt's just conceded the position there, though. He could see that Bradley was pretty committed, and it was better just to let him go through and possibly try and get the switch back on the exit, which is what he's done now. They're side by side again. They've got back markers ahead. I think that's the Ralph Kirk car up ahead, and Cutt's car has its nose in front, although as they turn into Brooklands, it's Bradley that gets back through. So fantastic racing. They are having a real good dice as they now lap the number 71 car of Jordan Saywood. Does he have a say in this? The answer is no. So it's Bradley from Cutt at the moment. You briefly mentioned Brad Sheehan. He's done the best lap of the race now, 1:01.59, and is still lapping faster than the leaders.
Yeah, and actually he's lapping quite a bit faster now that they're delaying each other even further. So, well, maybe don't count him out just yet. We'll wait and see. Out of Copse they go. That time, Niall Bradley managed to get over to the inside to defend, so he prevented Mike Cutt from getting up the inside into Copse Corner. And that means that they're single file on this occasion as they get to Beckett's Corner. Niall Bradley just hooking the inside wheels well and truly over the curve. I don't know if they monitor track limits on the inside of the corners as well as the outside, but if they did, I think Bradley might get in a bit of hot water for that. Cut looks to the inside. They've got another slower car ahead, which I don't think has seen them, and that's the number 10 car there of Clive Watson, who still isn't really making life easy for the leaders. They do now get up the inside through Luffield Corner, but that was just another slightly heart-stopping moment, and Mike Cutt loses it. Mike Cutt from second place, too early on the throttle, perhaps on that tighter line, trying to get past the back marker. That can't have helped, and Mike Cutt spins away second place.
And he spun away the lead in race 1, didn't he? So that's a couple of mistakes today for Mike Cutt that have cost him really dear. And we'll see exactly where he feeds in all of this. He's gone across the line now, and he has dropped to 4th position. So Brad Sheehan has gone through to 3rd. It's a 1:01.59, and that time through he lapped 1.7 seconds faster than Rick Kerry, and he's about 6.5 seconds behind Rick Kerry. So with 9 minutes to go, could we get Brad Sheehan up to 2nd place in this race, or even win it?
Well, I was about to say before that all kicked off that he might not catch the leaders, but he could definitely catch Rick Kerry. So I guess the answer to whether he can finish 2nd is a definite maybe. But then it will kind of depend how quickly he gets past Rick Kerry as to whether he's able to get to the leaders. And he was only actually 4/10 quicker than Kerry on the previous lap, although of course there will have been yellow flags at Luffield, so perhaps this lap is a bit more representative. Bradley goes through the race leader, does a 1:01.8. Rick Kerry will go through, sorry, 1:02.7 for the leader, a 1:03.1 for Kerry, and then Brad Sheehan, who's been in and amongst a bit of traffic on that lap, does a 1:02.1, so a full second quicker than Kerry. Yeah, maybe 8 minutes to go. He could definitely get 2nd, couldn't he?
I think it's very much on the cards that he could get 2nd. There is Kerry in the 1 Series, and momentarily in the background there we are, we see Brad Sheehan as well. So he's hunting after Rick Kerry now. Kerry, who was classified 2nd in the opening race, the driver amongst the sort of top fastest 3 or 4 runners not to lead race 1. It might be a similar situation here, because we've had Bradley and Cutt trade the lead in the early part of the race. Cutt's now thrown away his chances, I think. He's 18 seconds behind the leader now, and 9 seconds behind the confident. Problems for number 60, that's Carl McMillan, the winner of the Cup class in the earlier race. Looks like he's going to get going again, but not without losing time. So that gives David Morris a bit more of a comfort blanket out in front in the Cup class this time.
Yeah, I think that was up at Beckett's, wasn't it? So yellow flags were briefly out up there as the leaders go through to complete another lap. 7 minutes to go then, and Brad Sheehan is now 8 seconds off the lead and lapping a 2.5 a lap quicker last time than Niall Bradley. There you can see the relative gaps between the top 3. The white and green car is the leader. There he goes, Rick Kerry in 2nd, the white and blue number 2, and then the all-white number 28, Brad Sheehan, who's got to get past a few back markers on this lap, and he's going to catch them through the final sector. He might be lucky actually and get them coming off Luffield Corner, which is altogether a nicer place to catch the slower cars, because you can just drive straight past them down the pit straight. So yeah, I think he's going to be quicker than Kerry once again this time.
So 6.25 minutes or so of the race left to go. Kerry goes across the line, 1:04.27. Sheeds a 1:02.02. So 2.2 seconds faster than Kerry that time. The gap between them down to 2.8 seconds now. There's, say, 6 minutes to go. And he lapped about a second faster than Niall Bradley as well. He's 7 seconds behind. There's probably 6 laps to go. So I don't think he's quite going to catch Bradley, but he's not going to be a million miles off, providing he can get past Rick Kerry.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. He's going to catch Kerry fairly shortly, you would imagine. There's Mike Cutt, further 10 seconds back, set for quite a lonely race now, I think, in 4th position. And I noticed that his lap times have dropped off a bit ever since he had that spin. Possibly a sensible decision. Jim Benson comes through, number 59. Excuse me, in 12th position then, still leading in Class 6, isn't he? Ben Pearson, his nearest rival, is a couple of seconds further behind him, going a lap down actually to the overall race leaders within the next couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Jim Benson leading his class, and Wayne Lewis leading Class M2. quite comfortably from Gary Burstow. There's about 9 or 10 seconds between the two of those. There is the 59 car of Benson then in that 330. Briefly there was a 330 challenge that ran as a standalone series with the 750 Motor Club, but it's got absorbed along with the M3 Cup into BMW Car Club Racing Championship a few years ago. There is Benson putting a lap on Paul Laramie, who runs second now in the Cup class after the demise of Carl McMillan, who headed to the pit lane, by the way, after we saw his dramas at Beckett's. So Benson pushing on, and he is there in 12th place, just behind that 21 car of Andy Abrams.
Yes, and Rick Kerry has already lost second place to Brad Sheehan. I didn't see where it happened, but as they come through this time, the timing screen should update to show that Sheehan is in second, and the leader is really getting delayed here by some back markers going through Copse Corner, and this is exactly what Brad Sheehan wants to see. So he's 4 seconds back. There are 4 minutes to go, so 3 or 4 laps, depending on, probably they will get 4 laps in, won't they? If he can continue to close at a second a lap, he'll be there by the end, but that doesn't leave him any time to actually make a move on Niall Bradley. So Bradley might just have this covered as long as he doesn't start getting delayed even more by the slower runners. He's got to make every single one of these overtakes count now.
Yeah, he has. He's got Jim Benson to lap next as Niall Bradley, and Andy Abrams as well. So it gets a bit tougher as you go on, because the drivers that you're lapping get quicker and quicker, and I think you've got to play on 3 different laps here as well, which just makes life that bit more complicated as well. So he goes across the line now, does Bradley, and the gap is now 2.8 seconds, another 1.4 seconds taken out of Niall Bradley's lead that time by Brad Sheehan. So are we on the verge, Andy, of something very special? 2.8 seconds, there's probably 3 laps to go.
Well, I said he needed a second a lap and then a bit more, and he found a bit more there, didn't he? 1.4 seconds quicker, but now, of course, he has to deal with some of this Class 6 traffic. Well, the Class 6 leader, Jim Benson, and Andy Abrams behind him, who is in Class 2, but he gets past them pretty quickly there, coming out of Beckett's corner. Another lapped car there, the number 9 going down another lap to the leader, that's James Dalzell. And this is all getting a little bit tense now, isn't it, for race leader Niall Bradley, who might not have even spotted. Whoa, look at James Dalzell with some brilliant drifting skill there as he comes out of Luffield Corner. That's exactly what Brad Sheehan will not have wanted to see ahead of him, but Brad does get past him cleanly. Niall Bradley feeling the pressure now, isn't he? Let's see what the lap times are this time. It's a 1:02.4 for the leader and a 1:02.1 for Sheehan, so he only gets a few tenths of a second that time.
Yep, 2 minutes of the race to go. We're watching Jim Benson in 12th position in the Class 6 lead, but there is Brad Sheehan in that white car that has been rebuilt, not had time to put any more complicated or beautiful livery on it since that work has been done, but it stands out quite well as it is. As we watch the blue car of Jim Benson, 21 Andy Abrams now is challenging Jim Benson for position, although they're in different classes as they go through into Brooklands, and Abrams does go through in his Class M2 car into 12th position ahead of the Class 6 car of Jim Benson.
Rick Kerry, by the way, either has a problem or went off on the last lap, because he dropped down to 4th behind Mike Cutt and was about 6 or 7 seconds slower than he should have been. And no, he's dropped well back again on this lap, so I think there's an issue here for Rick Kerry. He's off the podium already, and he's really fading, and this lap is going to be another really slow one, and I can see out of the window he's just got no acceleration as he comes off Luffield, so it's going to be a slightly frustrating end to the race for Rick Kerry. He'll get to the flag, hopefully, but at a significantly reduced pace. He's about to come into shot into Copse Corner. There's the 96 BMW 325 Ti of David Morris, who was up there in the Cup class, wasn't he? In fact, he is leading the Cup class from Paul Laramie by a few seconds at the moment. As we move into the closing stages of this race, Brad Sheehan then less than 2 seconds behind the leader. And are they going to squeeze one more lap in? They are, aren't they? That might be the lap that Sheehan needs to get right onto terms with Niall Bradley.
Yeah, I just think he's a little bit too far back. We're not seeing it on the screens at the moment. They're going past our commentary box window. The last lap board goes out. We're seeing them now. Here is Niall Bradley. He leads by 1.38 seconds. Sheehan found another half a second on that lap, but I think he's just too far behind. He might catch Bradley, but as Daryl, what we used to say, catching is one thing, passing is quite another. They've got to pass some back markers as well before they get to the end. Towards Maggots they go. There is number 47, Niall Bradley, looking to secure his second win of the day in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But if he doesn't manage to win it, and he deserves to, then the man behind him certainly does. Brad Sheehan, with those electrical problems in race 1, he started at the back of the grid. He started in 33rd out of 34 positions on the grid. He was halfway up the field by the end of lap 1. He's made relentless progress since then, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough. Niall Bradley turns his way through Luffield for the final time, just runs over the curb. He can see Sheehan in his mirrors, no doubt now. He comes up to the line. The checkered flag goes out now to Niall Bradley, who wins in the end round 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship by a little over a second from Brad Sheehan, who produced a great drive. And then third place is going to go the way of Mike Cutt, who spun away his own chances of being a part of that lead battle. He finishes third, about 18 seconds adrift. And then is Rick Kerry, and he going to hold on to 4th place?
Let's see. I doubt it, if I'm completely honest. I think Wayne Lewis will probably have got him. Well, there they are. Well, there's Rick Kerry, and that's Lee Piercy. So, yeah, Wayne Lewis, look, the number 7 is ahead of them already. And not only will Kerry lose 4th, he'll lose 5th as well. Kaz Singh, though, is a bit further back. So as Rick Kerry limps home in a very ill-looking and sounding BMW 1 Series, it's not going to be the result that he was hoping for. And there's one car coming into the pit lane right at the end as well. Now, who is that? 23, I think that says. This is a car that hasn't yet seen the checkered flag either. Thomas Singleton is limping very slowly into the pits as well. So another bit of a race of attrition, that. A few of them running into mechanical dramas towards the end. But a really thrilling chase given there, wasn't it, by Brad Sheehan from the back of the grid. And I think you're right. I think he only needed one more lap, didn't he, to really start giving the race leaders something to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. Great drive from Brad Sheehan. Great drive too from Niall Bradley to come home in front by 1.07 seconds. In the end, Mike Cutt was third. Our M2 class winner, Wayne Lewis, was 4th, getting that place away from the ailing Rick Kerry on the final lap. Lee Piercy also made it through. He was from the back of the grid as well, from 34th to 5th place for Lee. Number 61 car. Rick Kerry did manage to hold on to 6th in car number 2. Then Kaz Singh, Gary Burstow, Mark Culmer and Colin Whitmore rounded out the first 10. 11th place, it was Adrian Williams, another driver to come through from the back after a non-finish in race 1. Andy Abrams, 12th. Jim Benson, winning class 6, was 13th, ahead of Ben Pearson. And there was actually not too much time between them in the end. Dan Harborough was 15th. Then Kevin Denwood, Stephen Schweikart, Sean Jackson, Bill Redrop and Paul Travers. And those are the only ones we can give you from that. That's your top 20 then from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Oh, there we go. 21st was Clive Watson, then Stuart Pywell 22nd, then Ralph Kirk, Jason Sayward, Kevin Granger and James Dalzell. Then we get to the Cup class cars, and David Morris it was that took what I think is his first win in the Cup class, number 96 from 31 Paul Laramie and 6 Sam Walton. And there you can see further back Gareth Thomas, Cole McMillan, he was an on-finisher, so too Nick Ramsden and Mike Eustace. And the BMW Car Club Championship is back as soon as next weekend at Castle Combe, where they have a double header on Bank Holiday Monday. So with this rejigged calendar, the BMW's meeting being delayed 3 weeks, it's only a week to go until the next meeting at Castle Combe. But let's now hear from the race winner, Niall Bradley. He's with Anthony.
Thank you very much, Ian. Again, Niall Bradley, another race win, 2 for 2 this time, with a huge smile on your face underneath that mask, but it wasn't made easy for you at the beginning of that race, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was a good old battle with Rick and Mike. Mike was coming thick and fast, and then whenever I see Mike then lose the back end coming onto the back straight, I was like, yes, thank God it's breathing space. But no, I was very lucky there because Brad was coming in the distance, and to be honest, because Brad started off at the back, I kind of wrote him off. But then I seen his lights coming, I thought, shit, you better get going again. But yeah, brilliant race. It was good fun.
Well, we'll apologise for the language, but as you can imagine, it's high emotions here down in the pit lane here at Silverstone. But yeah, no, a cracking race all the way through. It's been an amazing day for you, and I suspect an amazing weekend ahead. The car looking amazing still, but sounding quite poorly when it came in here.
Yeah. There's something not right going on up the front. But just before I go, I just want to say a massive thanks to Dave Rowe at EPS. Mapped the car for me, great map, great car, and also Michael Eustace at ME Auto Services, looks after the car, does everything on it, can't fault the car, absolutely on point.
Yeah, perfect stuff. Well, excellent result again, congratulations on another race win.
Cheers.
Perfect stuff there from Noah Bradley. Well, it's time for our final race of the day here at Silverstone. It's time for those Alfa Romeos.
Yep, it's the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship, and it's the second round, the second race of the day for these cars. A win early on today for Barry McMahon in his 1.56, beating George Osborne by 3.46. It was a race that was heavily affected by the safety car, so we had a few laps at the start, we had a few racing laps at the end, and quite a long chunk of safety car in the middle of it. George Osborne second, Graham Seeger third. Tom Hill, he had problems, dropped back to fourth. The modified win went to Scott Austin. And the Twin Spark Cup, well, that was James Ford taking the win from Gethin Llewellyn and Andrew Bourke. One driver, though, was excluded. That was Jonathan Billingsley for overtaking while behind the safety car. So that was how race one shaped up. Race two is about to get underway. Pole position this time for number 57, Barry McMahon, and alongside him 34, George Osborne. Second row 5, Graham Seeger, and 1, Tom Hill. Third row 55, Scott Austin, and 66, Paul Webster. Fourth row 80, Andy Inman, and 4, Keith Waite. Fifth row 50, Gareth Hayward, and 79, Dave Messenger. And then on a 10-second delay, the Twin Spark Cup car, so 23, James Ford, and 2, Gethin Llewellyn on the front row. 86, Andrew Bourke, and 9, Richard Ford on row 2, 18 Jonathan Billingsley, and 11 Andrew Fulcher on row 3, row 4 6 Simon Cresswell, and 26 Dave O'Brien, and on the final row we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 cars, so we just have 44 Martin Jones on his own, and again I'm afraid Jonathan Tortolani unable to make the start of the race. Andy, another feast of Italian exotica lining up for this one.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the first race, especially the Twin Spark battle. That was pretty epic, wasn't it, in the laps of racing that we actually had. As you said, we did have that lengthy safety car period, which hopefully we won't see repeated in this one. Gareth Hayward was the most high-profile retirement from the first race, wasn't he, with that coolant leak, but I think I can see the number 50 car at the back of the first half of the grid, the modified and Power Trophy class cars, and yeah, there it goes, the GTV heads through, and then in the Twin Sparks, yeah, brilliant battle in race one, which was won by James Ford, but it could equally as easily have gone to any one of another 2 or maybe even 3 drivers, really. Llewellyn, Bourke and Richard Ford were all right there with him until the end, so yeah, hoping for another entertaining 20 minutes.
Yep, we didn't get the outright Alfa lap record broken in race 1, which is still held by Roger Evans at 1:03.051, but Barry McMahon was only a 10th outside that. We didn't either get the lap record in the Twin Spark Cup, because that's still with Richard Ford's to 1:11.406, compared to 1:11.98, which is what Gethin Llewellyn managed in race number 1. So we'll see if we get any lap records this time around. Reminder that the second batch of cars go on a 10-second delay from the first, so that's the Twin Spark Cup cars. They will go a little bit later on. Pole position then is the race 1 winner, Barry McMahon. Next to him, 34, George Osborne, who is probably more interested in building cars to the highest possible standard than racing them himself. Mike Lindsay reckons, but he's actually a very talented driver. He had a close battle with Chris Snowden at the first Festival Italia back in 2016, and he's since then fitted his 75 with a 3.2 litre 24 valve V6 engine. Here he's there in the number 34 car. 5 car next up is Graham Seager in the 147 GTA. He sold the GTV that he previously raced to Gareth Hayward. We saw him out in that, and we see him out again in it now. And he's racing this Revs Italia built 147 GTA in the Power Trophy class this season, where he certainly is giving Tom Hill some strong opposition, beating him in race number 1. I suspect Tom Hill may have had a problem earlier on, so we'll see if there are any signs of that in this second race. And Twin Spark Cup, well, that's just about anybody's race, I think. We'll keep a close eye on both as we have the cars in position for the final race of the day, which is scheduled for 15 minutes. Beg your pardon, 20 minutes if I look at my other piece of paper. Red lights are on and they go out, and the first group of cars get underway. And from pole position it looks like Barry McMahon's made a decent start there, but actually on the inside line it's George Osborne that's got the lead. Here are the Twin Spark Cup cars getting away from the line, so you've got James Ford and Gethin Llewellyn on the front row of the grid, but Andrew Bork is the one that's trying to make a move down the inside. He's certainly got from third up to second place. Meanwhile, in the lead is George Osborne from Barry McMahon then, Andy.
Yeah, and Scott Austin almost replicating his big moment from the start of the earlier race as well in the 155, as he got very sideways on cold tyres. In the Twin Sparks, it's all very touchy-feely as well as they turn through Beckett's corner. John Billingsley there getting hung out to dry, but it is James Ford, the race 1 winner, that leads the way. Under pressure though from Andrew Bork, who I think was probably ruining the fact that he didn't make better early progress in race 1. Well, you can't argue with his early progress here. He's already challenging for the race lead to the outside down into Brooklands corner. Who breaks later? It's Bork on the outside line, tries to carry the speed through, tries to close the door, and succeeds in doing both of those things to take the lead away. So Andrew Bork takes the lead in the Twin Spark element of the race from James Ford in second, and then this battle for third with Richard Ford just about hanging on.
Well, we've got cars from Italy on the track. We've got viewers from Italy on the live stream. Hello to Max Canderan, who's watching from Italy and enjoying the coverage. So, end of lap 1 then. Barry McMahon it is that leads by about 1.8 seconds from George Osborne in second place. There is the Twin Spark Cup battle as we watch Barry McMahon just pull away quite a long way now clear of George Osborne, and it's side by side a bit further back because this is the Gareth Hayward car moving up into third position at the expense of Tom Hill there. So Hayward, who was challenging Barry McMahon in the early stages of race 1, starting at the back of the Twin Spark and the back of the Power Trophy modified group this time, he is making up ground now, and he's now about to challenge George Osborne as they come through to complete lap number 2, and he's going to make fairly short work of that. I think in that ex-Graham Seager car, he's up to second place.
Yeah, that wasn't much of a challenge in the end, was it? Clearly had a speed advantage there and took full advantage of it to move into second place. Now, we've had some changing in the Twin Sparks because Andrew Fulcher, who was there or thereabouts in race 1, wasn't he? But he never really troubled the top 4, has broken through into 4th place in class now, so he's heading off after Richard Ford. The top 2, though, getting away. Andrew Bork and James Ford nose to tail, but you can see there the gap back to third place, Richard Ford. Then it is Fulcher ahead now of Gethin Llewellyn in the number 2. And then it's the orange number 6 of Simon Creswell as they all scatter coming out of Copse Corner. Some drivers getting a better exit there than others. Does that result in any overlapping into Beckett's? Not quite, but Andrew Fulcher in the 147 going much better in this race.
Yeah, absolutely right. There you can see the 11 car of Fulcher then, when it's Filippo Berio olive oil livery that's made it quite an attraction. It's been used as much as a promotional tool as a race car, I think. But let's watch this battle then with Andrew Bork and James Ford almost side by side into Brooklands on this, the 3rd lap of the race, and Bork holding on for the moment. He was the winner of the Twin Spark Cup class in the championship last season, in that shortened season, having come close before, but is got plenty of competition on his hands if he's going to repeat that feat this season. Of course, he'll also have an eye on the overall championship as well, because that eluded him last year. Tom Hill getting the championship last year by just a single, or no, by 3 points I think it was in the end, over Andrew. Andrew doing what he can within the Twin Spark Cup class this year, but James Ford pulls out and will challenge into Maggots and Beckett's not actually close enough to make anything work though there, Andy.
Yeah, it's really hard to make that overtake actually. Oh, in the background they were side by side, weren't they? That was for fourth. That might have been Fulcher, yeah, losing out. Look, Llewellyn's gone back through, and now Simon Creswell and Jonathan Billingsley are both trying to take advantage of that as well. It's a real scrum now as they fight for track position down the Wellington straight. Fulcher coming back at Llewellyn there for fourth. But we'll have to back out of it surely in the 147. Yes, he does. And actually, it's Simon Creswell that's the big loser there. He actually falls back behind Jonathan Billingsley. So it's no wonder that Andrew Bork and James Ford are pulling away at the head of the Twin Spark field, is it? With this sort of battling going on behind. Fulcher's out wide. He's almost in the gravel. Somehow still carries good speed off Luffield though, so he cuts off Jonathan Billingsley before he's able to get alongside. But yeah, top two, now top three really, are making quite a break.
In the first part of the race, Gareth Hayward and Barry McMahon doing similar lap times. Gareth Hayward doing his personal best lap, last time field 103.39 to take a couple of tenths out of Barry McMahon. And they're just going through again now to complete another lap, and that time through it's another 3 tenths taken out, but 4.85 seconds is the gap between McMahon. Oh no, looking at the right, yeah, that's the right thing. Right thing on that lap. It was 3 tenths faster for Hayward, but the gap 4.85 seconds between the two of them. We're a long way clear of George Osborne and Tom Hill and Graham Seeger. So we're focusing then on this battle in the Twin Spark Cup class, and Andrew Buck, it still is from James Ford, getting away then from James's brother Richard in third, and a four-way scrap for fourth place.
Yeah, these four can't get away from each other here, can they? Because Llewellyn, having got back into fourth place in class, is not escaping from Andrew Fulcher, who I imagine is rather keen to get that fourth place back if at all possible. They're also going to be lapped by the overall race leaders very shortly. Barry McMahon already cutting his way past the first of the Twin Sparks as the leading two drivers in that class head into Copse Corner. McMahon is still keeping this margin over Hayward, but it did come down on the previous lap, and crucially Hayward is getting quicker, having just set a personal best, whereas McMahon's over half a second off his previous best. Do we have side by side for the Twin Spark lead here? No, not quite. Looked for a moment there that James Ford had got the overlap, but he stays behind for now.
Worth mentioning that with a 102.95, Barry McMahon does now have the overall Alfa lap record, taking that mark away from Roger Evans in his 103.051. Here's the Twin Spark Cup battle for the lead, and it's a familiar story really, with Andrew Bork, number 86, leading, but this time James Ford looked as if he was going to try and go around the outside of him at Brooklands Corner, puts himself on the inside line for Luffield, but the door is closed in his face by Andrew Bork, and so with 12 3/4 minutes to go, it's still Bork that is ahead in that particular battle, and then it's about 2.5 seconds back to Richard Ford in third slot, fourth Gethin Llewellyn as they continue their battle. There though is the race leader, the outright race leader, just appearing in that battle all of a sudden, and that's Barry McMahon.
Yeah, that lead gap continuing to come down pretty quickly actually, until the moment that I said that, and Gareth Hayward got held up in traffic and was slower, but he had been taking the best part of a second a lap out of the leader up until that point, possibly because the leader was in amongst the Twin Sparks, who couldn't be much closer at the front here, as James Ford gets a really good exit from Beckett's, takes a nice tight line, and Andrew Bork is going to have to get his elbows out now to defend the lead. Then you've got Gareth Hayward trying to slice his way through this group as well, and he's going to take it 3 wide, isn't he, up the inside into Brooklands Corner, so he safely gets past them. Now who will come out of this corner in the Twin Spark lead, because Ford is going right round the outside, trying to do to Bork what Bork did to him on the earlier laps. It doesn't work, and they almost came together there.
Yeah, they were very close to doing so, weren't they? But it was averted, thankfully. No harm done, and the battle continues unabated. And possibly on the previous lap, certainly Richard Ford was a bit faster than the two ahead of him. Was that the case this time around? Yeah, it was again, I think. So Richard Ford is closing in on the top two, I reckon. So that's something to keep an eye on, I reckon. They are going pretty much side by side, it looked like, into Maggots that time. Here they are, still Bork ahead. It's all 1-5-6 battle. But there you could see visibly the 9 car of Richard Ford is closer now than it was just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, again, taking advantage of the battle ahead of him. There is then still a gap back to Llewellyn in 4th position, who's a bit lonely now. Andrew Bork is certainly not lonely, though. He's had company from James Ford since the very start of the race, and they're side by side again through Brooklands. Almost an action replay of what happened a lap ago. He's trying to get the inside line for Luffield, but it means going right round the outside through Brooklands, which is a really long, tightening corner, and it means you're on the dirty side of the road as well, and you're always likely to just get eased off the road by the driver to the inside. So James Ford taking a few risks by going the long way round, but if he could make it stick, it could be his best way of getting through. Down towards Copse Corner they go again. Ford once more forces Bork to drive defensively, and as they head through Copse Corner, I'm afraid we're losing to the pit lane, John Billingsley, who had been running in the top 5 earlier on.
And there he is, heading into the pit lane and out of the race, I'm afraid to say, but the Bork and Ford battle continues. A slight mistake there, I thought, from Bork, and I thought Ford might be able to slip through, but he's not been able to do so yet. He's a long time Alfa racer, is James. He's not been able to race as much as he would have liked, though, in recent years. And his best result was in 2020, a 2nd place there, and again he goes to the outside at Brooklands. Tries to get halfway alongside for Luffield, but unable to do so. And of course, Richard Ford, who's starting his 8th year of the championship, James's brother, right behind him as well in this ex-Tom Hill championship winning 1-5-6 that he campaigns this season.
Yeah, I wonder whether Richard will cut James any slack here and let him carry on attacking, because if James has to start defending, that does sort of let Andrew Bork off the hook. Or will Richard be saying, you've had your shot, now it's my turn? Well, they're side by side into Copse. That sort of answers my question. They're certainly not working together here, because James Ford does not allow Richard Ford through there at Copse, and it does allow the leader Andrew Bork just to breathe a sigh of relief for a moment or two. They're a little bit further separated into Beckett's, and a big mistake is made by James Ford. Almost goes completely off the road coming out of Beckett's corner, and now he is going to have to start thinking about defending from his brother more than he's able to concentrate on attacking for the lead.
Meanwhile, for the overall lead, the gap is down to 1.07 seconds between Barry McMahon and Gareth Hayward, so we'll try and pick this one up as well in a moment, because that time through Hayward took more than a second out of Barry McMahon's lap time. So with 8 minutes to go, we've got not only a good battle for the Twin Spark Cup lead, and frankly James Ford is right back with Andrew Bork now, but we've got a battle for the overall victory as well between the Power Trophy car of Barry McMahon and the modified class car of Gareth Hayward as well. But it's a great battles wherever you're looking. James Ford has been trying to get past Andrew Bork. He's yet to be able to find a way to do so, and he's still not done it at Copse Corner.
No, and runs a bit wide too, so that will give Richard another opportunity to attack. And then we've got some of the overall leaders there. That was Tom Hill, I think, wasn't it? Was one of those, and Graham Seeger, both trying to cut their way through. Andrew Bork tries to go back ahead. Meanwhile, for the overall race lead, this is the move about to be made, I think, here. Gareth Hayward sets a new fastest lap of the race. He was a second quicker than Barry McMahon, and in the end, there's no contest. So from the back of the grid, after that coolant leak put him out of race 1, it is now Gareth Hayward that leads race 2 with just under 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, 1:02.38, so he's found a lot of time there to smash the lap record. But is this race over? Is Barry McMahon able to come back to him? As Barry was saying, more development has been done on this car over recent months. And here we are back with the Twin Spark Cup cars, and they're side by side here as they come through Luffield and through Woodcut this time. No, I beg your pardon, that's not the James Ford car, is it? Because that's the Tom Hill car, the GT, that they are about to lap. We had the change though just behind, and that Richard Ford now is ahead of James Ford, but Andrew Bork still leading the Twin Spark Cup class. So it's all happening. The gap between Bork and Richard Ford is only about a quarter of a second and now Tom Hill in the more powerful car has well and truly cleared them, as they are about to get involved with Scott Austin as well, who's trying to get through in his 155.
Yes, and not being allowed through at all by Andrew Borg, who was not willing to move away from the apex there, because he knew that if he did that, it could allow Richard Ford to get alongside as well. It's getting pretty frenetic here between these three as they race once again down the Wellington Straight. So it's now Richard Ford applying the pressure, and he sends it into Brooklands really late on the brakes. The car's squirming around. He's quite a long way alongside though. This might give him the inside for Luffield, but no, Andrew Borg is just able to close the door, drifts a bit wide through the middle of the corner though. So Richard Ford maybe gets his nose alongside. Can he stay there? Yes, he can. And what does James Ford do about all of this? The three of them, he could throw a blanket over the three cars, but it is going to be a lead change. Finally, Richard Ford does in about a lap and a half what his brother wasn't able to do in about 15 minutes. Gets the lead away from Andrew Borg, and now James tries to follow him through.
And I think he's done it. Yes, he has. So James Ford has finally passed Andrew Borg, but unfortunately not for the lead of the class. Now it's down to the two brothers to dispute the lead. I'm sure Andrew Borg's going to have a say in this as well. Still 5 minutes to go in this race. Out front, by the way, Gareth Hayward pulling out a second advantage over Barry McMahon. But yeah, this battle going on for the Twin Spark Cup has Richard Ford leading, James Ford second, and Andrew Borg now in third position, about 2 seconds clear of Gethin Llywelyn in fourth place, and Simon Creswell, the Australian driver, is in fifth. So here comes Richard Ford, number 9, down the Wellington Straight into the left-hander at Brooklands, and there's about 3/4 of a car length between himself and brother James as they turn their way through the right-hander on towards Woodcote Corner, and there's the overall leader just lapping them as well, and he just makes absolute mincemeat of them, doesn't he? So much quicker, so much more powerful is that modified class car.
Yeah, and needed to make quick work of them as well, because Barry McMahon's found a bit of a second wind actually. Ever since he lost the lead to Hayward, he's been able to match Hayward's times, although he drops a few tenths that time in the traffic. Right, Ford's at play in Alfa Romeos, if you see what I mean, with Richard Ford defending the lead here in the Twin Spark class from James on the outside into Beckett's corner. Who gets there first? Still going to be Richard ahead. He's very late on the brakes, but gets the car turned in nicely. 3.5 minutes still to go. And I wouldn't give this to any one of these three drivers just yet. It's still well and truly all to play for. I don't think that Andrew Borg is any slower than the two Fords. He just got shuffled out a lap or so ago. He's showing now that he's got the pace to stay with them, although, as I say, that drops back a bit down the Wellington Straight. So we'll wait and see what happens here over the last few laps. James Ford forcing his brother to defend the lead into Brooklands Corner, which he succeeds in doing so.
Certainly does. So there is number 9, Richard Ford, from number 23, James Ford, and 86, Andrew Borg, in the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship Twin Spark Cup class battle. They've probably got another 3 laps to go, I would suggest, in their particular race. Just for comparison, the lap times they're doing are in the 1 minute 12s, whereas the fastest laps from the quicker cars are 1 minute 2, so about 10 seconds a lap slower than the much more modified cars, but that's not particularly surprising. So down into Maggots and Beckett's they go. Different lines being taken, but they really do chuck the cars around, don't they? These Alfa 156s running in standard production specification, using the 16-valve engines, of course. That's 2 litre. Look at James going left and right. He's stuck to the right in the end. Can he get all the way around to the outside?
Sorry, big contact coming through Woodcote. We've had a lead change. Barry McMahon's ahead of Gareth Hayward, and then Hayward made pretty substantial contact with the 44 of Martin Jones. Sorry to jump across you. I was watching that out of the window. McMahon was already ahead, and then Hayward tried to get back to the inside on him as they came through Woodcote, but there was a back marker there, and they sort of met in the middle, and I fear that might have damaged Hayward's car.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on that. Yeah, 2.4 seconds between them as they went across the line. There's 1.5 minutes of the race left to go. There is the Hayward car. Let's have a look. It seems to be working reasonably effectively. There's that 44 car that you were referring to, Martin Jones in the 147. But there's our race leader now, Barry McMahon back in front then, and probably looking as if he's going to stay there now with only just over a minute of the race left to go. The last lap board is being prepared, I can see. Yeah, in the Twin Spark Cup it's Richard Ford, James Ford, Andrew Bourke, still the order, but here is the overall race leader, Andy.
Yes, on to his final lap of what's been a dramatic final race of the day, the second one for the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship. I think you're right. I think Hayward's got away with it. It looked maybe like the car was crabbing a bit, but I suppose he was just taking it easy for a couple of corners to check that there wasn't any significant damage, but scary moment there as they came through to end the previous lap. 1 lap to go for them, 1 lap also to go for the Twin Spark leaders, who are still as close as ever. Richard Ford and James Ford, though, have really dropped Andrew Bourke, who could even lose 3rd place on this last lap, to Gethin Llewellyn, who's really closed in. Bourke has lost all of his pace for some reason in the last lap or so, and there is the battle. Look, Llewellyn up the inside, and Bourke was not letting him have that, was he?
No, absolutely right. Meanwhile, James Ford, if he needs any advice on how he could have made a move stick, by the way, in the Twin Spark Cup, he only needs to look at the comment section of YouTube, because he's getting lots of advice there from drivers telling him what he should be doing. I rather fear he's not doing it again here as they come through Maggots and Beckett's to dispute the class battle. Meanwhile, a bit further up the road, and here he is, Barry McMahon comes through to take the checkered flag for the 2nd time today in the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship, and he is going to get the win from Gareth Hayward, who makes it to the checkered flag this time after that late drama for him. But here is that battle for the Twin Spark Cup, and it is still number 9, Richard Ford from Brother James, 23. Can James go round the outside at Luffield? They are overlapping, but it's a long, long way, much further on that line than it is on the inside line at Luffield Corner. And he's dropped back 4 car lengths now, and I think he has resigned himself to the fact that it's going to be Brother Richard that takes the win here. So the 2nd win of the day in the Twin Spark Cup goes to Richard Ford. So they've had a win each within that class. And James Ford takes 2nd, and Andrew Bourke takes 3rd. But an excellent Alfa Romeo race, Andy, to round out the day.
They usually are pretty exciting. You've got that really nice variety of car in the modified and power trophy classes, so you get that sort of racing where certain cars are quick in different areas and at different times of the race. And then in the Twin Spark, something a bit closer to a one-make series where the cars are all very equal on performance, and it produces the kind of wheel-to-wheel racing that we saw in both races, but the second one in particular, very, very exciting. And yeah, Barry McMahon comes home a victor. I bet he's glad that he didn't just back off when Hayward went through and let him have it, because had he done that, he might not have been close enough to take advantage of Hayward's tangle with the back marker.
Well, absolutely right, and that's why it always pays to push all the way to the checkered flag. Barry McMahon getting the win then, car 57, by a smidge under 7 seconds from number 50, Gareth Hayward, who wins his class at least. 3rd place to number 5, Graham Seeger. 4th to number 34, George Osborne. And then a lap down, actually, surprisingly enough, was the reigning champion, number 1, Tom Hill, in 5th. 6th to number 55, Scott Austin. 7th to Andy Inman, number 80. 8th to 66, Paul Webster. Keith Waite was 9th. And then Richard Ford, the winner of the Twin Spark Cup class, in 10th overall. 11th place went the way of number 23, James Ford. Then Andrew Bourke, Gethin Llewellyn, Simon Creswell, Andrew Fulcher, Steve O'Brien, Martin Jones and Jonathan Billingsley. Well, he was, both of the last 2 I think were retirements in the end. That is the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship. It will continue in a month's time at Donington Park, and later in the season they go to Croft for the Ferrari Festival, to Snetterton on the 300 circuit in July, the Brands Hatch for Festival Italia, and then they round out the season with us at Alton Park on the 9th of October. So still plenty more opportunities to enjoy the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship as the season goes on. Let's head down to the pit lane for the final time today to Anthony Jordan.
So we're not here yet. Oh, excellent. So thank you very much, Ian. Right, so Barry, you join us back again. Another race win on that one, but at a slight cost on that one. We bit of contact through Woodcote. I don't think it was involving yourself, involving the race leader at the end, near the end of that one, but could you see what happened?
Yeah, so we caught a back marker, and I went on the outside, and I think Gareth may have gone on the inside, And so I tried to leave him a little bit of space on the inside so he could come through, because he was definitely quicker. And when I looked in my mirror, I see he sort of made a evasive action. Maybe he thought I didn't see him, and obviously pulled over, but I was obviously trying to give him a car's length inside. But it was an excellent race. Obviously Gareth was obviously starting from the back of the starter pack, and caught up very, very quickly, so it was a good dice.
Yeah, it's excellent stuff for that one. A second race winner of the day, and yeah, great result at the end.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
Spot on. Great chat with Barry there. Now we've got the winners of the Fords, the two brothers. Now we were hoping to get both of the Ford brothers, but unfortunately one didn't want to stick around for a conversation. He drove straight past the marshal trying to bring him in. But we have obviously got the number 9 of Richard Ford. Richard, what a race that was. Of course, you were in like 3rd place for the majority of that one. You fought your way through. Yeah. Managed to get past both of them, your brother included.
Yeah, it was a bit of a difficult one. I've got to say that, really, really slippy. But I mean, luckily I got sort of up to 3rd early on, and then just tried to keep pace with James and Andrew. And luckily, you know, when they were dicing and there was some other cars coming through, I managed to sort of take an advantage and just went from there really, and just tried to hold it. So.
Well, that definitely seemed to be the clutch point, wasn't it? Where the traffic coming through, faster cars or lapping cars, you know, it was definitely a challenge for, I think, all drivers involved in that one. But, you know, a fantastic race on that one. We were saying there's been a lot of comments in the stream of people saying that's how you overtake. Maybe you need to teach your brother a few tricks.
Well, I don't know. It was, like I say, it was just, you know, you see the lines and you kind of go for it as long as you've got the room. I mean, everybody would do the same, so, you know, I don't know what to say.
Well, excellent stuff. A great result for you on that one, and a win for the Twin Sparks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff then. Well, final race of the day for that one. Fantastic and very exciting race from the Alfa Romeos, but back to you, Ian, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So that's all for today, but there's plenty more racing to come tomorrow here at Silverstone. Here's a look at what lies ahead. First race of the morning is at 11 o'clock. It's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, the second of 3 races of the weekend. The other categories we're going to see tomorrow, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. The Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatches always provide fantastic action. Protec Shock Sports Specials and the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, all coming up before the lunch break tomorrow. And then after lunch, more F1000 action. We get the addition of the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy, and then we'll conclude the day with more Mazda 7s, Classic Stock Hatch, Sports Specials, and finally the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. That's going to round out tomorrow's action. We've got another 6.5 hours of racing for you tomorrow. Matt Suckling will join me in the commentary box for that one. Look forward to having him with me then. My thanks to Andy McEwan, who's been alongside me during the course of today's racing. You enjoyed it, Andy?
Yeah, it's not been bad, has it? Some pretty good racing today, as always, from the 750 Motor Club. And yeah, I'm sure tomorrow's going to be just the same. I'm off to the international circuit tomorrow to have some fun over there. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to be another great day tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Andy. We'll see you again at Croft. That's it then from everyone here at Silverstone. Many thanks to all of the marshals and the other officials of the 750 Motor Club that have made today run so smoothly despite 1 or 2 incidents. We've had some really good racing, and we look forward to you joining us again tomorrow just before 11 o'clock. But for now, from Andy McEwan, Anthony Jordan and myself, Ian Sowman, it's good night from Silverstone.